Thank you so much for the opportunity. If you don't know who I am, you will. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. You can find all of the information that you need in my pinned post. We have links to my YouTube. You can watch me in over 20 different angles, 24 hours a day, 360 degrees of my life. You can find my link tree there. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. This is the biggest event in global history. It's more content than any person has ever uploaded to the internet ever. Most importantly, if you want to watch my life either now or in the future, go to the Big Steppers Discord. Take a look. I'm live in there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'm not leaving, and neither should you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to show. 35 seconds. What is this bullshit?
Christmas present. And going in his parents' closet and finding a whole chest of, whips and chains and shit like that. When he was like 6 or 7 years old. And he didn't make the connection. It was like, oh yeah, well that's why you're. Yeah, duh. His parents had the whips and chains and shit. Well, I don't know if that had something to do with genes or genetic. Really? I think I've read that, right? Well, I think some information is probably passed down from parents to kids, and I would imagine kinks could be in there. Because, like, artistic talent is passed down. Obviously, athletic talent is often passed down. Though it makes it, I bet a lot. I bet they don't know exactly what you're giving to your kids. Well, let's find out, because if it's true, I mean, that's going to make you look at your mom a little different. Right. You don't want to know that. That's horrible. Yeah, but I feel like I pity the poor people that have accidentally walked in on their parents' fucking. You never did that? No. Horror. Actually, that's not true. I never walked in, but I definitely knew that that's what was happening. I can't block that out. You can't block out the visual, because you definitely touched the doorknob and be like, your dad with his feet up in your mom's eating his ass. I don't have no vision. Your dad's stroking it while your mom's eating his ass. Like, no. Yeah, see, there you go. I can't live more like that. I can't go through this. I'm gonna have to get electroshock therapy. Yeah, you want to put him in the building. If you walk in, what would have to happen for you to be a furry for them to see? I don't think it's that. I think it's probably some social disorder involved with some of those folks too. There's like furry lights, which my kids go to school with. There's some kids that wear like ears and like maybe a tail, and every now and then you see one of those. This British thing might have started as a 4chan troll that started was for 4chan music control. Like a few other things that we've done. They're the best. Do you see what they did with the free bleeding project? What's that? Oh man. They trick women into thinking that it's like a sign of feminism to just bleed and not have a tampon or a maxi pad. Oh, like old school. Just let it go. Free bleeding. And so they did it as a joke, and then some women adopted it because they thought it was like radical feminist. Crazy ladies. So now free bleeding is like a trend? Yeah, it didn't last. It's disgusting. It's probably totally unsanitary. You smell like fish. It's hell. So you have pussy blood running down your fucking pants, and you're showing up at the office. You expect to keep your job here at United Health? Get out of here. I don't think anybody was showing up at the office. At Starbucks, you showing up at Starbucks? Oh, that's not real. No way. That lady would die. She would literally be dead. That's like if you shot her with a fucking arrow. The thing is, there's no. Is this lady free bleeding? That's what it is. These are the 4chan posts. People trying to like share it. That again, real. That could be a lady that's just doing a marathon and forgot a tampon. It's like, fucking, I'm gonna push through. Because I saw one lady diarrhea herself, went all down her leg and everything, and she completed that fucking race. So the thing is, it's hard to tell what's real and what's AI. That's real. That's some pussy blood right there, though. I can tell. I'm an expert. But the thing is, with free bleeding, one thing with like just getting your pussy blood every form to other people's stuff. They don't care. Like if you're doing that shit at home on the grass, they're marking their territory. Well, what did people do before they invented tampons? Like, I mean, are you supposed to just wash it out? Like, what are you supposed to do? What does nature want you to do? Like, nature doesn't want you. That's why toxic shock syndrome is a thing. When women have tampons, they leave them out there, and then they get really sick, and women have died from toxic shock syndrome from tampons. People even care about someone. I don't know if this might be full satire, but this is someone talking about how it's not made up. It's a real thing. People tried to claim this misogyny users of the online forum 4chan would claim that they jokingly started the movement in 2014 and see how far they can make angry feminists go. Fake memes and Twitter accounts apparently belong to feminist activists began posting content about free bleeding. This backfired spectacularly for the 4chan trolls when they unwittingly created a discourse around the normalization of periods. What? The free bleeding movement, whether fake or not, quickly became very real and got women talking about their monthly cycle. Since then, notable moments in the free bleeding movement have included Karan Gandhi running the Boston Marathon without something while bleeding. There was something that says without while bleeding through that same year. Imagine like you're a hero because your pussy blood is on the internet. This is so kooky. This sounds like this is satire. It's 6. I mean, who wrote it? What's it in? It's a blog. I think you have a hard time convincing most. Yeah, most, but these are crazy people. Like most people don't want to fuck wearing a squirrel outfit, but crazy people do. Some people do. I'm not saying first crazy. What is the blog? And do they have other things that seem like satire? Does that seem like it's hard to tell at the edges. When you get to the edges of radical feminism, radical leftism, and radical right wing, patriot front type shit, it's hard to tell what's satire when you get to the edges. When you get to the most extreme examples, well, also everything's AI now. People just say bullshit. Also, all those, whether it's the right wing movements like Proud Boys or whether it's Antifa, they get infiltrated. Those guys get infiltrated by government officials 100%. I guarantee you there's some FBI agents in Antifa. I guarantee you there's some FBI agents that are in the Proud Boys. I think the head of the Proud Boys was already outed as an FBI informant. Isn't that true? I think that. Find that out. Google that. Really? Yes. That's not true. I think every single movie. I think he still went to jail too. I think he still went to jail for January 6th. Yeah, I mean, they still locked up. Let's see. What's it say? Head of the Proud Boys revealed to have been an FBI informant. Enrico Tarrio. Tarrio served as national chairman of the Proud Boys from 2018 to 2021. He was a central figure in the group's activities, including its role on the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. However, it was later disclosed that Tarrio worked as an informant for federal and local law enforcement agencies between 2012 and 2014, prior to his leadership in the Proud Boys. Oh, beforehand. That's even crazier. That's even crazier. Like, when they tell him was the truth, like, that he's not doing it anymore, it's like, fucking who knows, man. It's layers upon layers. It's those Russian nesting dolls, and you open it and there's another one in there, and you open it, there's another one, and there's all the time, like, real deep, the everything in files. I heard there's no files. I heard it's a hoax. And then all of a sudden, who's going to release the files? Well, I thought there was no files. Man. He wants an investigation now. Listen, like, what is going on? Voted 427 to 1. Who was the one? What was the one? I didn't see why he said there's no security. No fucking way. That's no security. If you found out all of Congress voted for something, you the only one that did. Can you change your vote? It can't be the one, huh? It should be that it has to be like no one can know what the vote is before you do it. Bro, I would love to hear his reason. How you the one? Well, I was feeling like let's move past it. Just get on with our business. But you can't move past these billionaires are good people. Okay? You can't move past good, solid people. Oh, where's he at? Arkansas. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. One of the bottom 10 in education. Somebody got to him. That's crazy, though. 420 to 1. Principal, what was wrong with the bill? What's supposed to? It abandons 250 years of criminal justice procedure in America. As written, this bill reveals and injures thousands of innocent people, witnesses, people who provided alibis, family members, etc. If enacted in its current form, this type of broad reveal of criminal investigative files released to a rabid media will absolutely result in innocent people being hurt. Not by my vote. The Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough investigation that has already released well over 60,000 pages of documents from the Epstein case. That effort will continue in a manner that provides all due protections for innocent Americans. If the Senate amends the bill to properly address privacy of victims and or other Americans who are named but not criminally implicated, then I will vote for that bill when it comes back to the House. He's in that motherfucker. Well, that's a point, though, right? Like, there was people that had dinner over Epstein's house. Like, Epstein had dinners and had celebrities go over his house. Like, Chelsea Handler was one of the people that went over his house. I don't think Chelsea Handler is out there molesting kids. No, I get that. I get that. But I think we're past that. We're beyond that point now. Right, you just have to be able to say, hey, I went to his house for dinner. Yeah, I'm not saying because people try to do that to you with, like, pictures. You go in a picture with somebody, but it's like, it's the difference between being in a picture with somebody and being in 500 pictures with them. Right, you know what I mean? Flying to an island. Yeah, I think, because this is a big individuals that all they want to know is you're on the list, and they hear you're on the list, and they might try to kill you. That is fact.
But here's the thing. The problem is,
and I'm not advocating for not releasing files. I'm just saying there's enough dumb, nutty people that will think that you're guilty.
There's been so much obfuscation with this. It would be different if there was no pushback. But I think what's at stake is people's belief in the integrity of the process.
That's really cooked. Oh, well, yeah. That's
whatever the last little shreds of it that are left. Like, no more you getting to sift through and decide. Because it's easy to say that. But the truth is, they want to be able to decide whose names get done. And people aren't with that. Like,
they shouldn't be with that.
Or we agree with this guy, and then we let the Kennedy joints out. We've been waiting for them. Think about it. They said the same thing about the Kennedy shit. Well, we don't want to hurt them. And every time they're supposed to release it, they kick it down the road.
They released some new Kennedy documents, but no, I never heard anything come out.
Yeah, it was supposed to be released. 2 or 3 presidents.
No way those people are alive.
Right. What we know is this. We know that, I forget who said it, but justice delayed is justice denied. The longer we wait, the more we let these fucking snakes kick the can down the road, the more they get to obfuscate and muddy the waters. You know what
Trump said about the JFK files? He said, I saw them, and if you saw what I saw, you wouldn't release me.
That's what I'm screaming.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I can't even imagine what that means.
What does that mean? What could that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean a foreign government? Does that mean our government? Does that mean the mafia? Does that mean a coordinated effort with all the above? What does that mean?
I have no idea what it could possibly mean.
It's crazy for something that happened in 1963.
And almost everyone that could be in there somehow is dead.
62 years ago.
So it would have to be something
financial support. The king will provide for Andrew's basic needs, but his former royal funding and security benefits have been ended. Andrew has sought private business opportunities to support himself, but no public roles are expected.
Wow. Business with you, I got it. So you want to go into business. So you're going to start getting money from the king all this time.
This whole thing is nuts because they get money, and I don't think they have to do anything. Like, I don't think they have a real functioning government. Where's the centralist things? Oh, that's where he got. Poor guy. That's so sad. It's so sad that made him stay in that castle. Look how beautiful that place is. That is so nuts. This guy got kicked out of there. He got kicked out of wherever the fuck he was. The
They give you this thing, they take all the service.
That's what that fucking place is beautiful. That is hilarious, dude.
Like, if they give him that place, but they don't give him no service, he just gotta clean everything. So they gotta walk a mile to the kitchen. This is the hardest. This is right. So he just gets banished to a mansion. No book, no peace.
Probably just bring those out to the picture. It's not like stop banging those, right?
I mean, I don't know what he's in trouble for. But to get kicked out of the family, then he can get legal mother. They racist.
Being on a public impact. What is this? This change has resulted in long-standing controversies over Andrew's association with Jeffrey Epstein and subsequent legal settlement. Yes, but not just yes, like you're simplification. Used to start special, so we became like
Yo, what up, Josh? GM. I'm just about to talk in this space, so just one moment.
All right, man. Peace.
like before. That time, I don't know why I was doing this shop. I was always posting that time. So like, like right now, everything is. So if you want that, you want to copy every single game, you have to have the rate. It's really that hard. For you to do the allowed you to implement it in the background. Almost one of the boring of it, I don't know where. That's the thing, and all these spaces now, all these I think what all these what's the economy engagement spaces. Everybody says that there is no interaction. You just come and you need private driving and and a lot of people come to your spaces and there's no chance for them to talk. You're not meeting new people. You're not really getting those what did you get that's why I don't feel now before I start I will just try to probably have to use for each space for each day.
Hmm.
Like probably 2 weeks at least interact. But one thing about engagement spaces, if it's not interactive, your followers are not getting anything. Then the only people you have on your spaces are people that just coming to get engagement on their posts. Nothing more. And those ones now, like you're not making meaningful connections from this thing. You might not really make if you're not careful. Yeah, true. Yeah, sure. Yeah, but those that if it's not really want to do and you have people that can back you up well, just that you have money, you find a way to bypass all those tools, you find a way to make your own thing unique. Start off. Just me, I trust Toby. Toby was coming. I don't think he was Toby. I'll go much more to your account. Guys, please do it to like and retweet the space. Noella, welcome to the space. Ghost, I see you. This guy did. Noella, how are you? Are you just looking up from sleep? Your voice is not like.
I think that's what I'm talking. I intentionally reduce.
Noella. I remember in one space that time when Noella was one of the listeners. They were not begging her to come and speak. She was shy. I didn't know she wouldn't speak in this space. No, so Noella, I was just Noella.
I'm not sure the space you saw me. Either they were trying to, how this were being boys and they're like, oh, this girl, bring her Mary's America. I'm not that cool. When I know on the log, on this mic now, I'm not going to say, I'm not normal. Also, them now, so that's like the thing. Because it's better to just keep quiet and everybody do their thing instead of us doing nothing to space.
Yeah, sure. Sorry to interrupt you, Susan. I'm actually noticing that because the day Frank came to this space, you guys just they give Noella lines. Noella not really open my top. I speak for that back. You guys lines not the fault to ground. But everywhere good, it's all good. So, it is all just what did you want to say?
Me, nothing, guys, nothing. Just question.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
No, I don't mind. I don't mind that one.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Apologies to those of you who have heard this before. If you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live 24 hours a day on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these angles of my life, feel free to look at my profile. I have a link there to all my YouTubes. Additionally, in my pinned post, I have a link to my YouTubes. I also have a link to my link tree. Please look at it. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media and more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people who have joined, and we are growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to bring about world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. You can see pictures and video of this project building these wells and water towers in a rural Nigerian village in my timeline. Additionally, you should know that I'm an advocate of the LifeStraw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you have a project and you want a mentor, a coach, a friend, all for free, please send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you to be successful in all of your passions. I want you to know that I am an advocate for all of you. I support you both professionally and personally. I am someone who wants to be a positive person in your life. I want to have an optimistic, I want you to know I have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want you to know that I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Alright, man. Guys, do want to check out Rabbi. Do want to check out Rabbi. I'm bullish on what he's building. Like you said, if you need guidance, you can do want to reach out to him.
Xavier, when am we gonna find you in my Discord? I'm waiting on you, big dog.
Okay. Sorry, I haven't really had time to, go through all the
Oh,
links.
I see how it is. You're so busy being popular. You're too busy for your favorite rabbi. I see how it is, my man. No, I'm just playing with you. I'm kidding. But I know we're going to become better and better friends as we get to know each other. And I look forward to having you in there someday.
Alright, man. No, I'm joining once I end this space. Let me not procrastinate because I feel like procrastinate a lot these days.
Don't we all? No worries at all. I'm just playing with you. But one of these days we'll make the connection and it'll be a beautiful thing. Thank you.
Alright, man. Thank you for coming. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you for hosting the space.
Alright, Ghost was good, man. I haven't heard from you this morning. How you doing this morning?
Josh, can you hear me?
You can hear you.
Oh,
Can hear you.
excellent. That's my man. How'd you sleep, big dog?
Good man.
That's what I like to hear. Okay, how's your link tree coming along?
Yeah, yeah. I've created most of the links though.
Okay, well, create the other ones, and then we'll start working on videos for you. So let me know when you're done, okay?
But after now, like, what's the next step, man?
The next step is we're going to populate your social media with 10 videos that promote yourself and what you do in Web3.
Alright, man. I respect.
And it's all free. We're going to use AI to create the videos. So you don't have to be on video, okay?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Excellent. I love having you here. Keep me updated with how you're doing creating those links. And when you're done, let me know and we'll start making videos with you, okay?
Okay, sir.
Excellent, my friend.
Settlements. Always get settlements. Particularly the civil case fought by Virginia Guthrie, which concluded without any admission of liability by Andrew resulted in a multi-million pound settlement. Do you know that there's the amount of money that's been paid out to victims of Jeffrey Epstein is like $300 million so far. From where? Is that true? There's also a bunch of money that just moved after he died.
Bro, I'm telling you, a lot of people, if they really release that shit in earnest, it's gonna change everything. I hope it's that out.
You think he will?
Well, all I know is the most powerful person on earth has been doing a whole lot to keep that shit from coming out. And I don't know like everybody else. I don't think Trump is in there in a criminal way. But I think he has a lot of powerful friends that are putting pressure on him to keep that shit on the rest.
I think that definitely is.
I think it's gonna be loyal people, it's gonna be prime ministers, it's gonna be Supreme Court justices, it's gonna be all type of presidents, some CEOs, it's gonna be all type of shit.
Scientists,
Get it out. Get it out. Yeah. We're already, there's nothing to lose for America as a whole.
crazy operation. What a crazy thing. How much people flying out to the island and somehow or another you home. Are you getting money
Because it's expensive.
we looked at that island. We were trying to buy it. We're next to the ocean to try to buy it. We were thinking about it very briefly. But it was too expensive. It was like 55.
It's not discounted now?
That's a discount.
That's the discounted price? Oh, okay.
I would imagine it's well more than that. When you buy a beautiful house in like Miami, a beautiful house in Miami might be $200 million if it's on the ocean. Those like crazy manors and like West Palm Beach,
Like
like
the island basically all that. You gotta say it in there, motherfucker.
it's too much. Like the dirt, you go get dirt from thirsty. Yeah, you gotta remove everything. I mean, that's the same reason why we never bought the World Theater. Same thing. Yeah, I was like, oh man, there's not enough sage in the world. That's a beautiful property. So what do they do to those poor people there? You know, that island is different names. His first, I forget what his real name was. They have the same name as the books. I forget his real name. What's the cult leader's name? Oh, yeah. They changed his name twice. So he had a fake name when he was teaching yoga in West Hollywood when he started the cults, and then when the Cult Awareness Network started going after him, because after Waco, they started going after all the cults. They're like, these motherfuckers are arming up, like, this is dangerous, this flat out going hell. So it's like a lot of people lost their family members. Jaime Gomez, that's right. So he was Michelle, and then he became Andreas once he came to Texas. So what happened was they were in, and so this dude picks up shop and just moved to Austin, and just to throw people off, has his followers build a theater so he can dance in front of them. They built that. His followers built that theater.
See, I have a beautiful place, like it's something, stuff like that. But I feel like they know enough now. It's like if you're going short, as soon as the guy wants to fuck your wife, you should be,
Or your dad.
or right, or just anyone. Like as soon as the leader needed to fuck your family, that's the red flag right there. If there was no Lamar Bell before that, like made the financial give up all your stuff, then you still have hope. You know, when they started giving you duties as a servant, then you still have hope. But when they need to fuck your family, I feel like that should set off all the alarms.
I think they wait until you're deep in the call before they bust that one out. They wait like a long time. I think they were already on the compound. It's like, God just told me I have to fuck your wife. Like, for real, it was a lot of that. It was that dumb. It was like that dumb. Like, God spoke to him and told him that maybe he'll want to have sex with him.
But it's global pressures shape up. It wasn't really about it. You know, I don't care what none of us don't shoot around because that pressure to conform, you know, because he's not just like that one, but he's surrounded with people. Do it. You know, cheer it up, they say, you know, that pressure to please Jesus. That pressure to please everyone. Because there's a certain type of person that gets roped into it.
Well, I always wonder about that. Like, is there a grand pattern to the universe? Is there a mathematical formulation that we exist in where you have to have a certain amount of gullible people and a certain amount of devious people that try to trick people as con artists, and then a certain amount of people like you that are like, what the fuck is going on? Like, that all of this sort of like dances together and balances itself out. And just like nature has predators and it has moving antelope that get too close to the water hole. All these things like kind of have to exist at the same time in order for progress to be made. It seems like it's just a certain amount of people that are just born gullible. And not just gullible, but kind of like wanting to be tricked. Reportedly, annulled marriages and couples who joined the sect and took multiple women as spiritual wives. Some of whom were very young girls. Former cult members have alleged that Chris slept with wives of other members and maintained a harem. Sometimes with women who were already married, fathered numerous children with various women. Chris also instructed male followers to practice celibacy and surrendered their wives to him. This became a part of the doctrine. Control of the women and children often accompanied by allegations of sexual abuse and manipulation.
See, the thing is, those guys, they're not the only ones who have just the ability to know the right
dollar coin. Those are the very first posts I'm going to bring up around. And based on who is actively engaging on that post, then I'll start bringing up your posts like that. I'm bringing up your posts, I'm bringing up posts, bringing up posts, bringing up posts, bringing up posts, bringing up. Down that then. No, no, no. Send your account number. Comment on the post when I bring it up. I will share that will be one key airtime to each other three people. So if you like me, bring like that age. Right. So if you have finished for Mr. Next 1 second, no, please. I got nominated and I think picked one award like that on Jesus. So I just dropped the post there. I just did maybe 5% to just say congratulations at just Elijah finish. I think I don't get anybody to say me congratulations, but just put it there. It will help me come up with the next nomination. I beg you guys see money for 30 December. So the post is the first post, right? Not be 9 people. You can't go and start to bring down all the other posts. So guys, make you know, I've been like Jesus. Congratulations, Elijah gets us. Nothing else, so just come. They cannot be congratulations, Elijah. Congratulations, Jesus. Don't add, this is an amazing award for the winners of the test. So this is not that, just say congratulations or big ups, Elijah gets us. Easy, like that. Thank you. But I just think 5 minutes. Alright, thank you so much. People are just, suggest I have to. It's all good, it's all good. Yeah, you them like make all of them they speak a bit. Okay. So guys, you want to speak, let's hear from you. Let me hear from Rabbi. Rabbi, let's hear from you.
Excellent. When possible, may I share my project with everyone?
Okay, you have like a minute, like 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Thank you so much for 2 minutes. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Big Brother. It's a real life Truman Show. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live 24 hours a day on over 20 simultaneous streams. You can view my life in 360 degrees on YouTube. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my cameras, the link is in my pin post. Additionally, in my profile and pin post, you're going to find a link to my link tree. It's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord there. We have over 2,500 people in the community and continue to grow. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to help promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, and you want a free mentor, teacher, friend, and confidant, please send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I'll follow you back. I want you to know, everyone in here to know, I'm here to support you, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
Thank you so much, Rabbi, for that incredible shield. He's a big influencer and it's unlike other persons, and then he's here to combat world hunger, and then he's here to transform people's life and help people get generational wealth and stuff. So a big shout out to him and welcome to the Eagle Engagement Space. You're always free to join us whenever you are free. A big shout out to you, and we love what you're building. All right. That's for that. All right, let's hear from UKSP. 1 minute. ASAP. Yeah, thank you very much, Rabbi. I heard everything you said, and I'm really interested in what you are doing because you said you're a social person. But I want you to answer this question in my DM, not on this space. Why? And you continue conversation in your DM. So sorry for continuing, my guy. KSP, Northern Nigerian, so later. You are just continue the conversation. No, I just you are continue the conversation in your DM, KSP. Just hold on. I know what you want to say. Continue in your DM. I know why. Just continue there. Thank you. So, guys, the posts are coming down, and if you want to speak, just request for the mic. Just request for the mic. Please, we see some check DM. All right. So, guys, if you have not sent in your second post to the Eagle account, if you're not sending your second post, do well to send it. Do well to send it. Do well to send it. Do well to send it to the account. Do well to send it to me. Never send in your second post. And you know you're not supposed to leave the space if you send it. If you send in your second post. If you send in your second post. Chapter check the email code and then chapter just check the it's all good, it's all good, it's all good. So if you want to speak request to the magazine and request from governor, so if you're on the speaker and you want to speak, you don't want to say from me, you don't have anything to speak, or you've spoken before, I'll just shuffle you and bring up more persons because I can see so many requests this morning. So I think in a minute or so, new posts will be coming up and the new posts are up already, guys. Go and start engaging for dollar green. The first person to comment for her is Shadow. Love the energy. Is what I think we'll give quality comment. The first quality comment. Lucky is changing a lot. I'll hop on this because I want to read. I don't know. Then as much comments will give. We don't do the rush comments with me. I don't know. But it's all good, Jerry. It's all good. Chapter just checked in first, I think. You read it here. Alright. Okay. Alright, there's a post from MDW. Is your engagement on that post ASAP?
we don't think it's starting of love. We believe in love. We don't think it's something. I really don't think it's starting of love. One thing my
Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm done creating it.
All right. Did you send me the link yet?
Alright, let me send you the link.
Okay. Are you sending it on X or Discord?
What you say?
Are you going to send it to me on X or Discord?
Let me send it to you on X.
Okay.
Man, I can't find you on X. I'll just send it to you here.
Stop. Uh, do you have 49 followers?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to send you a message and it'll be your first message. Look in X.
Alright, man.
All right, Josh, can you hear me? Josh.
Yeah, so I've sent it to you.
Yes, I see it. Where's your Kick account?
What you say?
Where's your Kick account?
I didn't see the kick it there.
Kick's there. Where is your Truth Social account? Kick is fifth from the bottom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is it?
Where's your Kick account?
I said I did.
when I was speaking, I didn't, doesn't there?
I mean, it's there. It's the fifth one from the bottom. Look at the list that I sent you.
Yep. Okay. Okay.
Do you see Kick?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What about Imager?
Image.
Yeah. Imager's the fourth from the bottom.
Alright, man.
What about Reddit?
No, Reddit is there.
Okay, let me see. Where's your Reddit?
Check the link site.
I'm looking at it. You've got YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, Blue Sky, Clubhouse, Mastodon, Threads. Where's Reddit?
Yeah. Oh. Okay, man. Let me just update it. I'm coming.
Okay, where's Quora? Where's WhatsApp?
What?
Where is your WhatsApp?
But can I show you a screenshot of something?
Yeah, send me anything you want.
Alright, man.
Okay. Okay, I see Reddit profile, but you don't have the little tab selected next to it, so it's not going to show.
Yeah.
Okay, so click the little tab next to it.
I should click what?
There's I'll show you. I'll write on it and send it back to you.
Okay.
Okay, click that little thing in the corner. Look at the link I look at what I just sent you.
Okay.
So click that little link. So then it'll show. But you've got to create the other ones. So create all the other ones, and then before you come back, double check that. Make sure you have every single one.
Okay, man. All right.
Excellent. Now another thing, Josh, if you can hear me, look at the example that I sent you. Do you see when you look at your link tree, some of them are icons at the top, and other ones are like in a vertical list? You want them all to be in a vertical list. Is what I'm saying to you making sense?
Yeah, I can't really get what you're saying.
Okay. So look at the link I just sent you.
Okay.
Click it. And do you see how there are no icons at the top? It's just one link after another link after another link after another link. You want yours to look like that. So right now you have some icons at the top and some that are links like the way that you want. You want them all to be one after another stacked, not icons at the top.
Okay. Okay.
So that's an easy fix. No big deal. Okay,
All right.
but you've done really well. So keep it up. And then when you're done and you've double checked them all, I want you to check them all. I don't want to say, where's this one and where's that one? Then come to me and then we'll move on and we'll start creating some videos for you, okay?
All right, man.
Okay, go.
If I was in that cult, I'd be like, there's no way. What was the name? I listed the name of them. I was trying to fuck Shishonian. That's a weird name. It's a very unusual name. I've never heard that name in my whole life. It probably was. Probably is. Hebrew meanings mentioned in Psalms 45 and 49, and this meaning, its meaning in these Psalms is uncertain. So I believe it's kind of like, I don't know, it's a kind of So it's a lily-shaped string trumpet. What? A six-string trumpet. A word commencing a song, or the melody of which these songs were to be sung. So it was lots of I saw Lil and I thought, oh, so is that Lilith? Two Lilith. You're a Lilith. Well, Lilith was like, apparently before, there's like, this is like, now again, I don't know if we're believing or not to believe in what, I don't even know what scriptures show Lilith and what don't. But
You really don't know about Lilith is one of the
oh, that's funny. No, Lilith is like a character in ancient religious texts.
right, but she's a daughter.
What? Oh, well, we're gonna find out. I'll butcher it. I'm very hesitant to say what I think it is because I don't really remember.
She's a daughter of Neil.
This is I didn't. What's up? Tell us about this. No, you don't tell us about this. Kermetzka. Kermetzka was Brandon Ravenfeld. Julie Hall. You didn't know about Lilith? You never went through this. Lilith is not a character in the Bible. Her name is only mentioned in one verse in the book of Isaiah. Okay. Stories of the legend. The story of Lilith as Adam's first wife comes from later Jewish folklore, such as the alphabet of Ben Sira, which is not included in the canonical Bible. The legend's core stories, according to its folklore, Lilith was created from the earth at the same time as Adam, making her his equal. When she refused to be subservient to him, she left the Garden of Eden. That sounds like a true story. Some interpretations claim that Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 describe two different creation stories in two different women. This is considered incorrect and ludicrous by most biblical scholars and theologians. Evolution of the figure. Over time, Lilith's story evolved from a simple night demon from Mesopotamian cultures to a more complex figure in Jewish tradition. In modern times, some have reclaimed her as a feminist symbol of independence and equality. That's Lilith there. That's where that
See
Lilith
there, that picture of Lilith, that's from the game, that's from the album.
I would play as that character. Can you play as her?
No, she's the bad guy.
That would be a dope character for Quake. If you could be her and run around map fucking people up.
I think you can be her in Fortnite or something.
That's what she looked like?
In the game. Oh, yeah. She's hard.
Yeah.
Everything I know about her is from that game. It sounds like it's all wrong.
But isn't it funny that the Shishananim or whatever the one is, they don't even know what that was? Like, it might have been a trumpet, it might have been a flute, it might have been a person. Could have been a song, that's exactly what he's saying. It seems like it's up for debate. That's the problem with a lot of really old shit. It's like they're just guessing. They're really old shit, they're just guessing. Like, what are they trying to say? What are they trying to say? Crazy. Ezekiel stuff's moving.
Hey, you. I know you. What's up? Yeah, I know you. Hey, come to my Discord. Come to my Discord. The link's in my profile. Excellent. Come to my Discord. Come to my Discord so I can hear you better. Come to my Discord. Excellent, my friend. I look forward to talking with you. I'm here. We have other people. I'm here. Okay, dog.
the only fight because the fighter Russia that go we fight only versus one of the second fighting Russia fighting there. I can get guys off on that one. Focus over here, this race can go fast. Which says, like, you're going to adjust the skill, and you're going to adjust the skill, and I'll only go up to the side. I'm going to be anxious, let's go to the by all that I would have done, all of these travelers, I would have done since the original level. I don't really know, I included in the initial lesson. Did you get this definitely I would do I skill? Much more than other again after this. The start transgression always receives the south. The result of that public level. I get your job. Also, the reason after this level of this phrase was a year that I don't think that will change. It's only a Jew who is fighting is what is for the class of the establishment completely, which only find the first in Russia, the level of Russia. And I'll only go other nobody will change. And again, if you only do something, you just person in Russia. What will you shape the shape? The first thing you will come to me, because I was also ish, what is required to raise ish. The Torah is Russia. Ultimately, the Torah is just Israel. I don't know what it is. So they will be people so far from this construct the religion lessons which is like going to be Russia, Russia, which in Russia, so then there's the casting out of myself. There is only the actual Russia, the main and the other. What's in the locus descriptions, nothing else, just the actual main of the Russia. Make off, will be high again for the last season as well. But if you do not make off, will be higher, not will be higher, even if it was something of other things or descriptively, specific language but you is higher in that same way it's either or ultimately will get the side will get so again the fact that we go to the body anytime that I know the punish is also punishment
Yo, hey, hey, is that who I think it is? Yeah, it is. It's Meta Mommy. How are you? I'm lovely. Can you see me? There should be there should be video. Can you see me? Well, there's video. Come to my Discord, Meta Mommy. Let's talk. I'm gonna get this other person in there too. Okay.
Okay, it says, I have a serious translation. I want to have a translation. They don't have that translation. This means people or animals. Show the Homer, I have a tissue. Shows it in I am sorcery. And you'll see Homer, I follow Homer with Arsh's tissue, and you have to describe that. But you'll see says anything that's mentioned in the entire section of tissue. When Noah, there's a standing there. When it says, we must become not making one of the age. Hosting the sun, but only in the age. The passion of the cover, show of you don't need to learn shall listen. So now it's all of this kind of also the person that was Zala. This was Zala, so I will say that I should go attack a Polish or something. Tony says, most of the nations happening now, they know that these things, therefore I have much more rules and total displacement. See together with displacement, ultimately again is a lost in beauty as was beauty. So ultimately again, teaching these sorcerers practices. What's it called? Anash and Ekins, or the Anash and Ekins, and of course, so the logic of the Amara July is having a lot of Jack lying, very interesting. The logic says that when it comes to the nature of the lying, we're going to have a difficult. station plans, like different things like that. So we propose this as July, most of this is July. What is it? It's global trends, for example, then not wear shots. So we're moving so we're throughout July, and even while it's July, for example, or rapes or any other things, they assume that we're back for us, they give us, we're back for us, we're not allowed to do. Long term, again, to plant trees. Plant trees. Laura said, well, kind of really about this. I'm going to be open on it. So what's this now? Again, well, obviously, a lot of people think it's selfish, right? About 1.5 is showing this as being lost. I'm trying to try to figure out where does everyone expect to understand from thought. So I'm heading where this from? Where this from? By the time Michelle came out all the way, how about
Yo, big dog, come to my Discord. Come to my Discord. I'll send you the link. Just one moment. You got it. Check your direct messages. Yo, big dog, check your direct messages. Yo, check your direct messages. Yo, big dog, check your direct messages. Check your direct messages. I sent you a link, big man. I'll see you there. I can't wait to see you. Yo! What up, Billions Mighty Crypto? How you living, big man? Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Can you hear me? If you can't hear me, leave and come back and see if you can hear me. I can't hear you. Yo. Billions Mighty Crypto. Yo. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty. Oh, that's you. Be Mighty. Yo, dog, do you talk? Dude, you can't hear me because you're in this space and your microphone is activated in my Twitter space. So leave my Twitter space, leave the Discord, and come back to the Discord and we'll be able to talk. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. I'm going to read your profile. Right into the digital world. Crypto trader and Web3 enthusiast, ambassador, and funny. We're not so funny right now.
How about you talk, and then I will think you're flipping hilarious. Billions, baby. Leave and come back. Leave that Twitter space and come back. Or no, don't come back to the Twitter space. Just leave the Twitter space. Oh, he's turning on his camera. All right, let's see how funny you are. Heyo! Can you speak? Big man, hold on. Listen, I can't hear you. The reason why I can't hear you is because your microphone is currently being used in Twitter. Close Twitter. Hi. Close Twitter. Close Twitter. You're still in Twitter. You're still in my Twitter space. I can't hear you. You're still in my Twitter space. Close Twitter.
Hold on, let me close.
There you go, big man. Okay, now I can hear you. Talk to me, baby. Billions Mighty Crypto. I know you. I was just singing your profile. I'm going to continue.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. How are you, big man?
I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro.
Excellent.
How are you?
I'm lovely. You found me. Hey, do you have an Android phone or an iOS phone?
Just hold on, please. Hold on. Let me close my total phone and come back.
Yes.
I can't really hear you.
Absolutely. Do what you need to do, big man.
Let me do it first. Billions Mighty Crypto.
Yeah, exactly. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Right into the digital world. Crypto trader and Web3 enthusiast. Ambassador and funny. At Base Army. Connect t.me/sheboss and shebosstoken.com. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. I said billions Mighty Crypto. 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 I said billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. I said 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 billions Mighty Crypto. What in the fuck are you doing, dog? I was just talking to you. I was just talking to you, dog. Billions Mighty Crypto. You're breaking my heart, dog. I love Billions Mighty Crypto. This motherfucker says they're funny. Oh, dog. Remember that part when everybody was like, hey, blah, 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 and I yelled, hey, hey, I don't come to your job and suck all the dicks. So shut the fuck up while I'm sharing my project. And they laughed. That's such a dirty line. That line is fucking hilarious. Hey, I don't come to where you work and suck all the dicks. Oh, shut the fuck up. Well, I'm sure.
I asked Perplexity a little more about Shoshana was a group or entity related to the Branch Davidians cult led by David Koresh. A group or entity related to it. The name seems to refer to Koresh's followers who identified themselves as students of the Seven Seals. Oh, so they were his people. So he called his people that group. reflecting their focus on
Billions mighty crypto.
Cloud's book of
Billions
Revelation,
mighty
Koresh
crypto.
positioned himself as a
I
Messiah,
said,
messianic figure, calling himself the Lamb who would open the seven seals, an event that would lead to salvation and the apocalypse. Followers under Koresh's leadership and ideology are sometimes referred to as Koreshians. You know, it'd be crazy. What would really be crazy is if heaven was real and the murder, like them being murdered, sent them to heaven because they were those people murdered. It's like you ever see the actual footage of when they stormed Waco? It's crazy. They killed those people. They lit them on fire. They drove tanks into the buildings and flames are shooting out of the tanks. They just cooked those people. Not just Koresh, not just people, like everybody, men, women, children. Like, what are they trying to do? Where's the Koresh having this arm? Well, there was a problem. There's a lot of it seems like the beginning of might have been some environmental overreach. Like they were trying to get a win. They were trying to that makes sense from that. So understand the difference. Who was telling them? It might be terrible. Terrible is an amazing series. Understanding the difference between the way there is a difference. Sarah, now here's one. Somebody has one on Koresh. So it was a series on Koresh. I'm sorry. The point is that they wanted to win. So they wanted to take down this cult. And so they exaggerated what they were doing and they stand out. So they stood outside of the gates with armed vehicles and cars like that with guns and they waited out. And eventually it escalated to getting agents on the roof. Agents on the roof got shot at by people that were in the cult. And so then they started shooting out and it became a gunfight. They brought in tanks and lit it on fire. It's a crazy story. It is crazy. So the way they're like, I know there's a documentary out as well that details what the things that tied to the initial of the compound. I think it was like in the early 90s. What was it? I was around 90s. Space. The situation escalated after Weaver's father was shot by a marshal due to surveillance leading to firefights, which Weaver's 14-year-old son Samuel was killed by gunfire. Kevin Harris' family friend shot and killed Deputy Marshal William Deegan during the exchange. The hostage rescue team was called in, and during a sniper shot, Randy Weaver was wounded. The sniper's second shot intended for Harris also killed Weaver's wife, Vicky, who was holding her infant daughter behind a cabin door. Siege ended when negotiators, including activist Bo Riggs, convinced Weaver and Harris to surrender. Harris was arrested on August 30th, and Weaver and his daughter surrendered the next day. Criticism later arose over the FBI's rules of engagement and protected the constitutional legality of the sniper's second shot that killed Weaver. The standoff highlighted tensions between federal law enforcement and citizens, especially among anti-government and white separatist groups. Weaver and Harris were charged with several offenses before
Yo, billions, mighty
mighty
crypto, billions, mighty. Yeah. My man, how are you, big dog? Yeah, exactly. Yo, dog. Absolutely. Hey, did you create your link tree yet? Or you just not?
Let me send it to you.
Yeah.
Let me text you the link.
I want to see it.
Let me text you.
I'm the boss of this stuff. I gotta make sure it's good.
Yeah. But let me send it to you so that at least you can recommend to me.
Absolutely.
And tell me.
I'm waiting for it, big man.
So, I'm so grateful and I appreciate the fact that you're giving out your time, your energy, the knowledge. Wow, it's amazing. It's amazing. Like it's just like oh, you having someone who is ready to carry you along, having someone who is backing you up. It's a big thing, and I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that, Rabbi. You are a big name.
Well,
And
thank you.
I would like to introduce you to Andy. I'm sure you know Andy, right? Andy, the Asian guy.
Oh, Asian Andy?
Yeah, Asian Andy.
Yeah, I think I know who that is.
Yeah. Because Andy knows me, and I always talk with Andy Street. And I think Andy do like you, so you're on the same. All you guys are all on the same goal, pushing the same thing, bringing people along. No one, you're not working for any payment. You're not building a community to earn your own selfish gain. You're building the community to build people, and the community is your asset. When you have that community, you already have your asset. So that's like a wonderful one. I appreciate that, bro.
Absolutely. All right, big man. Tell me when you send me this link.
All right. I send it on Discord or on X.
Send it on Twitter, on X.
All right. Yeah, I got it to you, bro.
I'm looking at it right now. All right, big man. Where's your Rumble account?
All right.
Hold on. Where's your Rumble account? Where's your Reddit account? Yeah, where's your Reddit account? Where's your Imager account?
I'm getting that right now. Thank you.
Okay, you've got the list. You've got the list. You finish the list, and when you're done and you've double checked it, then let me know, and then we'll start making videos for you. Okay?
All right.
We're gonna use AI to make videos for you.
I got the Rumble. I get the Rumble account for getting the link. Getting the link from the Rumble account actually is a problem. So that's why I haven't put the link yet. But I think that.
Okay, so if you're having trouble with Rumble, it should just be rumble.com/your username, whatever it is. That's the link.
Oh, okay. When we don't come flat news and
Yep,
bring that up.
yep. But what about Reddit and Imager and all the others? So you got some work to do still. Work on this all day today.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sleep in a little bit, and then when I awake, it'll all be done, and then we'll move on to making new videos. How does that sound? To my man, Billions Mighty Crypto. How does that sound? That better sound good, my man. That's what I like.
Amazing.
Excellent. Okay,
I'll give you better feedback.
then we've got a date, big man. You are gonna finish that, and then
Yeah, definitely.
you come back in here, and we're gonna start making videos for you. We're gonna put that on your social media, and then we're gonna work on your pitch, and you're gonna be closer to a billionaire than you know it.
That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. I feel I need to. I'm going to do that, okay? All right, Rabbi, I'm going up right now to praise those that can.
Sounds like a plan, Billions Mighty Crypto. We'll
I
see.
will come back on the street.
We'll see you.
Once I'm done with this.
Excellent. We'll see you later today, my man. God willing.
All right. Thank you, bro. Bless you.
You're welcome. I hope you're blessed as well.
Yeah.
What is this motherfucker talking about?
Yo, Meta Mommy, come to the Discord, girl. Because I can't hear very well in this space. So come to the Discord. Update me on how your life is going and how you've done your link tree. Update me. I can't. I'm not going to be able to hear you on this device. Come to my Discord. Meta Mommy, come to the Discord. Leave this space. Come to the Discord. Discord.me/Rabbi. There you go. Oh. God, this motherfucker needs to shut the fuck up. Is this motherfucker still talking? Oh, I hate this. This is the worst. Shut up, dude. Dog. This motherfucker. Shut up. Damn, bitch. What am I missing here? Say fun, dude. Yo, dog, this guy needs to shut the fuck up. Dog. This guy needs to shut the fuck up. Dude, be quiet. Dude, be quiet.
Dog, this motherfucker needs to shut the fuck up.
There's so many things you want to analyze. So many things. Because that's why it's kind of unfair. Like people are complaining. I'm like, what is Soros doing?
Dog, this guy's the
I
worst
have no idea.
person
I have
ever.
no idea.
Shut the
But
fuck
it's like
up.
one day, the day we make it with Coco, for me, like,
Dog, I hope your fucking
seven
coin
months, 7 months
explodes.
maybe.
It's the worst. Shut the fuck up.
Everything. Say, okay, guys, I'm out now. And let me tell you the story about what happened behind the scene. You will be shocked. You will be
Dog,
shocked
shut up.
what I did to have always, to have always happened during 2 years.
This is just the
So
worst.
I can make a Netflix story about this. There, I wish I could tell you, there is only one person that knows exactly everything of his own fraud. Because he's my brother. He's the one that is physically with me, most of the time. As I know him for, I don't know, 30 years now. Older, yeah.
Dog.
But and he knows everything. And he's more foolish than anybody to expect me to be. So this is going to be cool. That's why, giving up is not an option. Sometimes when I'm gonna exercise with somebody, okay, guys, okay, give me a
Dude,
break.
shut up.
I never see you on the chat. I don't know you anymore. Have a day in the private. Now
Dog,
you come
be
and blah blah
quiet.
blah 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 blah. I just need to show how frustrated you are. Come on, man. Everybody's human. Be professional. We are here together. I mean, this is a project. If you like it, that's cool. We work together. If you don't like it, it's cool also. Nobody is like taking you and telling you, hey, you need to buy. No, no, no. You need to buy and hold and work if you like it. If you believe in the project, if you understand it. Okay, if you didn't follow what happened, well, it's your fault because you need to cover spaces. You need to at least go and tell everyone with what's spinning. Ask questions, never hold the answer. But you buy, you come back to your month, oh, what's going on? It's not what I expected. Why, real, not good. Let's keep it
Who
moving.
is this asshole?
Remember, all that also. And I'm telling you, every single one is responsible for his fault. No one else. You cannot blame me for anything. You cannot blame your friend. Nobody. People will sell. It is what it is. You need to have a strategy and a vision. If you don't have it, you hurt yourself. You don't have to. But if you do, you believe in it, then price action won't matter to you at all. Because it's not important. What's important is to be able to do what you have to do and to do it according to the situation,
This guy
to what
is
you
the
have in hands.
worst.
So with that being said, we
Shut the
have
fuck up.
what is MCU. CEO, a thing
Oh, I
in
hate
intro
you.
that's really lacking right
I
now
hate you with the
is
passion.
color.
This I've
Because
never known somebody to talk so long in a fucking space. Shut
see
the
its
fuck
release, you can see
up.
that post like every single day until it's released.
Dog, what in the fuck? Shut
As the
up.
ex-CEO, interaction with Elon are happening and will happen. So the meta is good, the meme is good, the floor is solid because it's the emoji that are holding the floor. Of course, if we didn't trust people like we did, we should be way higher because a lot of people took advantage again. So if I'm asking, oh, Ross, you have changed. Yeah, of course I have changed because I was a dreamer, like too much, too naive, like yeah, we're all together. But now, whether you like it or not, in every basket of eggs, there are going to be one or two that are going to the trash that are not good. And they can hurt the rest is like the fruits. With that apple, you need to take it out. All the apples will do that. That's how it is. So, no complaining about all this. Um, just saying what's positive. The positive thing is that next year you
That
can
one might
accumulate
freakishly fool me.
1% of the supply only for $2 or $3,000. That's ridiculous. Its all-time high is already 10x. So, like, a lot of guys here listening, they have hundreds of thousands of dollars in their portfolio. Ex-CEO at all-time high. It didn't sell a penny.
I've been feeling like for years. But me,
No,
I'm used
good
to
on
it,
you.
right? Some are not used to receive
Dog, this is the worst.
and then to step out of our hearts. It can hurt, yeah, but those are just numbers. We don't exist, guys. It's spiritual. We're just numbers. And when they go that low, we can only go up, but you need to be patient. You need to wait. And what I'm saying to people, bro, if you cannot wait, please don't hurt yourself. Say goodbye, and come back until you're ready. But don't stay and complain and all of this. I would have no mercy. I'm telling you, this kind of thing. Because I'm working every single day with my team, the community,
Oh, that is hilarious.
spend hours or whatever. Bro, do your research. Be a man. Like it, you're here. Like it, yeah. Bro, we welcome you when you want. But we are not here to convince you or to force you and to let have you in an uncomfortable situation. No. You need to be comfortable. And for me, for example, I'm very, very comfortable with what's happening right now.
Dog,
Because
shut the fuck
insane
up.
price of this. I'm developing the bank panel layers is not for a moment when market will get like the time. Time will come when the performance. I have no idea when. People are thinking maybe it's last direction before the platform. To be honest, I don't see why. I don't see why we should bounce. I mean, having a rebound of Bitcoin and so on, yeah, of course, you always have a rebound, to 80 and go back to 90, of course. But I don't see any reason why Bitcoin will go to all-time high before the end of the year. I see no reason. Even next year, I don't know, but reasons will come. Any moment something can happen, right? For me, I'm
Dog, shut the fuck up.
the ecosystem right now, crypto general, because we need to say clearly, crypto has been a scam since its launch. It's a total scam, guys. We need to say things how they are. Manipulation, right? Lies, waves, hacks. I mean, wow, you never heard of the crypto space, and it's absolutely a scam. 99.9 is scam. I mean, percentages are not accurate, but it is what it is. And you go to say, show me. And it's not true. The only thing that is really beats real people, the ones that are genuine. And it's exactly what happened with Shiba. So put yourself right now in the shoes of the Shiba holders, the thousand of members in here, and we are in that situation. Like, can we go lower? I don't think so. We are at the very, very, very low. We are in the abyss.
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Oh, just go fuck yourself.
Nobody wanted to talk with you anyway.
Well,
Uh,
there
yeah, so nobody wanted to fucking talk with you. What's up, baby?
special abilities.
So,
Dog, I'm in the middle of this fucking Twitter. I'm in the middle of this Twitter space, and this asshole hasn't shut up for 18 fucking minutes.
hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
Um, why do we do fucking? Why do some people not like have to work and some people have to work?
I mean, it could be generational wealth. It could be they're living off the government. It could be they're homeless. It could be that people are.
That sounds like. I mean, homelessness doesn't sound too bad. You get plenty of fucking free time. I mean, the poverty and the starving sucks and there's no shelter in comparison. But, instead of fucking working 9 to 5.
Yeah, a lot of people in the United States choose it. They just recognize that a lot of opportunities in life are just out of reach.
Why is that?
Inflation. It's late stage capitalism.
In the city of Irvine, they do their best to say 0. They kick everybody out to the neighboring city. In Los Angeles proper, I think there's a population of something like 100,000 people. All right, baby.
I mean, is it the drug that caused the most sexual assault of any other drug when no one else told about?
Okay, well, I mean, drugs relative. Sugar's a drug.
Sugar doesn't cause you to write it.
Neither does alcohol per se.
No, it doesn't.
So let's focus. Let's be strong together. Let's create this our own ecosystem where we can take care of each other's, where we can help each other, where we can listen to each other's, because it's much needed. Each have this in order to fight, and survive.
It doesn't. But
This market and this conditions.
it does make them vulnerable and predatory.
Dude, this motherfucker just talked for 26 minutes straight in a Twitter space.
About what?
If he were within 25 miles of me, I would walk to him to punch him in the face. Oh, Zoot, I have to talk. I can't hear you right now. Just for a moment, Zoot.
I also gave you all of that, bud. So I certainly hope. And by the way, everybody, make sure you follow each other here. Go ahead and start following people.
Dude, just wait.
Oh, you know what? Because we are family, we do everything together. Let's build together. Let's build our profiles together, right? Rabbi, how you doing?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Big O, do you mind? Absolutely. Do you mind if I share my project with everybody?
Not at all, my friend. This is an open chat and showtime.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, everyone. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make all of you, your friends, your family, independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you're ever going to find. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my live YouTube streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, look at the pinned post that I have. You'll find a link to my YouTube streams there. Additionally, you'll find my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever.
You will also find a link to my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and are growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and helping to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, teacher, and friend in the space, please send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Wow, that is hard. Great research, my friend. You did a great job. May I ask a question or two?
Absolutely. Please go ahead. Thank you for your kind words.
Absolutely. So first thing, everybody, if you do want to connect with Rabbi, listen, I don't tell you to do it, I don't tell you not to do it, but I did go ahead and put on the Jumbotron his pick post. Okay, so you're welcome to connect if you want to. He said that you've been doing this for quite a while. Can you just say? My question is, how has your vision changed, or has it changed since the day you started doing this and today?
No, my vision's been the same since day one. I've wanted to stream my life for world peace, and I continue to do it every single day. I educate people about technology that we can use to end world hunger, end world thirst. I've been able to create a giant network, not just 2,500 people in my Discord, but over 50,000 people on Twitch and tens of thousands of people on Instagram and TikTok. And we have a force behind us. But since day one, I've wanted to stream my life for world peace, and I've been doing it.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, my friend. Crossover was speaking. He is very bullish on blockchain and the future of blockchain. How do you see blockchain in your project, what you do? Because you're not doing something traditional.
That's absolutely correct. Blockchain is the future. Web3 is the future. I'm a macro investor, not a micro investor. I invest for the next decade, the next century, not necessarily the next week or the next year. If you have long, if you have any investment in cryptocurrency, hold. I even mean NFTs that have been rugged. Hold on to them. In the future, they will essentially be antiques, just like how what we consider junk today, given enough time, becomes antiqued. Well, guess what? So will NFTs. So hold on to all of the things that you can, especially in the world of digital art. There will be inventions that are created that allow people to show their art throughout their homes. Their NFTs that were essentially worthless today are going to be worth quite a lot in the future, especially if they are old, considering like in the heyday of NFTs. So hold on to those NFTs and hold on to your cryptocurrencies, even your meme coins, even your shit coins. They're going to be worth a lot, I think, in the future. I think it will be perhaps a great humor that the world will play upon all of us, that all of these people would have sold and said, "Oh, if I had only held on to that back in the day, it would be worth millions or billions or trillions of dollars." Especially with what we know fiat does, a $100 bill today is worth less than what a $1 bill was worth in 1913 due to what fiat currency and inflation does. And you need to be able to protect yourself against that. And the way to do it is through crypto and the blockchain.
Absolutely love your vision, brother. Love your vision. I just want to remind everybody this is a family-friendly crypto show, okay? And you got a lot of dad jokes here. I also want to remind you that if you have a question for me, Ross, Rabbi, Rothschild, anybody, at me in one of our X Project telegrams, okay? And I will go ahead and ask you a question because maybe you should spill that one over. By the way, this is the pad. Okay, welcome to this is a segment called the pad. This is open chat and shield. This is for anybody to come on up and say hello. Rabbi, thank you for your introduction. Thank you for coming in and hanging out with us. You're welcome to hang around in case anybody has questions.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody has, or if you wish, send me a DM. I'd be happy to connect with you offline. Thank you again. You have a wonderful community.
Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud. Actually, I think my wife has a question who wants to say something, so we're gonna let her come up. This is Big On Community. She's coming up here. You have some question or something to say? Go ahead. You're welcome to just remember you gotta tap that little microphone if you want to speak, because if you're speaking, I can't hear you.
I'm getting a formal one. Choose this mic.
Love, I can't hear you. I think your microphone is still off. While she's getting that fixed, anybody else have a question they want, or anybody else want to come on up and say hello? Rabbi, you have something to say, buddy?
Boy, I just really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Other things that we talked about that may be of interest to you all, you seem like an intelligent group. I'm a futurist. I like to talk about the things that unite us as a people and not as I try to really focus on that which unites us as opposed to that which divides us. We're 99.9% the same DNA, and I think we forget that many times. I like to talk about topics of the future like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I enjoy speaking about space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like interstellar travel. I like to talk about invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines, replicators, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. They made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal, and I want more people to talk about it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. And I will consider it a privilege to be able to archive all of this history as we move through it together. So thank you for letting me share.
You know what, guys? I just want to say that you see what Rabbi does. I think he's very good at promoting, what he's doing. Like when I'm listening to him, I'm like, whoa, I like this guy. I don't know him. Like, he even sounds like a bit like AI because he's so good, in his speech. And I wanted to say that it would be great if you all do one thing, as a community member, is to join spaces and ask to speak. You saw what I did last day with Andy. Sorry, it wasn't planned. I don't know. I opened next and I was available. I was free, and I saw Andy. I said, okay, let me say hello. And I ended up speaking in front of a lot of people. And suddenly, somehow, we started to have a lot of volume on Coco. I don't know if it's absolutely correlated. I cannot prove it. But definitely won't hurt. And I think that's, like just Rabbi came and we met him. I'm like, okay, like the guy. I want to know more about him. We should do the same. So please do it. Go on spaces, be the ambassador, prepare your speech just like he did. That's what we do. That's what we like. And thank you for listening. That's it. When people make their own choices. Appreciate it. Absolutely amazing. If y'all have a way that we can do for just even if it's simply shipping, even if it's simply just going into
just wanted also to say thank you to everyone for this opportunity just to be a part of this space right now. And I just really appreciate everything that I've heard. It was very useful for me. And I'm just so blessed to know all of you through this X space. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, you know what? I think I can speak for everybody. We love your encouraging words. Love, thank you for coming in and saying hello and introduce yourself. And you know, I'm just happy. I mean, that's right. I'm happy that you came in to let everybody know that I'm not making up a wife that I really do have one. Imagine. I mean, you know, I know these dad jokes, which are pretty good or absolutely horrible. And what would marry a guy like that, right? I mean, for real, you know, like it's like for me, for example, a lot of people thought that, for example, they thought that food was me, you know, and until they saw him in finance, but I mean, people don't see right behind the screen. It's like the guy on the chat that remember on Expat, I forgot his name. He said that every time there is a token dumping on Expat, he said it's my wife selling. Remember? You have no idea, you know, people. Yes. Well, hey, you know what I can say here with my wife here that you know she's not the one dumping. You know she is as much of a chat as anybody in this room. I promise you. Chatted. Jeanette, sure, I love Jeanette. Absolutely. You know, he's part of the community called Jeanette. Yeah, moving on. Guys and girls, I haven't seen anything in the telegram, any questions, suggestions. BB just popped in. How you doing, BB? BB's another chat, another OG. You know, if you don't know BB, follow BB here. Okay, follow BB. Oh, bro. Yeah, can I say thank you? Thanks, bro. No, because yeah, that's cool. I mean, we have some time and opportunity to you know to give some feedback. You know, I've been really impressed by PB's work. The videos. Last one was really impressive. You saw it that.
It's the big stuff. Who do you think you are? No one gives a fuck about your dog, bro. I'm just gonna be straight up with you. I'm sure I do every day. It's cool to get better dog. I'm sick. I feel like I have a cat. Really? I think Israel has too many fucking cats. They need to do something about that. That's one of the first things I'm gonna do for Israel. Get your cat population together. Motherfucker. This is the Bob Barker. This is the worst. What the fuck? Elon Musk, your app sucks. God. What would you say to Elon Musk if you saw him right now? Dog, your app sucks. Cock. He'd be like, which one? I'd be like, exactly. Fucking loser, douche. Come on, you fucking piece of shit. He's gonna say, well, dude, that was actually Apple's fault that it doesn't work. And I'm gonna say, hey, dog, why would you call up your asshole friend Tim Cook and be like, hey, dog, hey, 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 it's me, E. Yeah, baby. Hey, guess what? Yeah, your phone sucks. And Tim Cook would be like, huh? Huh? Too busy jerking himself off raw to pay attention around a company. This is the worst. Why doesn't Elon Musk just launch the X phone that works? He's like, oh, it's on encrypted. I'd be like, no, this is a fucking boy, fucking side. Oh, I don't want people to see my messages to all my mistress. I'm like, Doc, what you hiding, little dick? Anyway, why? Because you could have this. Anyway, are you done? This is the worst. Dog, this is the worst fucking stream of all time. Oh, it's a Harry Potter Bomb Sign Candy News stream? Yeah, yeah, it is. I love how that one guy was like, oh, I sold it all to my Chinese friends. Like, oh, okay. You're lost. Stupid ass shill space. I'm like, oh, can I share my private? Oh, hi, do you mind if I share my private? Yeah, so long as it's not a shill. Okay, why? Well, it's not really a shill space. We just let this motherfucker talk for 25 fucking minutes about wizards. This is the worst. Oh, it's a $6 billion market, and it's been around for 30 years. Hey, dog, have you ever heard of data? It's been around since like ever. Do you know how long ever is? And they're like, what do you mean? They're like, dog, cave paintings, that shit's data. Fucking tree rings, that's data. Man, I gotta take a shit. Really? Who knows? You never know. Sometimes it just goes there, my butthole goes, why? I don't know. I don't know. I just know I've got to take a shit. Really? I gotta piss like a racehorse. There's no doubt about that. Look at this. I feel like Kathy Ireland, my ribs showing. Really? Yeah. That's playing with kids. Who plays baseball in kids? Kathy Ireland. Really? I don't fucking know. I've got to take a whiz though. All right, kids, you want to? I don't want to fucking tell this story. I'm told it before. Okay, I'll say this. My mother, when I was in first grade, I was like fucking smart as balls in first grade. I was the smartest kid in the class. I will straight up say that. And I went to school with a lot of smart kids, but I was the smartest motherfucker. I one time we did this thing called okay, around the world with these flashcards, and I went and I just whooped the shit out of every single kid in the class, every single time. And I one time we went all the way around the room. It's called Around the World, and then I was doing so well, I was whooping every motherfucker's ass. And I would jump because you would call me the Mexican jumping. I'm not Mexican, but that would be like totally offensive today. But then it was like totally normal. It was like just being funny. Anyway, so we're doing these. Dude, this lady was so hot. Really? From like early 90s, this woman was still living on haired band. This woman put the hole in the ozone layer with all that Aquanet that she used. Anyway, and I always missed her. She was just amazing. And she was the best teacher I ever had. And she wasn't even the best first grade teacher. That's how interesting it was. Anyway, she's the best teacher you ever had? Really? We loved her. I mean, I think a lot of people love their first grade teachers. We just, we loved her. We would do anything to make her happy. And anyway, we're doing this around the world thing. And I beat everybody in the class. And then and I was doing so well. I went to the next door class and I beat every motherfucker in there. I beat every kid in the first grade. Then they take me up to second grade. And I could tell that the second grade teacher did not want to do this. She was doing something else. But my teacher was like, this kid is on a fucking roll. And I beat a lot of kids in second grade. And then this one person out of nowhere popped me. And he was like, I remember my teacher being like, well, it had to end sometime, but I've never seen her run like that. I was like, I know, got a hot hand. Giggity, 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 giggity. Anyway, got a hot hand in the dice game, girl. So, what? Okay, we had this thing. She had these pinto beans. Never knew what a pinto bean was, but it was like a currency. And I learned a lot about currency, like these random beans. We were all like really um, honest when I was first grade because you could have made a lot of money if you got your hands on a bag of pinto beans. But she had like this bank or like a toy chest or whatever. She had all kinds of shit. And if we were good in class, she would keep a thing like a jar with each of our names. And like we were always trying to be good, so we would get a pinto bean. And she would keep them in a jar, and she would put uh, and like the kids would be like uh, she would come up with new stuff every week or something like that. Like I don't know. Like you could get erasers and pencils, nothing super expensive, but I'm sure she was making nothing. And she just really cared about us. I really wanted us to do well. And so my friends would get like an eraser or a pencil or I don't know, maybe like a little toy, whatever, just something. And I never wanted to spend my pinto beans. And she always thought this was interesting because I had more than anybody. I was the best kid in the class. I met the fucking governor's wife. Anyway, that's another story. But I was the smartest fucking kid in, I'll just say it, the world. Anyway, I was maybe the smartest first grader who's ever been in the first grade. So we had this thing with these pinto beans, and it got to be the end of the year, and we were excited about graduating first grade or whatever, but none of us wanted to leave her. We loved her. I still remember how she taught us to write numbers, even though I already knew how to write numbers, and I was really better than all these kids. Still am, because I had grandparents, especially my grandfather, who really made sure I read a lot, and I could read like going into kindergarten. I knew words and stuff. We had this glossary we go through, and we just learn all these words. Anyway, he was retired. He can help us. Anyway, but not all the kids had that advantage. And she taught us how to write numbers. There's this way to write numbers with dots so that you know how much a number is. Okay, let's see if I can remember. One is just like a one dot. Two would be like a one, like a one there, and like a two dots. Three would be like one, two, three, and then 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4, and it would be like this. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it would be like this, something like that. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that. 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But we do the European version. 8 is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And for the kids who did not know numbers or how to count, that helped them. Anyway, what else did she teach you? I remember that she taught me about currency, pinto beans, and I I still think this is really interesting that I never wanted to spend money, and it got to be the end of the year, and she was like, "You have more than anybody," and she got something that she knew I would really, really want, and I still didn't want to spend it, but I knew like I can't take them to second grade, can't take them with you kids, and so she got me something I really wanted, and she was just the best teacher. Oh yeah, so kids. So this one day, my mom just randomly was like, "Oh, I said first grade. It might have been second grade. No, I think it was first grade. Anyway, I came in and I had my mom was like, "I got you some new shoes." I was like, "Oh, cool." And I opened up the box and I was like, "Kids, the blue thing on the back." And she's like, "Yeah, they were in the boys' department." And I'm like, "I've never seen them before these. I've only ever seen girls wear these." And she's like, "Oh, they're nice. They're nice and white. You'll be fine." I wore these fucking shoes the next day. I was just tormented. Just kids. Hey, Billy White Shoes Johnson, how you doing, motherfucker? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, that was the last day I wore those fucking shoes.
Harris popping up, and you know, just
Look at that statement. Weaver and Harris were charged with several offenses, but were acquitted of the most severe charges, except Weaver's conviction for failure to appear in court. That's all they got him for. Failure to appear in court. They killed his wife. They shot his kid. They killed his kid. They killed his dog. And it was because he failed to appear in court. Because he sold a modified gun. I don't even know what that means. Was it a sawed-off shotgun? Was it illegal? Did he change the trigger? What did he do? Did they put a large magazine at the bottom of it? Like, what did he do that was illegal? That's crazy.
Also, why are they allowed to kill your dog?
Exactly.
That's what popped it all off, right?
Well, you want to hear one of the worst ones now? There was a mayor. I forget what he was the mayor of. It might have been Washington, D.C., but he was a mayor. And he had a postman that was doing some sneaky shit. And the postman was getting weed delivered to his house. Because they figured if I get it, I'm delivering the mail to the mayor's house. And if I get the weed delivered to the mayor's house, no one's going to check the mayor's packages for weed. So I know which one my friend sent to the mayor's house. I'll just take that. And that way, I'll have the weed and no one will be any the wiser. Well, unfortunately, someone was tracking that package and they knew that weed was going to this particular address. They didn't know it was the mayor's house. So they storm the mayor's house, shoot his fucking golden retriever, chase it out in the yard while it's cowering and shoot it. Even around my golden retriever. Like, golden retrievers are not biting anybody, ever. Ever. They're the worst guard dogs in the history of the world. Anybody who comes to my house like, hey, you want to give me a treat? He loves everybody. And they shot his dogs, they fucking zip-tied his family, checked the whole house for weed, couldn't find anything, and then eventually it unraveled and they realized what had happened. Like, the guy who was delivering his mail was also involved in this weed deal. And they didn't piece it together until after they shot this guy's fucking dogs.
What was that?
The cops, the SWAT team, they burst down his door, they did the whole thing, man. They came in, guns, armor, fucking zip-tied everybody. They thought they were breaking into the house of like a drug. That's how bad their information is. It's not like they can't find that story. Because it's a crazy story. It was so heartbreaking. Because the family the kids had to see their dog get shot by these cops for fucking no reason. No reason.
They really got to start letting cops go.
I think so. Maybe with mushrooms. It's not strong enough. But something to give also, it's like therapy and, also it's like, hey, know for sure. Like, really do an investigation. How long? Find out who lives there. Oh my god, it's the mayor.
Well, like, if you shoot a golden retriever, you should probably have to.
So here it is. Maryland. So police say Maryland mayor appears to be innocent victims of a scheme by two men to smuggle millions of dollars worth of marijuana by having it delivered to about a half a dozen unsuspecting recipients. So he was one of the many people that this guy delivered mail to. So he got home from work, saw a package addressed to his wife on the front porch, brought it inside, putting it on the table. Suddenly, police with guns drawn kicked in the door, stormed in, shooting to death the couple's two dogs and seizing the unopened package. In it were 32 pounds of marijuana, but the drugs evidently didn't belong to the couple. Police say the couple appeared to be innocent victims of a scheme by two young men to smuggle millions of dollars of marijuana and unsuspecting recipients. Two men under the arrest included a FedEx delivery man. Investigators said the delivery man would drop off a package outside of a home, and the other man would come by a short time later and pick it up. Wow, isn't that crazy?
But only the dogs died now? Oh, Groucho.
Police apparently killed the dogs, he said, for sport, gunning down one of them as it was running away. Our dogs were our children's 37-year-old cow.
Two labs.
Oh, they were labs. They're black labs. I thought they were golden retrievers. Our dogs were our children. Again, labs, same thing. Labs aren't like the sweetest dogs in the world. Said that the 37-year-old cowboy, they were a reason we brought this house because it had a big yard for them to run in. Unfucking believable. He was handcuffed in his boxer shorts for about 2 hours, along with his mother-in-law, said the officers didn't believe him when we told him he was the mayor. No charges were brought against Cowell. All his war his wife, who came home in the middle of the raid. Fuck, man.
They ain't even about to dance and kill a dog.
Kill the labs.
Bro, if you find out wild shit, like I just came from Tulsa, Oklahoma,
black communities in the United States, colloquially known as Black Wall Street. More than 800 people were admitted to hospitals. As many 6,000 black residents of Tulsa were interned, many of them for several days. The Oklahoma Bureau of Vital Statistics officially recorded 36 dead. Wow.
Yeah, and so they just now started, like, the guy told me,
This estimates from 36 to around 300 dead. 35 blocks.
yeah, they don't know how many there was a lot of mass graves and stuff, and they just started looking more.
Holy shit.
But even still to this day, they're not allowed to teach about it in schools. Like, they just now started being allowed to teach about it, but they're not allowed to say who's who.
Even the YouTube video is age restricted. I was going to show it to you, but they kind of
Yeah, this shit's crazy. And so Joe, if you want to feel real uncomfortable, I was going to the museum and they had these holograms. So you sit in the barber chair and you can see yourself in the mirror, but there's a hologram of a barber like cutting your hair. There's three of them in the room, and they're like having a conversation about what's going on around town. It's heavy, bro.
wow. Put that back up. So the cause of it, they're saying. So it says the massacre began during Memorial Weekend after a 19-year-old Dick Rowland, a black shoe shiner, was accused of assaulting Sarah Page, a white 21-year-old elevator operator in nearby Drexel building. He was arrested, and rumors that he was to be lynched spread. Most widely reported and corroborated inciting incident occurred as the group of black men left when an elderly white man approached OB man, a black man, and demanded that he hand over his pistol. Man refused, and the old man attempted to disarm him. A gunshot went off, and then, according to the sheriff's reports, all hell broke loose. The two groups shot at each other until midnight, when the group of black men were greatly outnumbered and forced to retreat to Greenwood. At the end of the exchange of gunfire, 12 people were dead, 10 white and 2 black. Alternatively, another eyewitness account was that the shooting began down the street from the courthouse, where black business owners came to the defense of a lone black man being attacked by a group of around 6 white men. It's possible the eyewitnesses did not recognize the fact that this incident was occurring as part of a rolling gunfight that was already underway. Holy fuck, man.
Yeah, shit went down. And the thing is, it's still alive. So then they put a highway right through the middle of that big and it completely like destroyed all the economy and everything. Wow. Yeah, man. And I thought I knew about this shit, but then when I went there, it was real intense. But then we ate some good ass food. It was me and Louis McCurry, and like when we got done, we looked at it, it was like, oh, that's the finest day I've ever had. I was like, might be mine too. Yeah. It's called it's called they just recently they admitted it probably like 2010 or something like that. They acknowledged it. I mean, everyone, but now they're just at this point where they're allowed to like teach it, but they still aren't allowed to say what the people look like. So they can say they did this, he did that, but they can't say black, white, they can't say Klan, this stuff, you know. Yeah, they still won't say certain people's names because things are like the Klan is heavily involved too. Like, the museum, there's like a Klan ledger, like the meeting, you know, like a roll call. Yeah, it was a wild ass. It's wild out there in Oklahoma. And the thing is, they still have it. We're out there, they still have it. I mean, they never will at this point. The history of Oklahoma is so crazy. Oklahoma is. Well, that's the thing. So we get done the tour. We walk up the tour guide, and I walked past this guy. I didn't know he was one of the guys. We didn't think about it. He was walking by myself. And you look familiar. And I was like, oh, well, you probably know that guy anyway. He was like, oh, yeah. And he is like the other guy. And we walked around him for like an hour. And he told us, he was like, yeah, they don't even say everything. So this is also Oklahoma. He took us to like all these historical spots. And we went to this place called Sweet Places, which is where we tasted. We tasted the stuff, the season, everything. just perfection. You know what I mean? You could just tell this recipe came from hands. It was incredible. And it's like in this little shop, they just got endorsed. Wow. And it was almost like, I guess because in my mind it's easy to learn or shit like that. It's something that happened a long time ago. But then to me, they still haven't come all the way back.
You see that photo of that lady, that Native American lady at the front door, she's breastfeeding a child. You see it? Yeah, here, in this room. No, I don't. Never mind. You know that one, you've seen the painting of a Native American face that's on bullets. It's like, oh yeah, that's Juana Parker. That lady, Cynthia Ann Parker, she was kidnapped by Comanches in Oklahoma. So what they used to do in Oklahoma is, this is so dark, they would give people these plots of land, knowing they were going to get attacked by the Comanches. Like, hey, go live out here. And they basically like use them as bait. They started conflict to try to conquer these territories by just having people go out there and get shot at and get killed and get slaughtered. And then eventually they would have to send the army out. And then they won. After a long time, they eventually went through that and went through here, where Texas Comanche ran this place too. But they killed her whole family. And they stole her when she was 9 years old. They kept her because they had a hard time having children. Because they had so many horse riders, they were riding horses all the time, and a lot of them had miscarried. So it was very difficult to keep their numbers up. So when they would go on raiding parties, they would kill everybody except the children, and then they incorporate the children into the tribe. Cynthia Ann Parker was the last of that tribe. She gave birth to Juana Parker, was the last chief of that tribe. She married the chief of the tribe. She had a baby with him. That baby, that half American baby, was Juana Parker. He was the last chief of the Comanches. So they don't know what it is. I mean, they still exist, but they don't have a reservation. Like, they don't have territory. They were nomadic. They ran all of, is there a Comanche reservation? I should find that out real quick. But they don't get represented because they didn't have art. It's a crazy.
Well, he was telling me that, like, so there were 4 tribes considered civilized tribes. And those of you that agreed to, like, stop fighting the United States, to, like, learn English, like, secret, those kind of things, and they were promised Oklahoma, knowing that it was already Mexican, so they got out there and got to.
Yeah, the United States government did that with everybody, bro. The Comanche Nation is a federal recognized tribe headquartered in Lawton, Oklahoma, but do they have a reservation? There's no longer a Comanche reservation in Texas. The historical one established in 1854 near Clear Fork of the Brazos River in Presence Day, Morton County. The Comanche were later forced to relocate to Indian Territory, now known as Oklahoma, in 1859, after the reservation was dissolved and the current Comanche Nation is based in Oklahoma. So it seems like they don't have a reservation.
It's bad history that I'm so
Gotta read this book, Empire of the Summer Moon. Get it on.
It's incredible. Empire of the Summer Moon.
Empire of the Summer Moon. It's all about the Comanche in Texas and Oklahoma. That's part of the story. So what I was getting at is like the history of Oklahoma is just seeped in violence.
And it's still not fixed. But a lot of people want to do it.
Well, it's a lot of people want to move to a place where they don't get fucked with so much. California is certainly the empire of the summer. You know what California is proposing? I don't know if they're going to do this, if they're going to be able to pull this off, but there's a new wealth tax that's basically they're going to tax your savings account for 200 billionaires. What's that? I'm really a person. Okay. Even if it's for 200 billionaires, that's their fucking money. And if you have a savings account, that means you pay taxes, right? Like, that's the only way you get a savings account. They're taxing billionaires' savings accounts. This is what I was reading today when people were talking about this proposition of a wealth tax for savings accounts. That sounds, if I'm not reading into this incorrectly, it sounds crazy. Whatever. I understand, but why? Why do you get to have a one-time tax of money that's already taxed? California does not currently have a wealth tax, but multiple proposals have been introduced, including a recent one for a one-time 5% tax on individuals with a net worth of over $1 billion.
Yeah, I would check on this one.
to someone who's worth 500,000 or 5 million or whatever. 5% on money that you've already been taxed for. And then it goes to what, though, when you say fuck them? All it does is make more bloated government, because what are they going to do? They're going to spend it wisely? They never spend any money wisely.
It's not saying what it was because most of these billionaires, they go out of their way not to pay the taxes they're supposed to pay anyway. It's not like they get tax people, you know. They're not going to pay any taxes.
Oh, that's not true. No, they all pay taxes. Everyone pays taxes. It's just taxes on what? Like a lot of them, the way it works is all your money is in assets, and you get paid a certain amount by the company. Like that's how, like, so when someone's worth X amount of money, that's not like how much money they have. Like, whatever, you know, that's a lot. But the point is, no, the government should not be taking your money that's already been taxed. And that's, if I'm reading into this correctly, so if you get a paycheck from Russia, and then, you know, you do your taxes, and then you take that money and you put it in a savings account, you've already paid your taxes. So if you've already paid your taxes on that money, how can they tax money that you've already taxed? That's crazy. How much money they own. I don't care how much. If there's a loophole in the tax code, fix the loophole. But if it's there and that's the law, and they are able to skirt around that law in whatever way that's legal, you don't get to steal it around the court. It's the most process. From a healthcare workers union, that's a recent proposal, and it will go to fund healthcare spending. It's not being voted on this. But either way, all you're doing is taking money from people. The group believes this can raise about $100 billion, right? Well, then what would they do with it? What did they do with the fire money? What happened to all the money that was raised for the Pacific Palisades fire? Does anybody know?
That was insurance security.
Right. But this is what I'm saying. It's the same thing. It's a group of people. You're giving them a bunch of money, and they're supposed to allocate it in a positive way. Whether it's the government or whether it's charity, who fucking trusts anybody that's doing these things to be wise with the money where it makes sense? Where you're a billionaire going, you know what? I like take my 5% and we're going to fix crime. No, you're not fixing shit. You're just going to take my money and you're just going to be more incompetent. You know, when Gavin Newsom got into office, they had a surplus. California had a surplus. Really? Yes. Why don't you Google that? What was the surplus of California during the time where Gavin Newsom was the governor? How much is the deficit? Or they spent $24 billion on the homeless crisis and it got worse. So this is what I'm saying. You're gonna take tax money and you're gonna do what with it? In 2022, California Governor Gavin Newsom announced a record-breaking budget surplus of approximately $97.5 billion, which is projected to fund new initiatives like cash payments to residents and investments in drought relief, child care, and education. However, the state later faced a significant budget deficit, primarily due to overestimating revenues from a booming stock market that later declined, coupled with increased spending commitments during the surplus period. By 2024, Newsom was proposing a budget to close a multi-billion-dollar deficit, which required spending cuts and other measures to balance the budget. So the surplus of $97.5 billion, it became a multi-billion-dollar deficit. Simply was one of those stuff. Overestimating revenues, increased spending commitments, which is probably a big part of it. They probably spent too much money during the surplus period. The point is, it's mismanaged.
They only tax the people that's why they have to tax.
You don't get so much. Just take all the money. Yeah, if you're on the list, take all your money. They probably don't get a few $100 million. That's the thing. It's like, at the end of the day, they're going to blow through that money. It sounds crazy, but they're going to blow through that money. They blow through all the money.
But, you know, I mean, it's not fair on paper, but it's hard to have empathy for people that have way more than what they do.
Oh, yeah, I'm not having empathy. I'm just recognizing the law and recognizing where this goes. The problem with any decision that we make on people that have more money than us, eventually it's going to trickle down to you. Because look, if they just tax these people, because the same basic now because you need money to do what? More incompetent bullshit. That's the problem. Like, they're not competent. If they're going to take that 5% you do, this is going to be what cleans up the Palisades. This is going to be what fixes education. But it's not. It's not going to do anything. The homeless crisis gets worse. It's bigger than ever.
That's all. The homeless thing is a whole racket. Because I have an experience. It's just people think that money isn't one way to actually help anybody. That's what I mean, they kind of is, but not really.
There's so many charities that are dirty. Just like people that are dirty, you know, like those creepy guys who pretend to be male feminists, and you know they're really a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like that's the type of people that set up charities, but they really just want the money. Like there's people that run charities where the charity makes the actual thing makes like 6%, 10% of the money generated. Most of it goes to the people. And they have lavish lifestyles. They get paid tremendous salaries to run charities.
The shelter I was living in, the guy that was running the place down, he got hired, and the executive had to show me he pulled up in a fucking phantom, fancy ass suit on, and because that's the first time they hit everybody. Like, oh, this is
It's a business.
yeah, it's a business.
It's a business. They're generating income, spending the least amount possible, providing with the least amount of care that they have to in their pocket and the rest. It's a good high overhead. Very high overhead.
As long as nobody dies. Because that's the thing. It's all a racket. Everyone knows. Like, oh, wait. But the rules actually applied to the actual president. But it was all nonsense. Like, they were real strict about you to make sure you signed these papers saying you were doing these activities because they were getting grants. Exactly. But it's like, well, just put my signature with this. This is all bullshit. But, yeah, I think most charities are a scam.
Most charities have an element of scam. There's a lot of legitimate charities out there for sure. There's a lot of really good charitable people out there for sure. Real people that are doing charity for the right reason.
Yeah, the workers, a lot of the workers are in there for the right reason.
Yes.
But it's just like colleges, right? Where it's like it's just that the entities become so bloated with because I think you look up to me how most of like the top universities, most of their money goes towards administration. So they just they first they hire people to collect the money, and they gotta hire more people to watch over those people, and more people get more to get them. Before you know it, the whole admin side is so bloated. The college gets upside down and they don't raise tuition. And this keeps going, and it's a cycle keep going.
Going out to orders, which is weird.
Yeah, I don't understand how that works.
Crazy amounts of money people donate to colleges.
Yeah, the people love their alma maters, but that must be a thing.
Where does the money from most universities go? The money from most universities primarily goes towards faculty and staff salaries, student services, and campus maintenance. A significant portion is also allocated to research, academic programs, and scholarships. Universities spend on maintaining buildings and facilities, supporting student housing and dining, healthcare, technology upgrades, and activities like sports and events, government funding, tuition, investments, grants, donations, blah, 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 blah. Eventually, administrative costs and strategic initiatives also consume parts of the budget. Overall, salaries and wages usually make up the largest expenditure category for universities. So it's salaries.
Yeah,
We got a lot of money.
it's salary for the people, coaches, some of those coaches.
There's weird gigs that people have. Like a major university will pay someone like $500,000 a year to do stuff. Like, does Elizabeth Warren get paid from Harvard still? Yeah, you get like, let's just gigs. Biden, he had one of them gigs where they gave him like $1 million a year and he pretended he was a professor. And then he said, well, I taught Penn State or wherever it was. He taught like professor. Yeah, but he never taught class. Like, it's horseshit. Oh, he was never, he got one of those sweet gigs where you get money from the university from society. Selling mafia jobs.
Yeah, I'll get a bullshit job.
Elizabeth Warren, the early United States Senator, she's on leave from her teaching position at Harvard and no longer receives a salary from the university. Her current annual salary as a senator is $174,000. She and her husband, also a Harvard professor, report additional income from both royalties and investments. Her salary for this period, 2010 to 2011, was reported at $429,000. This figure came into speak during her first Senate campaign with critics characterizing it as payment for teaching only one class. The PolitiFact rated this claim half true because the amount covered a 2-year period in which she taught 2 classes and was on leave to advise the Obama administration and also reflected her status as a high-ranking, accomplished professor and researcher.
Stop mischaracterizing what is
What is her network? Put that in there. Network. Let's find out.
Really shit follows around.
Okay.
Yeah, Hollywood network shit, the internet be right. They said it $1 million. What network is that?
They didn't say you should be.
I think they were shit.
Well, they definitely do that. They definitely make up stuff, especially those websites. We're going to some Indian website. Some scammer dude is just making it, just trying to get clicks.
Well, maybe they said.
It says estimated. This is in Open Secrets.
Oh, it's
In the Senate, so an estimated net worth of $7,977,000 in 2018. That was in 2018. She was worth that much.
Isn't there an app where you can like match the stock trades of senators?
Yes, the Velocity Tracker.
Oh, it's just her.
She's the best.
Oh, she like go. So if you just make all the same moves she makes,
Yeah, it makes money. Yeah, 100%. Especially if you act quick. I'm sure there's a lot of people doing exactly what she does the moment she does.
I gotta get one of those guys like that. Put it all
If she makes, okay, now she's worth $30 million. What's that? Velocity Tracker. Oh,
14,500 copiers.
I was gonna say she's worth way more than $30 million, right? Isn't she worth like a couple $100 million? Yeah, she's worth a lot.
She's supposed to retire.
Of course, she's got $100 million. She's a million years old. Why is she still working? It's crazy. Imagine working at that age, 82.
I think they're addicted to the power. You can't.
Oh, she's been making some stock trades. Bro, they all love everything. They all do. They all do.
That should be illegal.
It should be
I don't think anyone in the federal government should be able to treat
especially stuff where you have some inside knowledge about a bill that's going to be passed that would be very, very good for some corporation, right?
Or they all have to invest. There's a nonpartisan government agency where they can put all their money on invest everyone's money in the same thing.
No. Because you start doing that, then you got more corruption, more room for bureaucracy, more room for bullshit. You got too much money flowing around. They're not going to be.
So what do you say to the argument that they should be able to?
No, you're inside trading. But just tell people to do it for them.
Well, that's what they're still doing now.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's that? That could be a problem. But at least then they can catch you. You can get in trouble. That's how insider trading works. Like, so say if they do that, and they do it, from WhatsApp or something like that, and then the government gets access to your WhatsApp, and they find out you've been trading. Stacey Platt.
It reminds me of Judge Rich. Where like when you get 1 times and then they take you up and just put you on the desert. They take all your shit, donate it back to the people, and just send you out. You were in for charge for how long?
There's no way you make $170,000 a year and you're worth. Let's say she's worth $180 million. I've heard it's a lot more than that. I've heard estimates as high as $400 million. But there's no way a regular person who makes $170,000 a year ever gets there and keeps that $170,000 a year job. Get the fuck out of here. There's not a chance in hell you keep that $170,000 a year job where you're working 8 hours a day every fucking day. And on the side, you've racked up $400 million. Oh, bitch, that's what you're good at. Imagine if you were doing that all day long while you've been working in the Senate. You would have even more money. Are you crazy? You're wasting all your valuable time and resources doing a job that pays you $170,000 a year. That's investments. Why would you even suspect that it has anything to do with profit that I make from my own richest person? She's got to be up there. There's probably some billionaires who signed up and got into the office somewhere. There's probably a lot of them.
The thing is, they're all richer than me.
Bloomberg wasn't he like a multi-billionaire when he became the mayor of New York City? I think he was. Michael Bloomberg is crazy rich. I think he was $1 billion on Sunday. I'm not eating anymore. It looked like I was pregnant. My stomach was out like that far. I ate so much. I can eat a 4 foot long sandwich, dude. It was 4 feet long. I just kept stuffing it into my fat face. I ate meatballs. I ate 4 or 5 cannolis. I ate so much. I should not have gone that deep.
What do they care to eat? Jesus, what do they kill on giant sandwiches?
He just doesn't know.
Just like I'm blowing him up online, I'm blowing him up on the podcast. Dylan's killing it. He's a great guy. And I found him just randomly. GNR Deli and Frogs. That's how I found him.
After you left.
This is like, oh yeah, this is recently. This is like within a couple of years. I you know, because most of the time I ain't really clean. Most of the time it's just me. But when I go off, I like to really go off.
And I've seen you literally like a hostage. Like somebody just got released.
I eat massive stuff. Just eat food that shouldn't be eating a massive amount of it.
Yeah, some pasta.
I can't stop.
It's hard to stop.
Oh, yeah. Also, I ate at this place Torrisi with my wife on Friday night. That was incredible. Italian food. I ate way too much there. Way too much. Sensational. And then the next day, Giovanni shows up with these 2 giant 4-foot sandwiches. But my rule is when I'm in New York, all bets are off. All that diet shit's out the window. I'm eating for fun. I'm just eating for fun when I'm in New York.
Like the thing is, I died to read. I just did a Billy on Sunday, and then I did sushi restaurant last night.
Oh my God! Shout out to Jesse Griffiths. Jesse's the head chef. Oh, he's the man.
I stumbled on that place, and I thought I was going to put you on. You like, oh,
Yeah, I found out about that place years ago because he was on my friend Steve Rennell's podcast, and I was like, oh, that guy's so interesting. And so I actually had him on my podcast before he had his restaurant or after. I don't remember. But then I went to his restaurant like during the pandemic when we first moved here. And it was like, yeah, we spread out. We actually ate outside the first time we did it because we couldn't eat inside yet.
bro. And you know what? Because I love, because this great restaurants all over. And I know it's going to be good whenever the staff is generally happy to be there. Like you all not going to everyone loves it there, especially like if you see old people working there. Yeah, you just want to, let's push 50, and still, and they happy and gingerly, then you know it's going to be good. I do understand. And the thing about them is everything is from Texas. There's nothing in there. You can't even get like a Diet Coke in there. They don't have anything that ain't from them. Nothing.
So good too. Yeah. He always has like these other shit on the menu.
And I mean, you know, it's always changing. You know, it's those pork chops.
Oh yes, pork chops are wild. Sensational. Yeah, everything's sensational. Jesse's like one of the best chefs in this country.
I've been there enough times now where I know like anything looks good.
We are spoiled here, bro. There's so much good food in Texas, and specifically in Austin.
The medium to high level. Like fast food is trash. Like if you, seriously, like if it's not a Texas fast food place, I think it's such a phenomenon.
It was trash.
Like everything that's not a Texas food, like Dan's is great, Whataburger is great, but like Chick-fil-A is not as good, McDonald's is like
Chick-fil-A's
Wendy's is terrible.
Chick-fil-A, like a month ago,
It's okay, but it's not as good. The service is not as good. Chick-fil-A takes a second.
you go inside.
Chick-fil-A all the time.
Chick-fil-A is a fried thing. You want to eat in your car like a pig. Like a disgusting person who hates himself.
Chick-fil-A might be some of the things I've known. Even in here's not as good.
What are you telling me that Chick-fil-A is like a little bit?
That's probably your business.
Tony? Yeah, what's Tony? Yeah, he was saying Chick-fil-A is a little bit better or something. What does it have in it? What is the controversial ingredient?
There's something good. It's a lot of stuff.
It's boiled. They grind up the oil, makes it thicker.
But sometimes it's certain names sounds scary.
Right.
But it's just it's something more.
Right. Vitamin C sounds scary. Ascorbic acid, like, oh no. Yeah, is that a preservative. That's what's wrong with us. Everything is preserved. Your gut biome, it's all getting in there. All this bacteria.
So they will know laws being, I don't think that's good. But also, I've probably eaten so much of whatever that is. That's
You think about like food like that, you're just not supposed to eat everything. That's all it is. It's really good if you just want to eat it and enjoy it. You ever have canes, those chicken fingers? Just don't do that. Just every now and again.
But again, eating canes is better in other places.
What? Are you a canes connoisseur?
No, but I've eaten fast food. I've eaten a lot of fast food.
I've heard that In-N-Out here is not as good.
In-N-Out here is not as good. Wendy's is not as good.
Does the In-N-Out here have the same?
KFC's thing.
Does the In-N-Out here have the same sort of menu where you can get all the menu stuff?
It's the same everything. Except the service sucks and the food is not as good. It's just not as consistent. You know what I mean? Like, I've never before here, I've never been to it because like Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out, there's a certain standard. Especially if you come from LA.
You said McDonald's too.
Even McDonald's here is trash.
And then, McDonald's actually was my favorite pizza place in Ohio. They couldn't expand it, right? Because like you couldn't get the same ingredients you get in Ohio. So you were like floating. But doesn't McDonald's like send all the ingredients to all their places? But that means that you don't have one guy McDonald's farm. You don't. I mean, if we would know where that is, oh my God, imagine the slaughter going on at the McDonald's farm. How many fucking cows are living there?
I'm gonna eat at McDonald's in any city. Oh, I'm gonna find a good McDonald's. Good McDonald's and I hear they're all terrible.
And so it's a food distribution thing. I'm pretty sure. How are they getting bad beef in Texas? It's not bad beef, but it's just not the same.
It's not consistent.
The exact same. Some process is like that.
It's not great food. You eat at McDonald's because you know what you're gonna get. Right? It tastes just like it does every other time I've had it. It's not because it's the best. So when you settle for McDonald's, right? You just
Understand?
it's like calling your ex. Like you settle for it, and it's not as good. It's like it's kind of tastes like I would expect it. But it's just not. It's just off.
Some people argue that restaurants are just who could cook the best Cisco food. So if we're all getting it from the same kind of distributor.
More than most of them.
But I mean, not like literally down to the base. Like that's not really everything's happening.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure if you see like Southwest egg rolls, like it's probably a 50% chance that that came from the Cisco freezer.
Mexican place turn around.
I know. I can't believe it was Cisco.
No, not so.
I don't remember what it was called, man, but it was incredible. It was so good. Yeah, maybe they just won't. I forget to name.
I don't know. I think they went there because they should have worked with it.
The location was not, as they weren't near any other restaurant. It wasn't terrible though. It wasn't hard to find. Yeah, but it's still off the path of like anyone. Like if you had to go over there was no other reason to go over there.
Right. But you go there for a restaurant. Like, it seemed like they were packed when I was there. It was almost
They were, but towards the end, it stopped
charity. That guy genuinely goes to like war-torn regions, anywhere there's some sort of natural disaster, and he brings trucks and they start cooking and they feed people for free. They think of that level of food. Yes, his food. He loves helping people, like genuinely loves helping people, loves cooking for people. And he went to Poland and was catching the Ukrainian refugees when they were leaving Ukraine. These people were starving. He set up shop and started feeding them. That's how good a guy he is.
He's a master.
Master chef. His restaurants are incredible. He came in here, he was making food for us while we were doing the podcast. He had a piece of ham. He was cutting off ham and shit.
Oh, he had like a fancy.
Yeah. He's thin sliced.
Yeah, but I come to understand.
Maybe a whole leg. I took it home.
Yeah, they don't last for that.
Yeah, that's good. It's cured. Gross.
Yeah, but ultimately the downfall.
Yeah, but you can have food. You just gotta have like, you ever see the Rock's cheat meals? On Sundays, the Rock will have these legendary cheat meals. I don't know if he still does. They would post to my Instagram, it's like a stack of pancakes, giant chocolate chip cookies.
The rock shut down.
Yeah. I think he got too big because he did that movie, the movie about Mark Kerr, the Smashing Machine. But by the way, it didn't get the love it deserves. It's a really good movie. It's not just an MMA movie. It's a very realistic MMA movie too. It's like really like The Rock is Mark Kerr. They even gave him like a forehead thing, like prosthesis, so he looked more like a Neanderthal. Mark Kerr, he gained 30 pounds of muscle, wore 22 prosthetics, and trained in MMA camp, physically transformed for his full Mark Kerr. Look what he looked like. It's gorgeous. Look what he looked like. That's Mark. That's actual Mark. That's The Rock. That's The Rock. Obviously, like Mark. Yeah, he did a podcast recently. Yeah, man, that Smashing Machine documentary is great. I thought The Rock was he should. He did a fantastic job. Let them know he watched it. It's one of those just slipped under. If it comes out to streaming, I can't recommend it enough. It's a really good movie. It's not just an MMA movie. It's like there's moments in that movie where you get anxiety, like, oh my god, don't do that. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? It's one of them. It's crazy, but he does a phenomenal job. What he should do for that. I don't think you can look at the Academy of Martial Arts movie. It's like, yeah, it's for me.
I'm surprised you ain't got no sponsorships with Surf Cat. You literally don't fuck this shit up.
Oh, it's fun. What's the brand's bitch up? So tell everybody, name your special, where they get it.
Special is Live Mothership. You can see it right now, streaming on Netflix. You can also watch the Tell thing just came out. Come see me on TotalRansom.com. My podcast is on Ransom. It's also on YouTube.
And I'll see you in a few hours. Have some fun. Sophisticated look. Yeah, I got what's going on. So you got them. Yeah, they're great, man. My buddy John able to give it to me. I got them from him. Yeah, they're pop. And they help too. Yeah, they look good. I don't think so, but I think these just make it even better. Big dog. I can get them weighted too, so you can do a neck workout. We have more. This is t-shirts. I think they are. Is he trying? You don't think they hate James, but he's not. It's not like you get grease on it. I want to greasy fucking thing. That's what's funny. You're rubbing your hand, you're rubbing your greasy face. I don't even go in the kitchen. You don't eat grease. You go in the kitchen for grease. Right? It's like if you're 20, if you're not 2020 or 2025, it's a psychological car. You really don't think no, not so no, I'm saying. I mean, they're fine, but there's like, it's because it's funny. I think I'm reading too much. I think it's a psychological thing. It could, you can believe that they make you see better. My vision's okay. It's not as good as it was when I was young. I gotta read the packaging again, but it's a lot better than it used to be. I started using red light, man. Makes a giant difference, man. A huge difference. I don't need reading glasses. I need to read glasses for a while. Look at my phone. It was fine text. You know, if I don't use it at all. And that's because of the red light. Oh, yeah, 100%. Red light therapy and certain vitamins. There's a few different. There's a company called Pure Encapsulations. They make a formulation called macular support. I think that's those two things for sure. Big impact. I think it's the red light though. That's the big fact. I've been doing sauna. I've been getting in there. It feels good. I feel like a little pump there. It's good. Yeah, right. Yeah, it feels good. Yeah, that body all heated up. Just kind of flows out. It's not a protocol of what you're supposed to do before you get in there. I know they're doing these things. But it's like how much water you're supposed to drink before you go in. Like 45 minutes. You're supposed to go. You're supposed to drink like a liter of water with electrolytes and some magnesium. I don't know, some guy made this. That's the problem with everybody's online guru. Yeah, well, everything they watch is like they can try to get the Olympics. Like, man, that's my work. I know how I feel a little bit better. It's taking out of my garage. Get an edge. Give me an edge on this cold, hard world. That's the only thing, man. That's all I'm looking for. But good to see you, dude. See you always, my friend. Well, you're still alive. Me too. The fire's still alive, too. Both been interviewing dangerous people. Have you? You really have. Well, my interview that you haven't. It's more dangerous. I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, I did. Yeah, I have met people that's had neighbors. Maybe Thomas Massey. Oh, Charlie Mark? Yeah, they all hate him right now. This is a sad thing about both political parties, not just the right, but the left too, is they decide that they're going to gang up on someone for not towing the line. Like whatever happened to having different opinions, whatever happened to having different perspectives, again, our perspective. Yeah, they have these goofy ass bills, which by the way, they slipped something into this last bill that Mitch McConnell got in, I believe. Check making sure that he did it, the hemp thing. They slipped this thing in where you can no longer buy CBD with it has to be like the lowest trace amount of THC in it, which is for like my wife's mom, she's an older lady, and she takes CBD for pain, for joints and stuff like that. She takes oil for CBD. There's some fucking dead turtles. There's a leading component of closing in 2018 for a bill loophole allowing intoxicating THC to be sold in low doses. See, everybody got a couple of fucking milligrams in his neck. Look at that. He's got some going on. They definitely got a Medicaid. There you go. Why that guy's sleeping with that pill? It looks like he hit a joint and just leave him alone. Took an edible. He likes Joey Diaz. He's on the church. He's on the church. What's happening now? Joey Diaz is you're just staring at him. They gotta change that. That's not really bad. Why is it bad? Because for people that are getting benefits from CBD, the THC along with the CBD, and by the way, we're talking super, super low amounts, but there's something about how CBD and THC work in a synergistic way for people that are in a lot of pain. I know a lot of people, like I said, my wife's mom, she says the stuff with the THC in it works better and it's not getting her high. This is the misunderstanding. As do is it helps with anxiety for a lot of people. It definitely reduces inflammation. And for people that have like joint pain, like I heard Dave Foley from his radio, gets it all day long. Awesome guy. Dave had like pretty severe arthritis in his hands, like where he was really having a hard time opening his hands. Started taking CBD oil, and he opened a jar, and it was hard pain. It was bad, but now it's gone. And it's gone because of CBD. It's really effective, man. It's really effective.
So what they're saying that they don't want you to, why are they doing it? Because they want to control it.
It's the alcohol lobby. It's the same people that are trying to keep marijuana illegal in Texas. It's the alcohol lobby. This is the fact. The fact is, when people start smoking weed, they drink less. And, it could be because they just decided to get high and not get drunk. Or it could be that they smoke pot and they get a little paranoid. They go, why am I poisoning myself 5 days a week?
Well, a lot of people now feel like they're just doing like cocaine and salt. It seems like that
Comes together. I mean, in your neighborhood.
I don't know really, but it's your trouble with neighbors who do that.
Your neighbors are coming over in their underwear with a fucking bag. Let's go, Theo. Let's go. Let's get some 20. Let's go.
This is a place.
That water on that rocks already. My nasal cavity be open wide.
Get that looking piss in there. That's just if you look at brothers, somebody may think, well, let's be a look at despair. But I don't know how people are drinking that much anymore. Do you think?
A lot less people are drinking, including me. But I did have a drink the other night before I went on stage. I felt great. I haven't done that in a while. I have a whiskey before I went on stage. But I gave up on drinking entirely for many months. I forget how many months. It was quite a while where I didn't have a sip of alcohol. And I felt way better. Yeah, but I don't think there's anything wrong with moderation. Like when I was in New York, what was this place? Teresi. Oh my God.
MSG, you mean?
Yeah. Oh my God. This is an Italian restaurant in New York City called Teresi. It's so good. So good.
Good morning.
Oh yeah, Gaetano's in Vegas. Oh, so good.
Today's job
Handmade pasta at Gaetano's. That little thing, it's like a little square ravioli something. Oh my God, right? Just shake it up. That sauce is really so good. And Gaetano's is it's like the best ones get their flour from Italy because it doesn't flour their stuff. Our flour's all messed up, man. Our wheat's messed up. We have all kinds of pesticides on it. It's trying to say it's trying to wheat. It does positive just for that. Just wheat. Just so we have a bread. Dollar bill says it's so crazy number. Yeah, I can imagine that's what we drink. That's our bills. That's our bill. Our bills. Coast to coast with our bill. From the kingdom of Nine. Yeah, Baruch Levana. Yeah, that's our. He's the godfather of fun conspiracies. Yes, he was UFOs. Radio station. That's my nighttime jam coming home from the comedy store. I can see that always. Because you come home from the comedy store, it's like, 1 o'clock in the morning. And we're coast to coast with our bills on. The guy calls the market. I'm a time traveler. He had a time traveler hotline. It's like the perfect stuff to occupy your mind going on from the comedy store. Because occasionally it was like real shit. Like occasionally you have some people talking about some really fascinating things, like asteroid impacts. Terrence McKenna on a few times. Really interesting. Every now and then he'll mix it up with a dude who says he's a werewolf. And Art would never go vindicate a werewolf. He'd go, interesting, tell me more. He let dudes talk. He let dudes say the most ridiculous shit. It was fucking great. I got to do a show once. I did it. Yeah, I did one. I did one as on the radio or on the internet rather. It wasn't on the radio hard side to side. I think they're fucking with you. I think they think you're crazy. And then like sucks for just lenses. And you're like, yeah, I think I'm
I think I stick around more with the video game than right after that. Not far. The way to read this is the four. Way to read this is the four. In other words, we're very close to mention yesterday, Russian color. Never says the four. Two, after the four. She's the Dalam is that H. Hashanah Yom Asar. From 9 years and 1 day. Now, typically the reason that Rashi tells us so that's one case. One case which is Zachar, Plantation Shabbat Yom Asar. Or Abba al Beheva, based in Jackson, has a relationship with the animal. Relationship with the animal normal way, or natural way. Well, Isha, the Dia, the Beheva Allah, and a woman brings the animal upon her. Again, whether it's the normal way of Dia, the normal way of Dia, the Allah is diet. What do you see over here?
This is the guy that's going to go on with the further.
That's where that's where participants follow the trust. The Isha, it says, name is Shkava. The Hema is Shkava. Isha says, and when it comes to the Hema, it says, Mishkava, the singular term. The master of Laura Copper on the top asks his own question. How do I like this is the year? Do you feel like this is that doesn't make sense? Isha is the form of people realize that like a woman needs all the like either side of the government is working for us. Is that a weird thing to say? It's true. I'm not you know like on a global way it's no matter what they even if person has that right it's in a way obligations when they get in there such a case would be forbidden. The Hema is a lot of work. Military contractors, normal way of speak my name. That's what this go ahead and so we're gonna go ahead and do that. Then the private law right? So it's all about how much money is getting funneled through these corporations. If you really think that what they're trying to do is make sure that people get health care, you're fucking right. It's not normal. What they're doing is they are protecting some kind of slush off. If somebody digs into this and finds out where that money's going, finds out how this money's distributed, it'll make more sense. Because there ain't a fucking chance in hell that they're keeping the government shut down to protect your health. There's not a chance. There's not a chance. They're shutting down fucking ear traffic. There's not a chance. They're shutting down NASA because they're worried about you getting the flu. That shit is not happening. That's not what's going on. I think everybody's starting to realize that. If I went to the post office and the post office recently, I have not. Okay, that's a check over the post office. It's over. Therefore, a couple says,
if you want to know what that is, there's two pros in there too. One was definitely one was a paper, one was a robot. He has discoloration to make like a mix of pulling a fucking body, fighting a room in there, and there's a lady above, kind of like a darker woman in there, and she's spraying fucking lights and trying to get him drunk up the fucking post office. I was like, Lysol. Yeah, like those and things. Like this time, you got like she's standing on the step ladder trying to find
like to differentiate
that's the gun, right? Yeah, like this is radio. This is where we are. This is how like everything's privatized. Now it's around. Do you feel like it's around? Like I've been thinking for years that it feels like a shell company, like a shell LLC. Here's the thing about it being privatized. Some things probably should be privatized because they work better. Okay, like FedEx came along, UPS came along, so those came along. Still doesn't get the job.
Problem is,
If
my basis.
Stop bad people.
That why some of
That's
these
a conversation
are
That's a
these
real
dogs
conversation.
are
Let's figure out
why
how to
is
get
it
up out of these neighborhoods. Figure out what's causing all these problems.
like
You
yeah,
know, see,
that
that reminds me of
that's
what
kind of
exasperates me.
those are
People
not
just want to
shit
get
by
up
basis.
these higher
Why
powers.
would
They
you
know
write
what
the
they're doing.
word?
It just starts to feel like
Yes,
Shakespeare.
the A right
We're
now.
not really
Why
seeing Shakespeare. You know, it's almost like
I
they
am
play Mario or something. Right. One day
Alright.
Mario is just like this way on the screen. Fucking turns and looks at you. He's like, I see what you're doing. That's what I feel like we all right now. We're looking right.
Mark
At
says,
the people
I
controlling
don't
everything.
think
Like,
who is probably Joshua is
that's
also
all because of the internet.
even not enough to do that.
But it
Laura
feels
says,
like
once
with
you
the
get
internet,
that,
no one would be looking.
look at how we
Because we would be getting these conversations. Right? We still be it would still be dislocated. Again, it's the
everyone
internet.
looking there
We get
is
some
right.
horseshit
They're
version
there,
of what's
the
actually
part
going on.
of the time that there
But
is
because the internet and real
is
independent
for
journalists,
Joshua.
people that break things down,
That's
you
if
start
they
to
were
look
written
at
an
what
extra
the fuck
time
is
to
going
teach you
on.
that
You know,
also Lawrence is get no problem adding in extra luck into our
so
life.
you have
In
something.
other words, the bottom line is,
Oh, thanks, buddy.
when it comes to Tara, it's going to be a problem. It's always a problem by
Yeah,
Zafar,
we're
it's
the
always a
first
problem by
generation.
Asia, it's a problem by the Ava as well. And I know that, so that I'm an extra word in the Ava Tara, extra unnecessary to write again. Father,
I think they got you.
clear, then a lot of all,
I think they're giving you
all,
Yeah, they
forbidden
give you
relationships
whatever.
are
Let's see what
compared to
happens.
what's exactly, and therefore you don't have to write the next word there. This message to you. When it comes to a animal, yelling at one of that's what I asked you. Why would they not try to copy or Ami version? What's that one? That could be a problem. Overlay. What is it? What is it? What's the name? Profession. In other words, that's
Why
the
can't
people
Starbucks
standing.
figure that
There's
out?
a bunch of different
Because
ways
every
of
time we get
setting
coffee,
up.
or it's really big tall, it's just
Like
it's
diner.
burnt.
Or it's just like, why do you have to
Hydrate
Rashi?
black coffee.
The Rashi translates it. Sour patch. Your father. So the Alex numbers from the Peter jumping on others say because it's like stomach.
At least
Now, it's hard to explain why was it
a real coffee connoisseur on. Yeah, so
Rashi, thanks for why what's your question? This might be because better for these behaviors term just like give a shot as well. When is this possible? The Mishavish face. We're talking about a case. This person doesn't live there. Now, that's a Mishavish face. All right, when it comes to more value, now, what is this?
South America, so I just started thinking in Colombia, thinking in Hawaii. I guess probably the soil.
Figure it out.
Leader of Pennsylvania.
What do you like? I think it's very important to know. I don't think it's the large brings up the case. Relevant. I hope that. I have a week left. The reason why I started bringing this up is because there's no such thing as cases that are left in our lives. Current governments are left. Current governments, you can't have a situation where one generation comes up with a star idea, then B has to go ahead and make up the Allah. We don't make the Allah. Every single change is going to be done on this earth. So real quick here, Seagull, we're calling the Yam Star every single day. This is Pharaoh, Pharaoh, literally, Pharaoh needs to know what the Pharaoh's opinion is every single day. Every generation is going to be our generation is a lot of these mushrooms. So we're going to have to know what the parent says about everything. You can't have a situation where, because something sounds very bizarre to us, we say, no, we should talk about it. We shouldn't be brought up. That's relevant tomorrow. So it makes our stomach turn. Now, to make our stomach turn, it's possible to happen. In other words, it's possible for it to physically happen. This is no bother asking the question. For those instructions to figure it out, it's possible to do it. Most assumptions is possible. We have to know what the parent says. And that's what we're doing here. Most of these cases, instructions in cases, for the most part, that bizarre to us. What's going on over here? So we did that because a lot of people were saying the bottom line is, parent means equivalent to parent needs to know what Allah is every time as disturbing as it sounds. What is not Allah? What's wrong? Therefore, the far went to these cases. Last position, that's when you're there. Both cases, it's much more self-turning by. The bottom line is, you need to know what the parent said to them. Comes to the thing. Possible for that maybe this is Pharaoh. Let's talk a little bit about that's why the Bible says you don't have to ask questions. So either it's possible or more goes down. Well, today, we're asking the following questions from our shaykh. I used to shout them, Allah al-Maheba, for knowledge for those heads, and Jesus said, you put the animal to death. Now the more interesting is why not? The color, none, the Hapa, the color Iba, color Leka, the color Apple. Remember in our history, why an animal is to death when there is and one of them was the height of the Hapa, the color one was because a person went ahead and sinned by way of this animal. In other words, this animal is a vehicle for sin, therefore you put it to death. The other way of learning it was that it's just a desire that is walking through the tree, and people can say, oh, this is the animal that's supposed to be death. Now, Hakala is the shade, which is the second one. The question just is, do you need both, or do you need just one? The Muslims told us that there are two reasons. The mission target, you have to have both things, or do you want them to comes to Akhlaq. There's going to be a case of Hakala, but what why is there no color? Why is there no shade? Now, what Rashi said is that it could be that in certain eras or periods of time, that different idolaters did this. Different idolaters, there have been bizarre actions. Maybe some idolaters really good. There wasn't considered to be a shame for that. And more than that, it could be that even though there was some kind of shame that came along with it, will the parent go ahead and go out of its way to worry about the shame of an idol? Not what we're really worried about. Go ahead and put an animal to death, or the conversation of the idol. That's the conversation. He was doing it. This is not Shlomo. It comes from the Greek of Zara. It also shows the tree. It means to smell. Still, Amra Torah, Hashtek, Scroll, Koida, burn them. And again, get rid of them. Oil, Bob, the other Shakara, it's the person's way, and violate the system for them. A very dark time, something goes ahead and bring the person to dark time, dark Jesus, the way of life, the way of death, just like the tree. Therefore, we say, that power is enough, power is enough. Shade, because that's what it's all. Shoot the tree, the animal, by way of the animal, makes it with death, you should go ahead and start the animal, even with the color,
and he sent me a photo.
Eliasta,
They landed
see that track? Get the fuck
Whether
out of
it
there.
doesn't like
That's a
not
1,100-pound wild
right,
dog.
it looks like it's symmetrical, logical.
He just does it because he wants it, because it's hard to do.
I know the animal does doggy
And when
does
you get
smell.
in there,
Why
and
does
they
he have
don't
to
plan
run?
where you're going. He said, fire, it's fire, be fire,
Well,
in there.
that's just
Well, there's a
see
lot of
that
different tasks
that
that
right
they
there on
do.
the page.
One of
That's
them
it.
is you're taking a fire break.
Clearly
So
understand.
you did, like, a
Why
lot of
that
what happens
in
is
other words, like you just said.
embers land on the ground. And
Now when it comes to an
fire,
animal,
right? So what they do is they'll clear
when it comes to an
ground
animal, the
or
animal
a wide
it's not
area
It's
where
about
the
that.
fire
It
is
enjoys
coming.
life.
So the
It
fire's
doesn't
on
take
its
away
way.
the life.
They'll get
It's
ahead of the
outside.
fire.
Why?
They'll clear a giant path on the ground.
Tree.
Scary.
Bird doesn't say that.
It's scary.
Bird doesn't say a tree doesn't smell, doesn't
They get trapped and they die.
doesn't
Yeah,
enjoy life.
chips.
I don't know. Maybe
You know,
that's just
sometimes things are unpredictable.
He doesn't enjoy life.
But he does it just because it's hard. He's so
Animal
crazy.
doesn't
Does he
enjoy
have the sign on?
life. Animal doesn't enjoy
I don't
life.
know what he does. I don't tell his David Goggins. He just shows up. I'm telling you, he's a different cat. Like, he's the real deal. He's not pretending to do all these things. You see those videos where he takes UFC fighters on workouts and they're dying. Like, he gets her on his level. It's impossible. 2 times.
I'm a shot with the
Check it out. The best to ever do it. Elite athlete.
We'll make the luck. We kill.
I
That's not
couldn't keep up. Goggins was talking to him. Come on, son. Keep going. He's like,
But again,
he's throwing up in the garbage cans like, no bullshit. It's crazy to watch because you realize, like, the level of conditioning this guy has. He's 50 years old. He's not doing it for any reason. Like, he's not getting ready for the World Series. He's not in the Super Bowl or the announcers himself. He's learning. I'm telling you,
responsibilities
it's
as well
just, he's
are
that
the
guy.
highest
Like,
rate.
it's like,
Champion the responsibilities of an outcome are going to be
what is it?
Mark says, all right, no problem. Listen,
I said,
what
T
is it?
Rex.
We also do well.
What's that for?
In other words, let's just think about this. Why is it that others we put an animal in that for you? Why would we put an animal to death? What a person comes down to it. A person violated a Torah by way of this animal. This would be the Rabbi. Do the same thing. Rabbi, Zach, the load of Ruba, Zach, the load of Rabbi says, clearly not go in life. These dogs, yeah, dogs play a role. When it comes to a person's relationship with the animal, yeah, the person is going to be embarrassed. Terribly embarrassing.
Your mom just said it to me. I said it to you.
Reality. When you do it, the whole idea of it is embarrassing.
I think it's a far rebel. Everything you get out of me, you pull up like, get the fuck up.
Where's the product? I mean, a lot of things. Can I start tree example? It's not a lot of shade when it comes down to the tree. Still, the Homer Torah has to be thrown in LA. You have to destroy the tree. Versus Palestine, that's only when it comes to Palestine. So why do you think that's used? Why do clocks run on a light? Fine, the Torah, it takes tremendous precautions to get the wild stock animals. First, if the basin wants to put animals to death, you need to have a basin of 20 degrees to do that. See, the Torah is very concerned about an animal, not how it will come to trees. Not
That's crazy.
about that tree. The Rabbi, my brother disagrees, and he says maybe Allah is like the shade. Our Torah, the Eva, and it's the Amir of the Torah. The guy who comes to animal being killed, put it to death, is because the Behema, he was dead in the Amir. The animal actually enjoyed it. Therefore,
That's so sketchy.
hold on, Mr. Lama, stay dead in the Amir. Once you come back to the example, the street is not enjoyed the person down to it. Let's have an ego. Oh, wow. By the time you can't hear a large thing to that's where I want to start with Raya. What it comes to now look at our Mishnah tells us color the shade as there is the fact that it was a stumbling block. Which one? You need both or is one of them sufficient? Kashima. Look at our Mishnah. Number after slow, the name of the parent for so you don't want to have an animal looking through the marketplace. No room you want to say, what do you got? This is saying this is the animal that the person died because of that. Now my line, be the same cause, stop the same face. Be the same cause, stop color with hello, and also just know and you guys had a person changed by this. And of course, it was in the fellow person. Ratio. What's the second one adding? What's the second one was adding? So like first change added ratio to getting the problem.
So it was just crazy, like, you know, but then at least you didn't know who the people were. You know, and it was definitely weird that you're setting it and they built it nice. They were, you know, like Amazon, like millionaire pedophiles that were Texas up back then. That's what makes me nervous.
Shape. Now, what would be a case where there is a color?
They came out about the Trump MC
Or we can love it, I'm all able to get access to the video. For some reason, you might not see it. That's a shame of it. In that case, you have the color.
Franklin scandal. What year was that?
Second. Yeah. You have the color. Now, yes, the color is not
He had the crazy glasses on back then. That was before he was protecting his eyes.
yes, it's like, please plus that color. Please plus that, you know, there's a couple of blocks there, and that's the reason why I put that add colors in this change. Racial activation. Now, feeling color, the low color, not the highest, because even if you're staying without the real pressure black, that day is to be like, basically, how you try to create a relationship with animal, and there is exchange of those like all of us, they're all cheap and well,
Yes, the thing about
strong, because you know it's up there.
things that
You didn't bother showing up for Bilby,
say certain
not know,
you know what I mean?
Linda Parker, did not know that it was Usher, in the case,
opinions
the color's
based on
not
facts,
here,
and then it turns into humor. Yeah,
color was shade before it.
animal change. It was just scandal at Omaha, Nebraska, trying to critique it where there was a guy who was embezzling money, and he was being investigated for that, but they said he's only has all this money because he's running the interstate pedophile network, and he's paying for kids to, you know, people in Washington, D.C. and New York, and it was a headline in the Washington Post and the Washington Times on Cuomo is going to tour the Reagan White House.
Color, he goes, definitely changed over it. That color, that's all. But we can show you. Well, maybe, although Trump has changed that color. Maybe the shade is enough.
You know, this was a scandal of Bill Nichols wanted to testify that people started dying from the investigative fire. His plane broke up. One of the girls that did testify was found guilty of perjury, and she was put in solitary confinement. They had to use 2 grand juries in Omaha to get rid of this scandal. And it's one now, it's not as sexy as like a Pizzagate or something. It's complicated in that case. But this shows you the blueprint for the government, you know, using commercially resources to silence people. This is not new. Congressmen, senators, blackmail meetings by intelligence agencies, none of it's new. It's pioneered by mafia.
And then there are a lot of
they own you forever. So, you do it.
a number of examples of a lot of consequences of fear with
So if that existed at all in the 1990s,
now show us something about a girl who is 2 years in Monday. She's got that to be in part of marriage and they get married with fear, that fear, now she is married. His brother-in-law died. If she felt she and her brother-in-law supported her marriage with then that doesn't even work. But if the younger brother-in-law told her brother, she's now married. But the brother-in-law should make married and at this age, the person is a elevation dish. With Thomas Brother,
So people set up cases
So they basically set up an escape room. It is like a regular wizard that stumbled into the escape room. You set the whole thing up. And so it's the same functional story. It's brilliant. Like Hollywood. I remember when they were walking in the Century City Mall there in Los Angeles. It's on the Santa Monica Boulevard. There was a getting shape.
He's like 10 floors, 20 racial words It just seemed like it was just sort of mixture. I think that this sort of news stories get created, right? Things get, whether they're fiction or whatever it is, you don't even know. It's a story you can send actors out to create a scene, see a video, you believe it, and then they make that's what happened, right? I think you see movies that come out later about it, so it's like you're almost creating your own news to then make like a based on a real story. You know what I'm talking about? Like it's all this like they let the talent seats know dramatic. It makes sense because it's like then you're just here. But it's just like what do we do? And they've been doing this forever. Yeah, they've been shaping our views of war, and that's one of the reasons why they started making all these war movies. Do you know that? Okay, so in World War one of the problems that they had was people didn't want to be over there killing people. Yeah, so people were shooting. They weren't shooting at the actual enemy. They would like shoot over their heads or shoot to the left of them or to the right of them. They didn't want to kill people. And they realized that we take people, just regular people from the city and from the farm, and put them in uniform and tell them they have to go kill people. This is no YouTube back then, no television back then, right? So their ideas of what's right and wrong were all based on their life, their actual life. And so then they realized, well, we've got to do something about that. So after that, they started creating all these really patriotic war movies, where the guys are heroes, they go over and they shoot all the bad guys, and they're awesome. So then the next movie, go to war, we're all going to be indoctrinated with these films. These films are America's the best. We're number one. We're going to go over there. This is how you get all the girls and be a fucking hero and go over there and shoot those Germans. Come back and play that too. Exactly. Come back and get ready. Kill. Tits will be here when you get on, but yeah. And that's what they did. They see it. And, I mean, it makes sense. For sure. And it was also advertising. The CIA and various federal organizations have a say in how America's portrayed in movies, right? So if you're going to get access to, you're going to do some film on, the Pentagon or something like that, you get that bitch. That would make us look good. They're not going to let you make them look like a bunch of fucking retards that are just doing it for their career. No, they better make us look good. We can't fake what the Pentagon is, bitch. Mr. Cruz to talk about you make more like the most awesome movies I've ever been. So that way you want to support them, you want to fund them, and you want to listen to them when they talk about it. And with a lot of like the projects, I think they have to have people from these organizations that come and like oversee how the organization is presented, right? Yeah. So it's like if you want to do something where the Navy's involved, you have to have people there from the Navy that are like overseeing it and making sure that everything is presented. To be true to the Navy, but also like there being maybe some manipulation there. But we just had Gary Sinise on the podcast, and he really dude, if you ever want to donate to something people do, man, what is just impressive is the organization. What's he doing? Well, he has a lot of stuff for veterans. a lot of neat stuff, you know.
Sure. I think you'd be in a position where you just have all these weird conversations with interesting people. Because it's not like when I first met you, I would have never suspected that this would be a path that you would go down.
Yeah, not at all.
You know, it's interesting that you went down that. Like, what led you to want to start doing that?
Well, I think a couple of things. I think I didn't know I was kind of competitive in some ways. You know, like I think I'm kind of competitive. Like I want to see what's possible that's maybe inside of me. You know,
So competitive with yourself or competitive with other people that are also doing it?
Just competitive because I think I was felt like maybe some people thought this thing like, oh, this guy can't do it. You know, I don't think that's. I think there were some people that maybe like, oh, I'm surprised that this guy enjoys this or likes doing it. But I think there was like, this guy can't do it, and I just never had a voice when I was a kid. You know, I never had a voice. Like, you know, so much of my childhood, I think I just couldn't even speak up for myself. I didn't know what to say. I didn't even know what my feelings were. Right? I was just like this. It just felt tough, you know. And so I think when I started to kind of get in the markets and have a little bit more of a voice, and then to get to talk to some people that I felt like were getting voices. Like even my doctor from Gaza on last year, or this year, and that was like a moment for me. I was like, oh, this is fun stuff. You know, like other people are putting this voice out there, and some people are, but like the mainstream media are doing a good job of it.
This episode is brought to you by Blinds.com. You ever notice how much your environment affects your mood? The way your place looks, the lighting, nothing kills the vibe faster than bad lighting. Blinds.com makes upgrading your space ridiculously easy. They've basically blown up the whole old school window treatment game. No pushy salespeople coming into your house, no hidden costs. With Blinds.com, you're in control. Upfront pricing, zero pressure, totally on your terms. Browse on your own, go full DIY if that's your thing, or if you're like me, you don't want to deal with that stuff. Boom! White glove service, license, vetted pros show up, install everything, you sit back, done. Not sure where to start? They've got design experts who will hop on a free consultation with you whenever you want. You tell them your vibe, they'll help you nail it. And this is huge. Every order is backed by their 100% satisfaction guarantee. That's how confident they are. And right now, Blinds.com is running Black Friday deals all month long. So head on over and see what they've got going on today. And as always, you can still get 40% off your purchase when you use the code Rogan40 at checkout. That's Blinds.com, promo code Rogan40. Limited time offer, rules and restrictions apply.
And just like
That's not what they do. You know, I mean, the reason why we can do what we do is because they're not really what they're doing. They never figured this out before. They never figured out that hey, there's a lot of people that are in their car for hours every day. They're on the train for hours every day. They're in the gym. They're doing different stuff where they want to listen to things. Or when they come home, they don't want to watch late night TV. They want to watch an interesting conversation. Yeah, that just, they didn't know that was the thing. That's all that we snuck in. I think we snuck in. I think they had no idea. They thought this was just shitty radio.
yeah. And I think my whole life, I think people looked at me and thought, oh, this dude's just fucking shitty radio.
But
I'm not like it in a way, you know. And I still make it in my show. I mean, look, I feel lucky to have a show we work hard, you know, with podcasting. I feel lucky to get to talk to a lot of people. I don't think we do a lot of information type of stuff, you know, and I wish we could do better with that sometimes. I think maybe that's a goal of mine next year is to try to learn more stuff just in the day-to-day so I can have conversations that are maybe more important. But then also, maybe that's not what I'm supposed to do. I'm just supposed to be just having conversations that are fun. And so, you know, I think that's what you're supposed to do.
that's what you want. What I think is the only important thing,
what you want to do.
to be genuinely curious about whatever you're talking about.
I agree.
You know, and hopefully be talking to someone who's telling the truth. That's where it gets weird. Now, sometimes people will be charismatic and they'll be very persuasive, but at the turns out they have an agenda, they're not telling the truth. You might not know that. That becomes a problem.
Yeah, because some people are taking advantage of the fact that they'll come on and sometimes I've been a little bit naive to think that somebody would do that, but people do.
100%, like, heads of state, you're going to have someone as the president of a country that's in the middle of a war and want to come on the podcast and talk. You're not going to have anything objective. You're going to get them selling everything else. And that's weird. That's weird because unless you're an absolute expert in what is going on in that region, you know exactly what's true and what's not. There's two very compelling and very loud narratives. Good luck. Good luck sorting out that conversation. I'm not interested in one of those conversations. Yeah, I am interested in having conversations with people that I think are intriguing. That I think are being honest, and whether I agree with them or not, they're being honest, and they're intriguing. That's what I like.
Yeah. And I think some of that you learn a little more. I mean, I think I do like having stuff where people have more feelings in their stories about stuff, So that's something I would maybe like to focus on more next year. Like people's genuine human experiences, like a guy or a woman or a kid, somebody that's been through something, wants to share some of that. So maybe that's something I'll try to get into a little bit more. I don't know. I just feel lucky. Like my mom listens to my podcast every week. We never got to spend any time together when I was a kid, so some of that even keeps me going. It's like she's like our biggest fan, so it's weird. It was just so weird when I was a kid. Like she didn't have any time, and then now she just like, now she loves it. Yeah. So I think, I don't know. Man, it's like just important to be a little, just need opportunities. Yes, I was talking to people. Like we got to learn about like healthcare last year, and how a lot of these political parties have put forward these these presidential, what's it called when they sign something like this is an order, like an executive order, right? That price transparency needs to happen in healthcare, right? So that was something that I realized was super important to me because Bernie Sanders agrees with it, Trump agrees with it, Thomas Massey agrees with it, Rogan agrees with it. There's all these people that say they agree with it, everybody says, but it never really gets to where it needs to be, right? So you can go to a place in a hospital and charge you anything for an MRI, right? They're supposed to show their prices like a menu, and if they do that, then they have to compete. You can go two places, this person's like, well, it's $30,000, and this person's like, no, it's $700. So you're gonna go there. But they keep it vague so they can keep the prices really high and they can keep this whole insurance renewal going on the private corporations. That's what's happening. The private companies own hospitals. The private. So that's why they're guilty. They're there for your best interest, but they're there is to make the most money possible. And one way they do that is they're incentivized to give you certain medications, financially incentivized to give you certain pharmaceutical products, and they make more money if they do that. I had Mary Talley on the podcast. She's a respiratory physician, and she was saying that if she vaccinated all of her patients, she's a very small practice, if she vaccinated all of her patients for COVID, she'd have made $1.5 billion. But that's motivation. Like that's not, someone's not going to directly give you objective advice. They're a really good person like she is. They're not going to give you objective advice. What they're going to say is, hey, they say you should take it, I say you should take it too, because I want to go golfing. I want a BMW, and I want to go golfing, so take it. I don't care if you're in like a wheelchair for 3 weeks and a myocarditis. I want an L5. I've got it picked out already. I want the carbon interior. Carbon fiber accents. It's a trap. It's a trap. I'm learning about like that kind of stuff, like things like they used to be like, oh, this is a little cause it could mean something to me, because you think there are people right now that are afraid to go get health care because it messes up your credit, right? Like the number one cause of bankruptcy in America is medical debt. Like that's crazy. It's crazy. So now you're in debt, and now there's the stress of that. It's like, and also the problem is the system is so deeply intertwined in our society that to unwind it now and somehow or another start some sort of competent social medicine. But that's the other problem. Is socialized medicine is not been effective anywhere. Like everywhere else, like the difference between like if you have money in America and you break your leg, you go to a really good doctor and you get
and you're in England, right? So it's have a lot of friends in England. They used to socialize medicine there. They have it in Canada. Like my friend in Canada, it took her a year to get a knee reconstruction, and they did a terrible job. They repaired her ACL, but she's fucked. She can't fully straighten her leg out.
Yeah, every time she fucking look at she just belongs everywhere.
It's a little limp, a noticeable limp. They just fucked it up. They did a shitty job. And, you know, look, that could happen in America too, but you can get an operation quicker here. It's really just money. And the real problem with America is that you can have something really wrong with you, and you have insurance, and then your insurance denies you coverage for what's wrong with you. Like Ben Askren. You know the story with Ben Askren?
I know he's been getting better, right?
He's getting better. He had a double lung transplant. He had lung, and the insurance didn't cover it. How did you not cover that? The guy gets sick. It turns out he's a very rare, like I think it was like a staph infection, some kind of bacterial infection that was eating his lungs. So they had to put him on respirators, for a long time, and they had to give him a double lung transplant. And insurance companies didn't cover it.
Yeah. It's what he even there for. And then the stress, imagine his wife probably working with him. He is in and out of consciousness. He has to call them out. And just the stress of like, we can't do it, can't fill out these forms. It's almost like they just want to kill you with the stress. It's just,
they just want to spend the least amount of money possible and make the most amount of money possible. And United Healthcare, there's something called United Healthcare that's attached to this government shutdown bill too. The reason why they were shutting down, there's something about the flow of money to United Healthcare, which is, you know, the company where they're going to go assassinated or rich here. Because also was going to
I didn't see it.
you didn't see Luigi?
No, yeah, but he's literally he's fine. Yeah, I was like, man, like women.
That's a hero.
Yeah, but still,
I'm not saying you don't like women, but, you know, I'm not saying you fuck out. You know what it looks like. I told you it's an alligator. You wouldn't be like, bro, I'm not gay. You'd say, yes, it is an alligator. Your mom like, oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying Luigi's handsome. Like, I'm not gay. And I'm like, that's not what I asked. Right? I asked you if you can see things. You take those fucking shitty fake glasses off. Maybe you can tell Luigi's a handsome man. You know, a lot of people think Luigi's like some MK Ultra thing. They tricked him and hypnotized him and found the oil and shoot that guy.
Well, I think there's a lot of that going on. Yes, I did a dinner at someone's house recently. So, you know, I definitely, you know, there was spiritual foods on the menu over there. You know, I wouldn't say that. I mean, they had like an unvaccinated quail with like a mRNA demi-glaze. So maybe, you know, kind of do that.
Brother trying to vaccinate cows. They're trying to get cows mRNA vaccines.
Oh, they really?
They're just trying to use the technology to make money. If you really think they're doing it to protect the cows, you're out of your fucking mind. Any of this stuff is just about money. Cows are fine. There's nothing wrong with cows. The cows are fucking doing that. Let the cows eat grass, they'll be even better. That's what they're supposed to be eating. Let them all eat grass, and they'll be fine. But occasionally, some cows will get sick. Brucellosis is real. That's when bisons and cows intermingle. You know, when bisons give cows brucellosis, it kills a bunch of them. But other than that, fucking relax. Yeah, relax.
Well, just never get this. It feels like there's everything. There's just always a problem.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not worried that people have is that somehow or another stuff's going to get in you. They're right, probably. Yeah, they're right. They've already talked about somehow or another getting mRNA vaccines in vegetables so that you wouldn't even have to get vaccinated. You get it from your diet.
They try to give me a tetanus shot.
It doesn't even work.
What tetanus shot?
The fucking mRNA vaccines, you're putting it in food and it doesn't even work.
I'm not taking
It doesn't work when you take it. People aren't even taking it anymore, and now you're trying to put it in food.
What are they putting it in? You said radish or what is it?
Carrots, I don't know. They were trying to put it in vegetables. It's like, I mean, I think it's theoretical, but I know Bill Gates is talking about it.
I just feel it's like, when does it end? Like, when is it like?
That's when they stop making money. And as long as they can figure out a way to trick you into thinking that you need something, or you're not going to make any money. Did you know that tetanus, when you were talking about tetanus, tetanus is a bacteria. It's extremely rare in America. vaccine after you stepped on the nail, and it still protects you. It protects you. Right. So you don't need to take it. Tetanus is super rare in America. It's not. You can completely fix it by cleaning out the wound. And if you get tetanus, they just inject you with the tetanus vaccine then. But there's no need to give tetanus shots to me. They were saying maybe you should get it. And I was like, I don't even know if I've had it. I don't want anything else. You probably have it. Yeah, I think I had that, but like you should get it every 10 years. I'm like, I don't know. I don't care. I'll be fine. Okay. It's real common. Apparently, it's tetanus is. Yeah. It's a bacteria. I didn't know it was a bacteria. I thought it was something for rusty nails. But it makes sense. It's a vaccine. It's protecting you from something that's kind of alive. A virus is kind of alive. They don't consider it a life form. But I mean, it seems like it spreads and gets out much different people. It needs the person as a host. It seems like it's a kind of life. I mean, it's trying to consume you. It's trying to destroy your body. And you're fighting it off. And it hops from you to your kids, to your neighbor, to, it's kind of alive. It kind of needs a person. If it's propagating, right? If it's spreading, like, what is it? A virus? Yeah, I mean, I don't think they consider viruses a life form. It sounds a lot like a different kind of life form, a parasitic life form. That's what it sounds like. Doesn't it? They're saying that it's not. They're saying that it's bad, right? A virus. No, I don't think they consider it a life form. But I consider viruses a life form. What kind of complexity?
And we were taking out markers. And we were allowed to destroy the markers. We were sitting in it when we recorded this. Please let me record it. Since we did such a good job. We were just screaming.
Is a virus considered a life form? Viruses generally not considered life forms, like most biologists, primarily because they cannot carry out the basic processes of life independently, such as metabolism, growth, or self-sustaining reproduction of host cell. However, this status is debated in scientific circles due to viruses' ability to carry genetic material, reproduce inside those cells, and evolve through natural selection. Yeah, I'm with those rules. It's a life form. It's a weird life form, and here's the crazy thing. If you think about it that way, then you gotta think about gain of function research. Gain of function research is like taking a grizzly bear and you go, that grizzly bear should be on roids. And you take a grizzly bear and you jack him up on trend. You give him testosterone and cocaine and then let him loose in the woods. That's what gain of function research is. And our government was funding that. They were funding making more evil life forms. And that's where COVID-19 came from. It came from our tax dollars that goes off to this lab where they're working on making a life form more vicious. What do they want? It's a fucking weapon. That's what I think. But did they use it against us? I think it got out. I don't think they tried to use it against us. That's what I think. But I think that they 100% are developing these things to dump them on other countries. That's a fact. They've always done that. There's tons of research that show that the United States has been involved in stuff like that forever. There was actually bioweapons labs that were in Ukraine when the war broke out. The United States was somehow involved with the war. Put that in there. What bioweapons labs was the United States involved with in Ukraine war? How about this? Instead of being leading, were bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine? Let's put that in first and see what it says. And then I'm going to ask it, were they funded by the United States? That's it. No bioweapons labs have been discovered in Ukraine according to the United Nations. The U.S. created multiple independent experts. The allegations made by Russia and echoed by some Chinese officials involve claims that U.S.-funded laboratories involved in military biological activity were operating in Ukraine, but these claims have consistently been denied and refuted by international authorities. That doesn't mean independent investigations and statements by the UN disarmament chief confirmed there's no evidence of a biological weapons program in Ukraine. Yeah. Okay. Are there any stories online about bioweapons labs in Ukraine.
Leave
The
out.
allegations made by, yeah, but we don't know that that's true. So here's the thing: the United States is running bio or funding bioweapons labs in Ukraine, and it doesn't become a national news item. But you think they're going to come out and say, "You're right, we did it"? No, they're not. But if you're going to fund bioweapons research in China and a lot of other places, are there stories about the discovery? Let's see what it says here. Stories about the alleged discovery of bioweapons labs in Ukraine have circulated widely, primarily promoted by Russian officials and state media. These claims have not been substantiated by independent sources or international organizations, nor could they be. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to get in there and fucking rat everybody
Yeah,
out?
but I didn't sleep on that level or much or whatever.
Yeah, they wouldn't let that out. Chinese foreign ministry
Nah, just 16 more hours.
about these stories, including claims of 26 biolabs
And I like the piece, and I just
discovered by Russian forces.
what time is
Right.
it? 4:20.
Blaze it.
Problem here, right here. International news organizations and independent scientists, including the BBC and
That is
experts.
the bloody thing.
All right, so Joe Rogan podcast, choo-doo. Look at this move. Look at this lettuce.
Sophisticated look. Yeah, I know what's going on. I see. So you go. Yeah, they're great, man. My buddy Joseph gave them to me. I got them from him. Yeah, they're pop. And they help too. Yeah, they look good. I don't think so good. These just make it even better. Okay. So, try them. Yeah. Try them all. They dog. Okay. I mean, you don't wait until you can do a neck workout being long. This is, I think they are. I think these are good costs. Let me see. I don't think they hate Jay. Yeah, some of them can get grease on their mouth. Greasy fucking fingers. Like, you guys are not supposed to look at your hand. You rub your greasy face. I don't even go in the kitchen. I don't eat grease. You go in the kitchen for grease. Really don't happen, right? It's fair. If you're 20, if you're not 2020 or 2025, these are psychological, dog. You don't make it. No, sometimes, no, I'm saying. I mean, they're fine, but they're psychological. It's not like you explain it. I gotta read it too much. I think it's a psychological thing. You can believe that they make you see better. My vision's okay. It's not as good as it was a little bit ago. I'm gonna read the packaging again, but it's a lot better than it used to be. I started using a red light. Red light makes a giant difference. It makes a huge difference. I don't need reading glasses. I need reading glasses for a while. Look at my phone. It was fine text. Yeah, I don't have problems with it at all. And that's because of the red light. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, red light therapy and certain vitamins. There's a few different. There's a company called Pure Encapsulations. They make a formulation called macular support. I take that stuff. Those two things for sure big impact. I think it's the red light. That's the big factor. I've been doing sauna and I've been getting in there. It feels good. I'm like, oh, God, it's good. Yeah, right. Yeah, it feels good. Yeah, that body all heated up. Just kind of flows out in. That's not protocol what you're supposed to do before you get in there, and I've never done any of these things. But it's like how much water you're supposed to drink before you go in. It's only like 45 minutes. You're supposed to go. You're supposed to drink like a liter of water with electrolytes and some magnesium. I don't know, some guy. I mean, that's the problem. Everybody's an all-one girl. Yeah, well, everything they watch is like they think you're trying to get BLM. It's like they're trying to want it to work. I feel a little bit better. It's taking out of my garage. Give me an edge on this cold, hot world. Yeah, that's the only thing, man. That's all I'm looking for. But good to see you, dude. See you always, my friend. Well, you're still alive. Me too. Well, you're still alive, too. We've both been interviewing dangerous people. Have we? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. You really have.
Thomas Massey. Oh, did you have him on? Yeah.
Yeah, they all hate him right now.
This is a sad thing about both political parties, not just the right, but the left too, is they decide that they're going to gang up on someone for not towing the line. You know, like whatever happened to having different opinions, whatever happened to having different perspectives, being able to argue your perspective. Yeah, they have these goofy ass bills, which by the way, they slipped something into this last bill that Mitch McConnell guy did, I believe. Check, make sure that he did it. The hemp thing. They slipped this thing in where you can no longer buy CBD with it has to be like the lowest trace amount of THC in it, which is for like my wife's mom, she's an older lady and she takes CBD for pain, for joints and stuff like that. She takes oil. It's a dead kernel. There's a leading component of closing a 2018 Farm Bill loophole allowing intoxicating THC use in low doses. See, but he got a couple of fucking milligrams in his neck. Look at that. He's got something going on. They're definitely not medicated. There ain't no way that guy's sleeping without help. Everyone hates him. It looks like he hit a joint and leave him alone. I took an edible. He's like Joey Diaz dosed him. So he's on the church. He's on the church. What's happening now? And Joey Diaz is up there. Joey Diaz is like, you just stare at him. They gotta change that. That's really bad. Why is it bad? Because what it does for people that are getting benefits from CBD, the THC along with the CBD. And by the way, we're talking super, super low amounts. But there's something about how CBD and THC work in a synergistic way for people that are in a lot of pain. I know a lot of people, like I said, my wife's mom, she says the stuff with the THC in it works better, and it's not getting her high. This is the misunderstanding. This stuff's not going to get you high. But what it will do is it helps with anxiety for a lot of people. It definitely reduces inflammation. And for people that have joint pain, like my friend Dave Foley from News Radio, gets it all. Dave Foley, awesome guy. Dave had pretty severe arthritis in his hands, where he's really having a hard time opening his hands. Started taking CBD oil, and majority of it was in hard pain. It was bad, but now it's gone. And it's gone because of CBD. It's really effective, man. It's really effective. So what they're saying is they don't want you to. Why are they doing it? They want to control it. It's the alcohol lobby. It's the same people that are trying to keep marijuana illegal in Texas. It's the alcohol lobby. This is the fact. The fact is, when people start smoking weed, they drink less. And, it could be because they just decided to get high and not get drunk. Or it could be that they smoke pot and they get a little paranoid. They go, why am I poisoning myself 5 days a week? Well, a lot of people now are just doing cocaine and saunas, it seems like. I don't know what it goes together. In your neighborhood. I don't know. It's your town. My neighbors do that. Your neighbors are coming over in their underwear with a fucking bag. Let's go, Leo. Let's go. Let's get to 185. Let's go. It's the place. That water on them rocks already. My nasal cavity feels wide. Look at this in there. This is here. Brother, somebody is saying, well, let's this there. But yeah, I don't know if people are drinking that much anymore. Do you think? A lot of us are not drinkers, including me. But I did have a drink the other night before I'm on stage. I felt great. I haven't done that in a while. I had a little whiskey before I'm on stage. But I gave up on drinking entirely for many months. I forget how many months. It was quite a while where I didn't have a sip of alcohol, and I felt way better. Yeah, but I don't think there's anything wrong with moderation. When I was in New York, I went to this place, Teresi. Oh my God. For MSG people, oh my God, this is an Italian restaurant in New York City called Teresi. Oh, it's so good. Oh yeah, Gaetano's in Vegas. Oh, so good. Oh, handmade pasta. Gaetano's, man. That little thing, it's like a little square ravioli. Oh my God, right? It fell off the roof of heaven and landed. Yeah, with that sausage, man. So good. And Gaetano's is like a lot of it. It's like the
like fucking woman all over her weed. You can test positive for COVID just for that, just eating weed, just for having bread. Dude, $8 bills test positive for COVID. It's some crazy number. Yeah, I can imagine that. That's probably true. This guy test positive. That's our bill, isn't it? No, that's our bill. You don't know Art Bell is coast to coast with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye. Yeah, Pearl, Nevada. Yeah, that's Art. He's the godfather of fun conspiracies. Yes, like UFOs, radio station. Yeah. Oh, that's my nighttime jam coming home from the comedy store. I can see that always, because you come home from the comedy store, it's like, 1 o'clock in the morning, and Art Coast to Coast with Art Bell is on. The guy calls him Art. I'm a time traveler. He had a time traveler hotline. He calls time travelers. Probably a couple. Oh, yeah, there's one. A couple that probably can't find their way home. At least one. I've had at least one time travel. That's you. I can totally figure it out. You, like, you get a car with some speakers in it. Yeah, I don't know. Listen to Art Bell. There's a lot of people listening. He was really popular. I don't know how popular he was, but I mean, he was popular with space. Yeah, right. Yeah, I loved it. It's like the perfect stuff to occupy your mind coming home from the comedy store. Because occasionally it was like real shit. Like occasionally you'd have some people talking about some really fascinating things, like asteroid impacts, and he had Terrence McKenna on a few times. A lot of interesting people. But then every now and then he picks up the news says he's a werewolf. And Art would never go, man, you ain't a werewolf. You're no interesting. Tell me more. You let dudes talk. You let dudes say the most ridiculous shit. It was fucking great. I got to do a show once. I did it. Yeah, I did one on the radio, or on the internet rather. It wasn't on the radio anymore. I had an internet radio show for a while. You weren't that good. Yeah, luckily. But to me, it was like, fuck yeah. It's like a few things in my life where when I did it, I was like, yes. That was a big one. I hung up the phone. I tried to fucking smile on my face. I just did the Art Bell show, so that's cool. I can't tell I work over top these. I think it's psychological. I'm telling you, those glasses don't do a damn thing. They don't even change the shape of your face. Sometimes people put them on, and I always go, how blind is this motherfucker? And I'll look to the side, and I can see like their face cheeks like half a foot because they got giant magnifying glasses over their eyeballs. But with you, it looks exactly the same. The line of your face doesn't change at all when you turn side to side. I think they're fucking with you. I think they think you're crazy. And then when he's always with her, just keep using clear lenses. You're like, yeah, I think it's wrong. There is something about when people wear them, they look smarter. Oh, for sure. My friend was wearing them the other day, this girl. And I was like, dang, this girl, she must be a genius. Yeah, hot secretary, or a professor, hot lady professor. He said, oh, we're going to Mondays. And I was like, I get him in that study hall, baby girl. Baby girl, extra credit points. Yeah, dude, when I don't do the classes, that's a bad look. Because not only are you blood, you're fucking stupid, dude. It was like Stephen Avery's cousin, that little fellow that's just like, was crawling on that barrel in the when they Stephen Avery's. Stephen Avery is right, dude. That was like, making a murder with it. What was his case? He was a murderer. Well, they said he was he? Yes, he was a murderer. He's in jail for it, and he had his little cousin. Oh, this is the guy that's a little mentally challenged. Yeah, I read some stuff. His little cousin has different shades on. Bringing nasty, be nasty. It was actually, we did a little bit of Hidden Valley when I'm trying to anyway. What do they think about this? Do they think that there was like, I believe people said that Netflix they got edited straight all that stuff out. That's the thing, you can't tell what's really anymore for news. Well, selective editing is crazy. It's crazy that they still do that. Everything's crazy right now. I mean, I feel like this is the year. Do you feel like this is the year that people realize that, like, both the side of the government is working for us? Is that a weird thing to say? Well, it's true. It's pretty obvious. It's true. Okay, they're all working for the people that got them in. So no matter what, even if they're good people that want to do well for you, their obligations when they get in there are the people that help them get in there. The campaign contributors, the military industrial complex, the military contractors, the big money banks, big money. That's what all this government shutdown shit is all about. It's all about health care, right? So it's all about how much money is getting funneled through these corporations. If you really think that what they're trying to do is make sure that people get health care, you're fucking naive. Okay? What they're doing is they are protecting some kind of slush fund. If somebody digs into this and finds out where that money's going and finds out how this money's distributed, it'll make more sense. Because there ain't a fucking chance in hell that they're keeping the government shut down to protect your health. There's not a chance. There's not a chance they're shutting down the fucking air traffic controllers. Not a chance they're shutting down NASA because they're worried about you getting the flu. That shit is not happening. That's not what's going on.
I think everybody's starting to realize that. If I went to the post office, you've been to the post office recently?
I have not.
Okay.
Not since I moved in. That was the last time I was at the post office.
Okay, well, it's over. If you want to know what that post office is like, I went to the closest branch there, being national. There was two birds. There's two crows in there. One of them was a crow, definitely. One of them was a pretty big bird. I thought it was a crow, but he had some discoloration on him, so it made like a mulatto or a mixed crow or something. I don't know. But pulling a fucking pot, like fighting over fucking pots in there. And there's a lady, kind of like a darker woman in there, and she's spraying fucking Lysol trying to get them out of the fucking post office. I was like, Lysol? You know, like a Fabuloso, like this time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like she's standing on a whole step ladder trying to buy two birds who are fighting over a fucking package. I was like, we're fucked, man. That's the government, right? That's the government. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a state radio thing.
Yeah.
But I'm like, this is where we are. This is how everything's privatized now. It's a wrap. Do you feel like it's a wrap? Like I've been thinking for years that America just feels like a shell company, like a shell LLC.
Here's the thing about it being privatized. Some things probably should be privatized because they work better.
Okay, well, like FedEx came along, UPS came along, so those came along.
The post office still does a good job, man. You know,
I'm gonna disagree with that. I'm sorry, I'm gonna disagree with you on that.
the post office, the only people that have sent letters for you for like 30 cents, whatever it costs. And then the post office will the only way that you can ship chickens, live chicks, like little baby chicks. They have to do it through the post office because they know what to do and they keep them alive. They know they're chicks.
That's nice.
All the we've had chickens, and every chicken we get, we get baby chicks.
They become available.
We go through the post office. Post office delivers.
You can hear the package like that.
Yeah, bro, the post office, it works. It's not perfect because it's the government. There's no government programs that are perfect. You know,
It doesn't work that good anymore, though. I think it's gotten so the post office ain't me. Bro, it's gotten I sent my niece her birthday card and she never got it. And money that's gone. It's gone. She'll never get it.
bro, you know what it was
Nobody's getting anything.
the videos of these people dropping off UPS packages. They take a picture of the package and then they steal the package. I've seen that. I've seen videos of that. I think people are kind of hip to what ring cameras can do. But bro, there was quite a while where people were doing some really fucking horrible shit right in front of those cameras because they didn't know. You can't be just stealing people's packages after you drop them off like the fucking UPS driver. You know?
You're wild.
I've seen a lot of videos that have been, they put them down, take a picture, pick them up, take them back to the truck, and take it back. And then the camera's like, hey, fuck face.
Hey, motherfucker.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. When your phone plan's as good as Visible, you've got to tell your people. It's the ultimate wireless hack to save money and still get great coverage and a reliable connection. Get one-line wireless with unlimited data and hotspot for $25 a month. Taxes and fees included, all on Verizon's 5G network. Plus, now for a limited time, new members can get the Visible plan for just $19 a month for the first 26 months. Use promo code SWITCH26 and save beyond the season. It's a deal so good, you're going to want to tell your people. Switch now at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. Limited time offers subject to change. See visible.com for plan features and network management details.
one thing I like about living in a state where there is the ability to express something.
You're talking about guns.
Voluntarily, that's what it is. There's the ability to express something voluntarily to somebody if you disagree, if their behavior is illegal.
Yeah. You gotta be careful about with that though. The laws are different in different places. Like even if someone's stealing something, you're not allowed to kill them. A guy just got in trouble because dudes, I think there was 3 dudes broke into his garage, and he went into his garage, and they went after him and he shot them and killed one of them. And now they're bringing him up for manslaughter. Because I guess they're saying he didn't have to shoot them, he could have just scared them, or he didn't have to kill them, he could have just retreated back into his home. Like California, they're literally telling you,
I was just scared what they got, I guess.
I guess, but like, you don't know what they have, you don't know what's going on. These are split-second decisions you're making with your life in danger. And if you have a wife and children, you're going to shoot first and ask questions later. You're not going to make a mistake that's going to have your kids killed.
You can be scared or what? You can't say that kind of shit.
No, bro, it's scary. Someone's breaking into your home, you have no idea what they have. You have no idea if they're going to kill you, no idea if they're going to rob you, they're going to duct tape you and torture you for a week. You don't know what the fuck is going on. And if you have a gun, you're most likely going to use it. You're going to shoot them. And the fact that these people broke into his house, they were committing a crime and defending his property and protecting his life. He's getting charged with manslaughter. That's ridiculous. This is the problem with liberal politics. And this is where we get really confused. Because I'm like, I don't know what they're trying to do. But if I was going to try to destroy civilization, that's how I would do it.
Yeah.
I would keep letting violent people out. Keep saying it's racist to keep them in jail. Keep saying, they're a victim of systematic racism. And just like let the violent people stay being violent. And then when people defend themselves, lock them up, have everybody scared. Like, if you want to destroy society, you would do it exactly this way. And I don't understand that. I don't understand. Like, I understand being a kind, compassionate person doesn't believe in gun violence, absolutely. But if that's the case, like, there's no better deterrent to gun violence than someone who has a gun. And you can't get into their house because they'll fucking shoot you, okay? Like, that's a really good deterrent. Unless you're gonna have police everywhere and you don't. So, like, who's gonna protect people from bad people? If you're gonna admit that bad people exist, you want to stop bad people from happening. That's a conversation I'd love to have. That's a real conversation. Let's figure out, a lot of these neighborhoods, figure out what's causing all these problems.
People want to hit or what they don't want to gun like exactly. People just want to kind of keep these higher powers. They know what they're doing. It just starts to feel like the experiment. Like we're just really seeing the experiment. It's almost like say you were playing the game Mario or something.
Right.
One day Mario, instead of just going this way on the screen, he fucking turns and looks at you, and he's like, "I see what you're doing." And that's what it feels like we are right now. We're looking at the people controlling everything. Like,
That's all because of the internet.
but it feels like
Once the internet knows what they look at, because we wouldn't be getting these conversations. Right? We'd still be, you would still be just getting CNN. figure that out. Because they don't think it's coffee anymore. It's only like McDonald's. It's just it's burnt. It's a taste. It's just I drink black coffee. That's what I drink. So like I got into it a while ago. It's just like rolls. Yeah. You know, I got into it, Jimmy. Remember we had that guy Peter Giuliani on? That was the coffee connoisseur. That got me into I started drinking black coffee. A long time ago, at least 10 years ago. I'm a real coffee connoisseur. Yeah, so I wanted to know all about coffee. So I thought we had it's he brought in a bunch of different coffees. We were tasting like this Ethiopian blends that almost was like lemon. It was like he tasted hints of lemon, like I do. Hey, did you know all coffee comes from Ethiopia? Yes, all of it comes. A little bit of that from there's Kona coffee, isn't there? Right, but it all originated in Ethiopia. That's where the plant originated. Yeah, so they moved it into South America, so like they started making it in Colombia, and making it in Hawaii. All taking coffee. Kona coffee is some of the best coffee in the world. I guess probably the soil flex of the girls. If you let me drink them, yes, it's a little better than fucking melts of smokestack in the background. You have to drink a liter of piss before you get that sauna with your neighbor. Someone's got a urine protocol they have to take with your cocaine.
Well, even yesterday's job.
Even a lot of that's so true. But I drink it in America. Like I used to order Kona coffee. Yeah. But you tell me that I think I put nice guy.
There's year round whenever I was there. It's one of my absolute favorite somebody's cooking, someone sent me that thing. It was Beryl's grandfather was Beryl. Then Ryan's
this company.
They stopped for capital dollars. Literally the first word on
There's another one called True Parade. Yesterday
we discussed about
that's like they use mushrooms, but that's common too. I think
that's how much it is.
synergistically they would all work
Noel,
but there's legit
mother,
on your brain.
it's Kaya, mother and wife, mother is also his father's wife. So this stuff, this recapitulation of it, tells us that the giveaway says, about our aim, Kaya belongs to the aim of Kaya mother, because his mother will show his powerful because the woman is Calvin's wife. Ain't no sign of Allah, so only type one.
So we did that because a lot of people were saying it was snake oil. Almost instead of they were like, how many hits did you possess? Just got it. Well, yeah, then the songs make it into the series.
If you judge by the state, for some reason there was a lack of knowledge about what's going on over here. Hey,
Everybody's already in there.
whether a person has knowledge of other games, or it is some karma question will be having for others. Now, the tomorrow we start to find the source. And that was the majority of yesterday's omelette. And we had to do the drama, and then we had the other run, and recap the map, and that was down to people. Robert told us, the way we start to hustle, everyone's trying to do something. Sure, may have felt everything was equal to his father and everything. Said everything equal to father, Jesus was now pushing out a person having this relationship with his father. Rather, he understands everything is his father's wife, and therefore, it comes as threat, it brings up death to that comes from the diet. That's the end of the part. That's where I want to bring the raya up. God was waiting for the tension to drop. Hard to read the most rice at the end of the rice now, going to see what the raya is. I didn't have a single level. Learn a rice like well, it
was a black guy.
Now, the
Well, there's the, see the title note.
That's
There's right there to the right. Yeah, the one on the right where it says name right there. Click on that. The one near your cursor's over. See where right there. Yeah. So he was really good in like this is from 86. Yeah, somewhere around. It was 18, so it had to be 85 or 86. Maybe early. That's it right there. It was national competitor in my weight class. I can't remember the last one. Yeah, he was really good. He just competed for the Army team. This was when he was joined the Army. And then I thought, I was like, oh, sure, like I don't trust anybody. Did you try was it on my time? You do any other time as well as this was like, yeah, no, we're good. Disagree. It was just, I think it was like you guys, it feels like you've gone there. EMTs are, that's always something. But y'all did not fucking, you guys did not do any of this bullshit that you guys should have been like, get the fuck up. That's very different. He parachutes into fires. Like in Canada, for fun, because it's hard. Because it's hard to get. Dudes worth like $30 million. He jumps out of fucking planes with parachutes. And he sent me a photo of a giant ass fucking grizzly track. They landed in Canada at this place. And right where they landed, the fucking fires was like, I mean, like a grizzly track. It was like wishing luck. And I was like, get the fuck out of there. I said, that track, get the fuck out of there. That's a 1,100-pound wild dog. And he just does it because it's hard to do. You're all in business. And when you get in there, do they have a plan of where you're going? Is it fire? It's fire. Get fire. There's a lot of different tasks. One of them is you're digging a fire break. So you're digging, like, a lot of what happens is embers land on the ground and it starts a fire, right? So what they do is they'll clear the ground, a wide area where the fire is coming. So the fire's on its way, they'll get ahead of the fire, and then they'll clear a giant patch on the ground where it would scare people. It's scary. It's scary. You guys die. I mean, 100% they get trapped and they die. We have ships, you know, I mean, sometimes things are unpredictable. But he does it just because he's hard. He's so crazy. He has to sign compliments to sign something. I don't know what he does. I've been asking him, tell him stay up. He just shows up. I'm telling you, man, he's a different cat. Like, he's the real deal, but he's not pretending to do all these things. You see those videos where he takes the UFC fighters on workouts when they're dying? Like, he took Israel outside. Israel outside 2 times. Trip like a best ever do it. But ain't that Doug? I mean, Doug couldn't keep up. Goggins was talking. Come on, son. Keep going. He's throwing up that garbage can. No bullshit. It's crazy to watch because you realize, like, the level of conditioning this guy has. He's 50 years old. He's not doing it for any reason. Like, he's not getting ready for the World Series. He's not in the Super Bowl. He proves himself. You guys are asking him. I mean, if the challenge he's learning, I'm telling him lessons. It's just, he's that guy, man. Like, there's a lot of war. What is it? Oh, I sent it to you, right? Yeah. What's that phone number? Check this out. Yeah.
Esau, therefore, was not supposed to have father rather than father right. Yeah, father was like, in other words, that was the big book. The point that was brought out was, it says, really, Arabah of Esau. Yeah, which says Arabah, nation of Esau. Sorry, Arabah of Esau, the Arabah of Esau of Galilee. Arabah of Esau is not referring to his father himself, but it's referring to Esau, and that's what we have. And the powerful yesterday is the drasha for Rothschild'S. And as far as the mashma, Bain Ashes Aviv, right? We would think from that lesson that whether this woman married to his father is his mother, Bain Ashes Aviv, whether this woman is not actually his mother, but his father's wife. Now, Elon, She'eno Ashes Aviv tonight. Here we have an Azhara, a warning for this person, where the person's mother is not his father's wife. So again, they must have had this child out of the image. To place the child in the
So sketchy.
So again, the thing we have earlier, that when you have chemistry, so not as well as so when you create an alcohol for it, right? I love it. Everybody gives those everybody the mother should have killed Ella. Now we go. Now we have the Lazar. That the punishment is going to be the same. You know, ever Savisa, now, as far as how about Hara? Just like the Hara, also when he came performing, the public prepared, persuaded the mother, was the father's wife, the mother, married mother to the father, Odesh, also comes from Emo, but it comes as well, the Apostle states Emo, his mother, Enoch, not married to the father, Emo, exactly the same as the mother who is married to the father.
That's a problem.
Yeah, or the dignity. In other words, now you have the system of but Aragon only referred to the wife, and then this type of fucking now goes to the typo, yes, the typo is showing this is also the end of what we do. This is in other words, since he uses Aragon of Esau to tell you that refers to the father's wife. Now, in the extra, now you have tears above the finally have to tell you was saying only 1 year what year was activity with this woman, so there's only 1 year not to use it. Once the mother and his wife rather going to be with. That is the thing with the Judah, this is the Tanya, this is the right part, this is the back of the window. So one right hopefully brings it back to everybody of Esau tells us the regular typically he is doesn't therefore have this spirit of confidence is Esau after the Bible is his mother also his father's wife mother but not how you sarcastic. That was the thing about Tim Dillon's like he doesn't just go with narratives because he works that with you. Everybody will say certain things, you know what I mean? Like he's very, very well. He forms his opinions based on facts. And then in terms of you, he's the fucking man. It was a scandal about therefore, one of the very good when he saw that is we know that there is prohibition against a relationship between men. Therefore, his mother is a man. He is a man. Therefore, we have a problem with it. That's what you're talking about.
It's one of those, not as sexy as like a pizza game or something. It's happening in the 90s. But they show you the blueprint for government.
Second one is
resources to silence people that were victims of this stuff. It's not new. Congressman, senators, blackmail being used by intelligence agencies to was pioneered by the mafia. You have accepted some of these underage that they will be forever. They have photo, audio, video to be doing that. Why? Wild. So that existed in the 1990s. Okay. That makes me go around back then. You know, well, these Nancy Pelosi type people that are around the system.
Say enough to a stranger, I've got out of this. The ages, father, I am Allah, I am wife. So, doctor, logical input you can make
weird.
to
But that's what I feel. I
work
feel like
and
all of these
it's safe.
balls
The
we get
problem
where they
is,
used to
they
feel
go
like
to the
they made so much
comes
sense.
to both
And they kept us
comes
warm and they gave
never
us a sense of purpose. I feel like all
how
of
the
them are
photo
coming
will
around.
give
But it makes me wonder
a lot of reasons
what's
to
going to happen
about
now.
this. You got to go for
Because
this
these
year,
are all
but
the things that
before
everyone
the
saw
photo
the
field
effects of
for
our
this,
existence. You know, it all makes me nervous.
even
Does that make any
though
sense? Do you want to say
lots
this? 100%.
everyone
Because that's kind of what I guess I'm most scared about. I think
saying
like
yeah,
this year, it's like some of my sense of like purpose or like I just worry that other people have a sense of purpose or what's going on. It makes me kind of scared.
no
Well,
car
that's
is how
a
alive.
perspective.
No,
I think
it's
it's
not
accurate.
logic.
What makes me nervous is the people that are
Cover.
not
You know what's
aware
the vehicle?
that
Find the time
are
shot.
assumptions of how the government works
Cover that.
based on
You
bullshit.
know, the time
And people still believe
you know what?
there
That's
are true
so
believers
now
of one side or the other, true faith in government and experts. Those people make me wonder because some of them are smart. That's what's
therefore,
crazy.
even though
When smart people are completely unwilling to recognize that conspiracies are not just real,
okay, now
but
the car
they're
goes
also
through
not rare.
big
They're very common. They're common and people get away with them, especially when they're in positions of extreme
where do they
power,
find that car?
like intelligence agencies. Like
They
they,
use
and there's a lot of things that they do that are reprehensible and totally illegal. But they can do it because they're allowed to, because they are a three-letter organization. They have ultimate power to do a lot of like really gross things that are in the nature or in the interest of national security. So like, this is the whole idea behind this. This is our decision. This is the best national security. This is how we compromise assets. This is how we gather information. This is how we keep America safe. Why is it the FBI and CIA are working against us? That's what it feels like. They're just tricking us about it. It feels like tricking us on purpose. Why they never go? Like I thought that they, because they're trying to arrest people. So this is the problem with your career. Like this has been explained to me by a lot of people that are experts. People that know. John Carrico explained it this way. Your reputation is based on how successful you have been arrested for bragging cases. So people set up cases so they can break them. And they basically set up an escape room and they're like, I don't know how to get out of here. And then they pretend that they're just like a regular wizard that discovers the escape room. And you set the whole thing up. That's what it is. Well, it's the same as like true stories. No, I think it's the same thing like Hollywood and the centuries evolved. There's also just like cinema. And there was a like a blue collar guy
A bomb agent
about something.
is
You know,
Boel.
video or something.
His
So we're talking
father's
about
wife,
it. And
Saya
I'm
will
really
love
saying,
him for 8
yeah,
pounds.
you know, look at this
Inside
building.
his
He's
cousin's
like
father's
10
wife,
floors.
who
He's
is
like 4 million. Yeah, 10
it's
floors
and
are
because of his resist.
telling you to see FBI 10 floors are
They
CIA.
others, and guess what? We're waiting
Because they're just in the same building as half the day. That's what he was like, yeah, we're gonna go. And I mean, he was alive. He was alive too. It just seemed like it was just like a mixture. Yeah, right. But I think that this started happening. News started getting created.
that's why he was his father's
Things
wife.
get, whether they're fiction or whatever, it goes on. You know what's news stories. You can send actors out to create a scene, see a video, and believe it. And then they make that's been done before.
Why?
I think that, well, yeah, that was,
Rabbi,
I think you see more of this stuff come out later about it, so it's like you're almost creating your own news to then make like a based on a real story. Like it's all design. And like they want to tell agencies, you know,
and that's why it's
so you start casting
and
people dramatic.
okay,
It
but
makes
hold
sense
it,
because it's like bigger this year.
That's what I'm talking about.
But it's just like,
Find the hold it. His father's
people
wife
have been doing this forever. They've been doing this forever. Yeah, and they know they've been shaping our views of war. And you know, that's one of the reasons why I started making all these war movies. Do you know that? Okay, so in World War One, one of the problems that they had was people didn't want to be able to tell you. Yeah, so people were shooting at the actual enemy. Like shoot over their heads or shoot to the left of them and to the right. They didn't want to kill them. And they realized that if you take people, just regular people from the city, from the farm, and put them in uniform, so they have to go kill people. This is no YouTube back then, no television back then. Right? So their ideas of what's right and wrong
based on their life, their actual life. So then they realized, well, we got to do something about that. And so after that, they started creating all these really patriotic war movies. One guy's a hero, or they shoot all the bad guys, and they're awesome. So then they made this movie, all going to be indoctrinated with these films, these films on America's best, or number one. We're going to go over there, and this is how you get all girls, be a fucking hero, go over there and shoot those Germans. Exactly. Come back, we'll get rid of it.
That's this guy off on a
It's okay, you can get on, but
what happened? The fact that not mentioned the violation of basic laws of Ohio also
various federal organizations have a say in how America's portrayed in movies, right? It's like if you're going to get access to, you got to do something
there's
film,
the idea that the father and daughter
this better make
and
us
it's
look good.
sad
You
because
know, they don't know
his
anything.
daughter-in-law. In other words, daughter is law. It's not just a phrase. It's law. Something called daughter-in-law. Something daughter-in-law. A person who has to marry his wife and to marry the rest of his daughter-in-law. Well, it's a small thing. And it's definitely that this woman is her father's son. Why would this be his wife? One to be his daughter-in-law, another one to be his son's wife. What it says, the fact that you can also deciding no woman love, no different. Daughter-in-law, wife, at the end of the day, the Bible is definitely the same. In other words, you would don't like to say before it's a direct relationship with daughter-in-law, which is how people separate the two. You would have thought that it's your daughter-in-law and the wife. No, actually, that's one thing. Daughter-in-law or your wife, forbidden.
This thing where they take kids who have lost
Listen, continue. A person is boa of male. How of the female, the person is boa of animal. The Esau of the Leo, and the behavior of the woman is free. Animal on herself, I love the that the female is one party to God. Now the dish though, in a trap, a typical fashion, she is to ask the question, is other husband, they will not love them. The person is going to go up there. Animals can't go up there. Why the other is punished? The animal is just an animal. Animals can't be good.
When I first met you, I would have
Animal. Why the animal be punished? Oh, a decent law. The other, this animal was the vessel by which it was the terrible Pharaoh. Therefore, the Muslim says the animal should be that. The Rashi part of this is other. This is what happened. That's why it's supposed to hate the people. The overall of Jewish so that's not in this animal. That's
so competitive with yourself. Or
it's sort of
competitive with
similar
other
kind
people
of
that are also doing it.
it came through something intelligent just so you don't leave the person there waiting. That's their job. The person will be like, oh, I'm surprised this guy enjoys this or like it literally in a second. After the person's already dead, anybody can do take it down. Why not? You don't want a person to say, you know why this person this person went ahead and got me. So much fun, John. I think I just feel myself. I forgot about that. I don't know what feeling story. I just was just like this. I just similar concept. It just the person who gave you kind of behavior is animal, and the person who's going to be put to death as a result of it. So when every animal looks by the tree, oh, that gives me a cow. No, that's for the cow. Everyone's what a fool on that comes out. First of all, the second of all, you know the person that comes to death. Zion, other people around. Talking about that. Therefore,
this episode is brought to you by Blinds.com. You ever notice how much your environment affects your the way you place looks, the lighting, the human dignity counts, the human dignity and bad lighting. Blinds.com makes it upgrading your space ridiculously easy. They basically blow out the whole school. No training game, no pushy salespeople coming into your house, no hidden costs. Blinds.com, your
capital punishment actually zero carried out. In other words, qualified for capital punishment.
Browse on your
Very
own and go
difficult
full
to get this
DIY
information.
if that's your thing.
Not
Or if you're like me,
very
you don't
difficult
want to deal with that stuff. Boom.
adjudicate a
White
case
glove service,
results in
licensed,
death
vetted pros show up,
Where case
install
the person
everything,
is so
you sit
crazy,
back,
or
done. Not sure where to start?
then
They've got design experts
took it
who will hop on a free consultation with you whenever you want. You tell them your vibe, they'll help you nail it. This is huge. Every order is backed by their 100% satisfaction guarantee. That's how confident they are. Right now, Wise.com is running Black Friday deals all month long. So head on over and see what they've got going on today. And as always, you can still get 40% off your purchase when you use the code ROAD40 at checkout. That's Wise.com, promo code ROAD40. Limited time offer, rules and restrictions apply. Just like something they do.
woman,
You know,
able also
the reason why
done,
we do what we do is it's not really,
both of them shall be
they never figured
given
this out
the
before.
punishment of
They
Esau,
never figured out
they
that
and
there's a
Bob.
lot of people that are in their car
The punishment of
for
blood.
hours
Now,
every day on the train,
far
for
down
hours
the
every day. They're in
about
the gym,
fish,
they're doing
it doesn't about
different stuff
fish,
when they want to
wrap
rest
the
their
top
legs.
up.
Or
That
when they
is
come
the
home,
top up.
they don't want to watch late night TV, they want to
After
watch
this
interesting
job is up,
conversation. Yeah, that just,
what do you have to
know
do?
that was the thing.
Actually,
That's all that when we stuck here. I think we stuck here. They thought this was just shitty, right?
Or,
Yeah.
it's
And I think my whole life,
It's not
I think
always.
people look at me and thought, oh, this kid's just fucking shitty radio.
Now, those who say
No, I did in a way, you know. Yeah, I still think it is myself. I mean, look, I feel lucky at myself. We work hard, you know,
we don't like
I feel lucky I get to talk to a lot of people. I don't think we get a lot of information.
the right thing.
You know, and I wish we could do better with that sometimes. I think maybe that's a goal like next year is to try to learn more stuff just
But
day
that's
to day. So
only
have
with
conversations
regard
that are maybe
to
more
the relevant
important
to
for
you.
you, but then
They
also
will come to
maybe
that
that's
are
not
relevant
what
to
I'm
the
doing. So
The point being
maybe
is
just
that,
have conversations that
therefore,
are fun. And so
it's the difference between the Zachar and a convent and a synagogue. The difference is, cross the covenant. That includes the title. Asher Yishak has the Zachar,
genuinely curious about
Faith,
whatever you're talking about.
Gago, faith,
And then
So the
you talk to
subject
someone who's telling the truth.
is the
That's
child
gets weird.
still going to be
You know,
a problem.
sometimes people
Boaz
will be
is the
charismatic,
Gago.
they'll
Then
be
whether or
very
not
persuasive, but you know, it
whether or
turns out
not
they
the
have an agenda,
subject
they're not telling the truth.
is a problem.
You
Michigan
might
and
not
Esau.
know that.
That's
That
the
becomes a
problem.
problem.
Yeah,
Because
I get the
some people
thought
take
that way.
advantage of the fact
They
that
discover
sometimes I've been a little bit
public
naive to
teaches you
think that
that
somebody
there
can
are
do that, but
times to discover,
a lot of these
in other words,
they have to
positive
say, you
clues.
know, you're
The
gonna have
Michigan and Esau, the professor is telling you that like why Esau talking to a person who knows the background and by Zachar, obviously the one who's people in the darkness.
That's weird because unless you're absolutely expert in what is going on in that region, you know exactly what's true and what's not. There's two very compelling and very loud narratives. You know, good luck. Good luck sorting out that conversation. I'm not interested in
He said,
conversation.
our raising
I'm
both
interested
Rabbi
in having
is
conversations with
this
people that I think are intrigued.
Yeah, I want somebody else. Now, a person who engaged with a doctor gets about and that gets her off this
And I think some of that is being learned for me. I think I do like having stuff where people have more feelings and there's stories about stuff, you know. So that's something I would maybe like to learn some more next year. Like people who genuine human experiences, you know.
not allowed to whether it's
Kids make adventures, somebody who wants to share some of that. So maybe that's something I'll try to get into a little bit.
you're going to decide it's off.
Yeah, I just feel like this is my podcast.
Or that's
You know, we never got to spend any time together when I was a kid. It's not that kind of thing. You know, it's like she's like our biggest fan. So
this is referring to
it's
all
weird.
of it. The business which are
It was just that way when I was a kid. Like she didn't have any time.
great for her. Never got to the pub, never go to the pub.
And it's like just a more yellow.
Just the
Yeah,
Hogan pub.
yes, I was talking to people. That's more about like the old Caroline's kid and how, you know, Corey's political words and for these, like,
All right, this is
these presidential, to go on these sides, I'm like, this is the wrong executive order, right? Race transparency needs to happen in healthcare, right? So that was something that I realized was super important to me because Bernie Sanders agreed with Trump agreed with it. Thomas Massey agrees with it. Ron Paul agrees with this. All the people that say they agree with it, nobody says they never really get to where it needs to be, right? So you can
Hayes in his bubble. Not to Carlos Showcase in his bar. Mike, that's a Carlos Showcase. Carlos Showcase. How do you know subject is for Showcase? They keep it vague, so they can find the prices really high. How do you know about the Omar, Omar, back this up with the word public access. So, John, others, Haywood, the Aaron, and Food, I shared clearly that the word others, and this others, medication versus able financial access. Therefore, that adds in that extra value. No. But you have to talk to here for nothing. Self-responsibility. And she, like those who really show,
she was saying that if she vaccinated all of her
actually for the issue. Well, that's what it's called. It's very important to keep this in mind. These are
that's an outreach. That's not
clearly
extra
extra cost.
They're not going to give you objective advice. They're a really good person. They're not going to give you objective advice. What they're going to say is, hey, they say you should take it. I say you should take it too. Because I want to go. I want to go golfing. I want to go golfing. So take it. I don't care what you want. Somehow or another start some sort of social medicine. But that's the other problem. Is socialized medicine is not effective anywhere. Like everywhere else, the difference between like if you have money, you break your leg, you go to the doctor, and you get your leg fixed. If you have money and you have socialized medicine, and you're in England, for instance, I have a lot of friends in England. They have some socialized medicine there. They live in Canada. My good friend in Canada took her a year to get a knee reconstruction, and they did a terrible job. They repaired her ACL, and she's fucked. She can't fully straighten her leg out.
Yeah, the results you fucking look at, you just move bones everywhere. You still
But noticeable. They just fucked it up, did a shitty job. And, that could happen in America too. But you get an operation over here, it's really just and the real problem with America is that you can have something wrong with you, and you have insurance, and then your insurance denies you coverage for what's wrong with you. Like Ben Askren, the story of Ben Askren? I know he's been getting better, right? He's getting better. He had a double lung transplant. He had a lung, and insurance didn't cover it. How? How did you not cover that? The guy gets sick. It turns out he's a very rare, I think it was like a staph infection, some kind of bacterial infection that was in his lungs. They had to put him on respirators for a long time. Then they had to give him a double lung transplant. And insurance companies didn't cover it. It's a really weird one. And then the stress, imagine his wife probably working with him. He's in and out of consciousness. He has to call him from and just the stress of that. We can't do it. He's just, and he told us it gets like dealing with the stress. It's just, I just want to spend the least amount of money possible and make the most amount of money possible. And in United Healthcare, some of United Healthcare is attached to the government shutdown bill too. The reason why they were shutting down the government, there's something about the law with United Healthcare, which is the other company where they're going to go assassinate the rich. There's also people who
How's it running? Very good. How's it running? However,
came to someone's house recently.
They really are conspiratorial foods of the menu. All there is, I would say that. I mean, they had like unvaccinated quail, but they're gonna get more in a demi-glaze, so maybe, you know, trying to get fast mRNA vaccines before they really get out. They're just trying to use the technology that they really think they're doing to protect the cows. Any of this stuff is just about money. Cows are fine. There's nothing wrong with cows. Cows eat what you let them. Let the cows eat grass. They'll eat it better. That's what they're supposed to be eating. Let them all eat grass. They'll be fine. Like occasionally some cows will get sick. Brucellosis is real. It's when bisons and cows intervene. Bisons give cows brucellosis and kill them much more. But other than that, fucking relax.
Whether the person is actually the person or what it is, the subject, in that case, is educated. As far as we're going to actually definitely no problem. So we have Russia. Here, because there is a lot of mRNA vaccines in the vegetables, so that you wouldn't even have to do the person who is
They try to give me a tetanus shot. It doesn't even work. What tetanus shot? The fucking mRNA vaccines you're putting in food and it doesn't even work. It doesn't work when you take it. People aren't even taking it anymore. And now you're trying to put it in food. What are they putting it in? You said radish or what is it? Radish. I don't know. They were trying to put it in vegetables. It's like actually near around the world. I know Bill Gates was talking about it. I just feel like what is it? What is it like? That's when they stop making money. And as long as they can figure out a way to trick you into thinking that you need something, or you know, they're not going to make you money. Did you know that tetanus? I think you're talking about tetanus. Tetanus is a bacteria. It's extremely rare in America. Very, 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 very few people ever get tetanus. If they get stuff from every nail, except on nail. Tetanus is a bacteria. And it can be cleaned out. Also, tetanus is the only rare vaccine that works as a prophylactic, like after the fact. Like you can get step on a nail, you have tetanus again, they give you the tetanus vaccine after you stepped on the nail, they give you no protection. No protection. So you don't need to take it. Tetanus is super rare in America. It's not, you can completely fix it by cleaning out the wound. And if you get tetanus, they just inject you with the tetanus vaccine then. Like, there's no need to give tetanus shots if they were saying maybe you should get it. I don't want anything else. You probably have. Yeah, I think I had that. Like, you should get it. Like, I don't know. It's real common in other countries. Apparently, you say the common illnesses. Yeah. It's a bacteria. I didn't know it was a bacteria. I know some people were rusty nails. You know, that makes sense. It's a bacteria. That's protecting you from something that's kind of alive. The virus is kind of alive. I don't consider it a life form. But I mean, it seems like it spreads and gets in a bunch of different people and needs the person as a host. It seems like it's kind of like that. I mean, it's trying to consume you. It's trying to destroy your body. And you're fighting it off. And it hops from you to your kids to your neighbor to, you know, it's kind of alive. And kind of needs a person. If it's propagated, right? If it's spreading, like what is it? A virus? Yeah, I mean, you're not going to consider virus a life form, but it sounds a lot like a different kind of life form, like a parasitic life form. That's what it sounds like. Doesn't it? I mean, I don't think they're saying that it's not. They're saying that it's bad. I don't think they consider it a life form. But do they consider viruses a life form? But they're not person that's part of the game. I think it's really no. I'm not so fine out they consider, but that's fine out they consider viruses a life form because I don't think they do. I think it's considered something different.
You don't see it more than one.
Viruses generally not considered life forms. Like most viruses, primarily because they cannot carry out the basic processes of life independently, such as metabolism, growth, or self-sustained reproduction of host cell. However, the status is debated in scientific circles due to viruses' ability to carry genetic material, reproduce inside of a cell, and evolve through natural Why did the Torah Why the Torah use Lashon Shokeh?
It's a weird, like,
Last
crazy.
Otis,
If you think about it that way, then you gotta think about gain of function research.
and
Gain of
Torah.
function research is like taking a grizzly bear and going, that grizzly bear should be on wall lights. And you take a grizzly bear and you jack him up on trend.
A miracle was
You
also
give him testosterone and cocaine and then let him loose in the woods. That's what gain of function research is. And our government was funding.
also
They were funding making more evil life forms. And that's where COVID-19 came
So
from.
again,
It came from our tax
Rabbi
dollars
Rabbi
that goes off to this lab where they're working on evil life form. It's just what they work. It's a fucking weapon. That's what they
makes sense.
and then they use it against us. They thought they got out. I don't think they tried to use it against us. That's what I think. But I think that they 100% are developing these things to dump them on other countries. That's a fact. They've always done that. Why? Because they've done tons of research that show that the United States has been involved in stuff like that forever. There was actually bioweapons labs that were in Ukraine when the war broke out. The United States was somehow involved with bioweapons labs was the United States involved with in Ukraine war. How about this? Instead of being leading, were bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine. Let's put that first and see what it says. No bioweapons labs have been discovered in Ukraine according to the United Nations. The U.S., Ukraine, and multiple independent experts and allegations made by Russia and by some Chinese officials involved claims that U.S.-funded laboratories involved in military biological activity were operating in Ukraine. These claims have consistently been denied and refuted by international authorities. Independent investigations and statements by the UN disarmament chief confirmed there's no evidence of a biological weapons program in Ukraine. Yeah. Are there any stories online about bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine? The allegations made by we don't know that that's true. So here's the thing: the United States is funding bioweapons labs in Ukraine, and it doesn't become a national news item. You think you're going to come out and say, you know what, we're doing it. No, we're not. But if you're going to find bioweapons research in China and other places, are there stories about this? Stories about alleged discovery of bioweapons labs in Ukraine have circulated widely primarily from Russian officials and state media. These claims have not been substantiated by independent sources or international organizations, nor could they be. Like, what are you going to do? Get in there and fucking rat everybody out. Wants to kill you. You don't want to let that out. Chinese foreign ministry and various conspiracy theorists have also amplified these stories, including claims of 26 biolabs and illegal research discovered by Russian forces.
We know that love is that the fear of the
International news organizations and the independent scientists, BBC and experts at King's College London have reviewed the alleged evidence of black noting that pathogens and documents sent by Russia are consistent with public health research, not weapons development. Again, public health research is one of the ways that they do weapons development. They do it under the guise of public health research. That's the whole original premise of gain of function research. We're doing this so that we can figure out how to heal people. And these diseases do come our way. We know more about them because we've been researching them. Like, okay, so the problem with the BBC saying, we just found out the BBC's bullshit. That whole thing with Trump where they took a speech and they edited it to record this more than 50 minutes later in the sentence to end the sentence. It completely changed the end of the sentence. The head of BBC had to resign. This is a giant scandal. So I don't trust that. But I don't know if it's telling the truth or not, because if I was Russia and I had invaded Ukraine, I would also say we found bioweapons labs. Maybe that weren't it. Maybe it is. Once it seems like that weapons, it's like it's just so hard to know what's going on. At all level, research. And so there's a story that I did that showed Joe Rogan questions everything.
3 years old,
I
therefore,
interviewed a guy
will
who
give
used to be part of Russia's bioweapons regime. And he explained to me how they created anthrax, they had all these bioweapons available. And I said, do you think that there's a possibility that they were making various infectious diseases? He said, absolutely. That was research that was being done. And then we went down to Galveston, Texas, and we went to one of those bio research labs that they have in America, one of those giant crazy labs where everybody wears the hazmat suits and there's tubes that come off their suit and they're working on Ebola and all this like super. And his perspective was what he was worried about was not something made in a lab. He was worried about some sort of a natural jump that goes from animals to people and push choices out. That's what this was what
someone is
I would say to mother, gain function research on this stuff. Don't worry about this. What I really worry about is chicken pox.
very loud. What are they? First of all, because it's his mother, and second of all, because it is the wife of his father. We also talk about the fact that it could, sometimes they put all the but in any event, that's the kind of household that they're kind of both for the father and for those that he's kind of for both over there, the father's wife and the mother. And who the hell is only kind for the mother? Spend time yesterday trying to figure out what they're doing before. So the first two are trying to bring was the fire. And now here, when Rabbi tried to bring it from the pasuk in Vayikra Yisrael, where it says, it is your mother, to say that you're only liable for income. What happened? That we rejected that for two reasons. The Gemara asked two times on that. The first question was that if that's true, that income tells you that it's just your mother and not your father's wife, then similarly, you should argue the pasuk that says Erev Aviko, who that say in
No, I think that's generally genuinely what they look like.
So that therefore, if so, Erev Aviko should tell you that Erev Aviko should tell you also that your guy is only for your father's wife, but not for the mother, which would be just very well that the Gemara mentioned yesterday, that you would have a man who has a relationship with his mother who's not his father's wife, his diet, or with his father's wife who's not his mother's diet, but it was his mother who was also his father's wife, and he would be diet. That would be a bizarre result. That was question number one. And question number two was, if input is valid legal to tell you that someone is only diet for relationship with their mother but not for their father's wife, then why would then their mother would have to deal with that problem and they should do themselves? Maybe they like to feel that someone is diet for their mother but not for Asian because we rejected that answer. We learned actually to go back to that answer to say that it's but we're going to do it in a way that answers those two questions. What is that number? We also know that the Shabbat of Yehuda's opinion that he's died only for relationship with his mother comes from the pasuk as follows. Erev Aviko, so that's this pasuk. And what's different now is that what's generally understood, Erev Aviko of the Gala, that a person should not have relations with his father. What Rabbi is saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds that those words, Erev Aviko, when you see in today's how we learn this, but Erev Aviko is a reference to the wife of the father, whether it's his mother or not. So this is Eishes Aviko. And then, so that Eishes Aviko, might you look at their Shabbat, we're going to see soon in their Shabbat, how does he know that Erev Aviko is a reference to the father's wife? Being Eishes Aviko, being Eishes Aviko, in other words, it seems to imply that regardless of whether or not it's his mother, this is the wife of his father, right? So that's how you know wife of the father. And then, Emo, Dano, what happens for his mother who is not the husband of his father, i.e. that this child was born The child who had relations with his mother was born out of wedlock. And over Rabbi Yisrael loves the Gala. So that's the second part of the pasuk. We say that's how we know his mother, who was not married to his father. That the pasuk continues in Badi. And the way we're understanding now is some Imam from information of it. That it's only married for his mother, not for the wife of his father. So what do we have? We have the first pasuk, the way that we're understanding that Eretz Avicha is a reference to father's wife, whether his mother or not. Eretz Yisrael is a reference to his mother, whether married or not. And Yisrael then comes back and modifies Eretz Avicha. He would say Eretz Avicha includes whether it's his mother or not. And they would say, no, the part that says even if it's his mother, that we're knocking out. Because Yisrael knocks out the part that says it's his mother. And tells you that if we're dealing in a case where it is both the wife of the father and his mother, the only child for two studies. Okay, so how does this answer the two questions we had? The first question was, to produce, if you say that Israel tells you your mother and not the wife of your father, the Gemara asks and said, Eretz Avicha are the opposite. That is the wife of your father, but not your mother. So you choose to bring your mother, who is his mother, and the wife of his father is his mother. We say no. Now it's not a problem because once you understand that Eretz Avicha is a reference to the wife of the father, right? So now you have wife of the father and mother who is not a wife of the same father. And because you can then modify something that isn't possible to the wife of the father. However, Eretz Avicha cannot be modifying the right father will not modify a case where his mother who is not the wife of the father. That's not mentioned in this topic. Right? So this topic is only talking about the wife of the father, not actually mother. So Eretz Avicha has nothing to go on to negate it and say that it can't be tired for a relation with the mother. As opposed to this topic has both categories in it. It has Eretz Avicha, which is wife of the father, and mother. And therefore, Yisrael can come and modify Eretz Avicha. So that's why we're not worried that we have Yisrael, but those guys in Eretz Avicha.
When society is with alcohol, for instance.
The second question was, if you're right that Yisrael is such a good Russia, then the Rabbanim should also make the same Russia. And if they're going to make the same Russia, then they should produce the same result as Yisrael. Yisrael modified Eretz Avicha to say that he only married his mother, not his father's wife. Say, no, we're not worried about that because this whole thing is based on Rabbi Yehuda's understanding of Eretz Avicha, which is there's understanding that Eretz Avicha actually refers to the wife of his father. And that's why Yisrael can modify it. So according to the Rabbanim, the topic Eretz Avicha is actually only, according to the Rabbanim, coming to tell us that he shouldn't have relationship with his father. And he shouldn't have his father. It has nothing to do with wife of the husband. So therefore, according to that, if you only have every influence to God, talking about his mother, so then Israel has nothing to go on or talking about the wife of the father to negate it. That's why number one is now answered. We're not worried about everybody who has nothing to modify. Only Israel has something to modify. And we're not worried about how to make the same reference from Yehuda from Israel because they disagree fundamentally about what Yehuda is talking about. Whereas for Yehuda, all talking about the wife of the father, the mother only talking about having a relationship with the father. Okay, so that is the answer for how to do the most. Now, we reference the Yehuda making it clear. Probably the word is right on that before. That was answer. We're going to get into this whole thing in a little bit more detail. And it's technical. That's why we're doing it. Okay,
We're the first people to get it, so we're like basically the Native Americans of social media. We're getting it for the first time, and it's spreading your society.
Rabbi was explaining that the main citizen of Rabbi was that if you still learn Eretz Avicha, include the wife of the husband. Now, Rabbi pointed out, how do you know that this right is the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of us? They will have a much better understanding of what to do, what to do. I have no clue who is. Said that that's it. I'm saying Twitter, he's a real problem, but doesn't yell about politics. He's on his phone 16 hours a day. He doesn't pay attention to his life. He does his job. He's a Twitter addict. wife of his father is not wife.
I
I think it's kind of an ignorance of this.
recognize that
He
you waste
says,
time,
who
you
has
waste time
relations with the wife of his father,
junior
not
high
for
school,
big
in high
issues,
school,
others
you start
to
realizing
all
you see
big
the
issues,
people
others
don't
to
waste
go,
time, really get after it, get
right?
things done,
So
and then
this
you see the
is,
people falling by the wayside.
so this is
That's
telling
a
you that
pattern
the
that
relationship with the
establishes
wife of his
when
father,
you're a teenager,
whether it's his mother
pretty
or
much for
not,
the rest of your life.
is now we're talking about the heaven of the father directly
Wells in high
both
school,
gives to Shannon
never
man
got
law.
in
So what are we talking
never,
about?
never
Telling you the
tried
punishment.
hard in
So we
anything.
know every Avera in the Torah, we need the owners and the Avera. We need both the punishment and the warning. So the punishment we're going to deal with first. Each of the recommendations of it tells you wife or father, whether his mother or not, is an oath to get killed. Now the puzzle continues.
Do you,
It's a puzzle. What about his mother who's not married to his father, i.e. he was born out of wedlock? That's covered where we know that from the woman Airbus of the law. It says in the letter from the top of Airbus of the hero that he holds the Airbus of his father. Now, that does not in any way apply to a woman who is not married to his father. Why? Because a woman who is not married to his father is not considered Airbus of his father. Airbus of his is not considered the Airbus of his father. So rather, so how does he learn it? Saying, Wukna, Wahakit, Mother, we met him there. Therefore, these words, what these words, even for you from the of taking it up, why do you say Airbus of his love? What's coming based on their covenant from a little shortly to tell you that not only is he pious for the wife of his father, but also pious for his mother who is not married to his father. And then the will say this, they have one of the best staffs of any sport you've ever been around in my life. For sure. UFC staff is very much Amber, we all know each other so well. We're so well. Everybody's all over everybody backstage. It's a beautiful sport. Of course, there's too many strikes. There's so many little things going on. You just get to see the work, and it's always this team meet, you know. And watch them. It's going to use the job. That when you have it, someone who's here, another one, Connor. So I'm getting out. Were you really good? Yeah, that's that person that does that. So I know. It's just like how you don't even talk to hear on these things. We have to get there. So I can that we would, of all you don't need to go to the man's fault. Okay, so that's your heart. I'll feel like I'm good, and I told you that this. Okay, so it's fine. So we now have onus. Onus to mother. We heard this. Authority tonight. Here do we go the authority. So the onus, wife or father, whether it's father or not. Mother, whether wife or father or not. Okay. I'm a woman. Now, how do we know that part? I'm a woman. Everyone of the people belongs together. That the Arab of the father is given a cover. Arab of the Mitzvah, who ancient of Mitzvah. So he says, this is talking about the wife of the father. Right here, by the way, is where we're going to know that this right here is because what is the case now? This is double indication that he understands these words. Arab of the Mitzvah to mean the wife of the father, not talking about having relations with the father. So therefore, this is the proof, by the way, that the whole purpose of bringing this right is to show white father that the dark is everything the white father. The right is that everything equal in God, everything but two agents of equal. This is a reference to the wife of the father. The word says, well, how do I know? I'm all married to the people and I only have the people God. So he says, well, how do I know that? Maybe it is the case that it's talking about the man who's the father. The word says no, because never God, ever the people of Gala, so he said that he's going to make it follow. Remember, we said these words were extra, we're going to make it their trouble. We're going to keep their trouble. He says it follows. It says, everyone is called, everyone the people of Gala, it says, everyone the people of Gala, follows like that. So he says, it says that there. We wanted to figure out is that talking about a white stuff. I said, he says, I'm going to make a their Shabbat to everyone's office. We love this puzzle up here. Once I have that clear Shabbat, this puzzle is very clearly talking about someone who has relations to the wife of his father. They just as here, the puzzle is talking about the wife of the father. So those two here, we're going to be talking, and here we're going to be talking about everything below the dollar, talking about the wife of the father. So that's how, when you look at those incidents, the doctrine that everyone the people is not talking about just the father, but rather it's talking about wife of the father. So Allah, how clearly talking about in that regardless of whether or not it's his mother, if it's the wife of his father, then that is his child. Now continues the pasuk, Emo, or continues the language, Emo, is 79. How do I know if his mother bore him out of wedlock? He was not married to the father. The lover ever info lo segala, that says ever info lo segala, it comes to tell you that even his mother was not married to the father. Okay? So he says, now the word has a little bit of funny language, so maybe we have to come back to saying as follows.
Your pharmaceuticals, all your electronics, plastics, tires,
So
everything
really
is
is double that you referenced earlier. Saying as follows.
this idea of reducing carbon
In the pasuk about Torah,
100% is
that
money.
it compares his mother, that is not the wife of his father, to the mother who is the wife of the father. So you have both of them in the same pasuk. But how do I know that? At the Omer level, you say, never come ever to be the Lord Gala, to hear ever to be Lord Gala. Never Mahala, to not hear ever of the evil. Mafia, or of the evil. Just like in this pasuk, it compares when it's the wife of the father and it's the mother who is not married. So too, therefore, this pasuk also is talking about both, which tells me that both the person who got Mone and Torah, the Sukkah, based on that clear Shabbat between Eretz Avita, Rothschild'S, and Eretz Avita, is coming to tell you that both of them, both the Omer and Torah, apply to wife of the father as well as the mother who is not the wife of the father. Okay?
Very dangerous.
So therefore, therefore, just like in Torah, we have both wife of father and mother. So here, by the others, we have wife of father and mother. Now, continuing this is the second aspect of what we're speaking about. But if you take this gift study, what you say, so Emo Atamapaibo, Atamapaibo is the name of that we're going to say that gift study comes to negate what we were learning from Eretz Avita. In Eretz Avita, we were learning right from the father, whether it was mother or not. And now we're saying gift study starting is not prior to the wife of his father if it's also his mother. Right? So therefore, this is coming to tell you only wife of the father is not his mother. And this is coming to tell you his mother is not the wife of the father. But if there would be only a case of mothers, it's like he negates the meaning that everything is the wife of the father applies even when it's his mother. And therefore, if this negates that aspect of everything, what are we left with? We're left with that when a person is his mother, also the wife of the father, that person only hires for this because the heat put out of everything like the liability for relations with his mother who marries his father. That's how we're going to look. Okay, so now, the supervisor, one of the supervisors, on the debate that we have to do this morning, Rabbi said that there's a that modify this process, so we're not worried about everything the gate half of what we learned from everything. We start to say that he's going to only die of the father, the wife of his father, they would die of the mother part because of where he was going. Now, he writes that very clearly that exactly the way Rabbi explained that. Okay? Now, we have to figure out the things that are missing. There are one things are missing. Everything. One of the we did talk about everything, but we had everything which is and everything is modified against what you something tell you like your child also in relations with the mother, but not for the wife of his father when he has relations with his mother and the wife of his father. Why don't you apply learn like that? Well, I want to say very simple why I don't learn like that because I don't believe that everything is talking about that relations with the wife of the father. I think everything is talking about having relations with your father. So that could have done. What are the ones that they everything from mother? So where is that? So that the passage is coming to say that you can't have relations with your father. What do I need this husband for? I need to have soccer, not soccer. Because the husband that has soccer like this, I used to make each other. That a person should not have a homosexual relation. So what do I need it to tell me that I couldn't have relations with my father? I now have a relationship with any man. Why is that? The higher
cloud or the earth. So they have hills and mountains and shit. Everything else is just flat. That flat shit, that's what miles of fucking pipes just erasing anything that was there before bulldozers. So there was a civilization that lived on Earth up there 20,000 years ago. And she couldn't find it. She couldn't find it. That's why I had such advanced civilization and so many organisms. It's weird shit that they don't understand. So organities that live in the Amazon jungle discovered what happens when science like these are, it's different people, what happened, we're going to meet up with others, why we say or whatever. I think that was lost. I think that was lost. Those things that are really lost. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it gets weird, we have some plans already getting weird, right? It's getting weird. It's getting weird. But the reality I was getting to is you can't control the Earth's temperature. You can't control the Earth's future because there's a bunch of factors. Even if you say, okay, let's all agree on something first. Let's agree that human beings have a detrimental effect on Earth. We can all agree on that. Let's agree that human beings overfish in the ocean. Let's all agree on that. Let's all agree that we pollute the air, we pollute the oceans, we pollute the rivers. All that's terrible. All that should be fixed. Let's all agree on that. Once we agree on that, that's not the greatest threat to human. The greatest threat to human life is asteroid impacts and nuclear war. Sure, that's number one. But after that, it's asteroid impacts. And asteroid impacts, we can't do a fucking thing about them. And if you're saying that you're fired, no, they're not ready. You can't do anything. You couldn't do something. You could hide behind something. You could not. If you're fired, you can do something. You can wear something. You can wear something. Or yeah, but you could re-eye Atlas that one is fast. It's the size of Manhattan. It's made out of Manhattan. It's a giant chunk of nickel. It's the size of Manhattan. Manhattan's billions of years old. And it's going how many thousand miles an hour was it going? Did you mean how fast was the re-eye Atlas? It doesn't matter where you are. Everything's down. No planet. Because what happens, you hit roaches, some fucking underground mammals that survive. Because they get hit the planet, and then what happens is everybody dies. It's miles deep into Earth for a second. Miles deep. But it's like you had like this earthly shit that over 20 meters just had the massive explosion. Obviously, you see the explosion. This not just an explosion that creates nuclear war, the entire Earth is covered in volcanic ash. Everything's dead. Like most of the Earth is dead. So maybe I'm not understanding. It seems like it's going approximately 155,000 miles an hour. This makes the fastest interstellar object yet observed, with its velocity accelerating as it approaches the sun and then gradually slowing as it moves by. So it's 250,000 kilometers per hour. Your measurements as it enters the solar system record speeds of 130,000 or 40,000 miles an hour. So it's the size of Manhattan. It's made out of nickel. Let's go over this. What is the observed mass of this object? What is the observed mass of three-eyed Atlas? Observed mass of observed, let's go through all those articles. Observed mass is estimated to be 33 million tons. Estimated mass of 3 items per 3 million tons roughly. Mass of Manhattan, which is about 3.1 miles across, similar in size to human anticipated nucleus diameter. This means the comet's mass is roughly comparable to a large city in solid matter terms. 33 million tons. 3 to 5 orders of magnitude heavier than previous interstellar objects. Like, wow. Far smaller than previous known comets or solar system than this one. One C2000, whatever, weighs around 500 trillion tons. The diameter of about 128 kilometers, 80 miles. I didn't think that was. Yeah, I think I never concept of it. Yeah, so I had something small. I had something like that. Something that's things like that. On top of that, that's what this is. Is it true that once up there, there's places where you're not supposed to fly, but there's a bunch of reasons for that. One of them, I'm research up there, but also there's but also it's really dangerous. If you crash, they will have to rescue you. There's nothing up there. But you will not, most likely, they'll be trying to die, going to get you, sketch you, so on. But yeah, I think we see a scene or whatever, like an island somewhere, and they go to them in a place called Sundown, like a place like Andrew with I can't even imagine being Antarctica close again, like so it's just cold. They don't tell anybody it's cold. You don't even days. There's nothing. You have scientific communities of just over there in Europe. All these things get off of there. And they get to bring the question to each other. He was at the store, and he started getting moving. Places that the John Carlos and because that's the thing was time for his special effects come to light now. Maybe they'll remake it or something. So that like some spaceship. That's also going to be confusing because everybody's telling you concept of aliens are real. You hear the concept and no one's able to explain it. But now they're looking at the concept of aliens. Coming here and visiting, dude. I believe that fish is one place it's cool to report whatever. And the other part, you can't see really the colonies, whatever, right? And now, it's like a place you don't take your kids to anymore. It's like a little thing where you go on the wayside. And now, I think if they're trying to the guys come to know or like his father, even after his father died, tell them ass places like that. The kids are like, those words are extra, and so therefore that's what the Rabbanon learned that a man who had a relationship with my father even after his father is no longer living. What about Yehuda? And what did he do with those words? He violated the nations of that these words ever that these that when a person has relations with the wife of his father, who marries his father, that he's only chayav for relations with the wife of the father, he's not chayav for the general prohibition on his that would have been the word now, hopefully someone will ask a question. That yesterday we had a question not like that. So they think it was 6,000 years ago. And what happened? Like much more recent. It's like they think it's 2,000 years old, right? whoever 2,000 years ago made this fucking happen. Saving it, watching me see if you find a video on it,
Okay.
or they can describe it, or they go through it. The video I watched last night on YouTube, my jaw was open. I was like, this is crazy. It's so detailed. When you think about just the sheer effort, maybe it's one person fucks this up. One person fucks this up. This whole project's ruined because you're not building it. You're carving it out of the mountain. You can't recarve. And they did it perfectly. It's weird. It's weird. You gotta plan ahead with that.
learns that from everything the people of the Gala. Rabbi learns from
So
everything
well.
people. Now the question here is that's the
How
Torah,
is it so
that's
simple?
the learning. But how do we are coming from all this? Where do we learn
Has for this to be built.
And now the Gemara says, some of them who don't like to necessarily Shabbat. For Yehuda, it's not a problem. Because Yehuda was learning out Torah from everything the people of the Gala. How would we know the Arnett? Because remember, we had a clear Shabbat that we compared. Everything the people of the Gala. Everyone wanted to tell you that there's a clear Shabbat that we own it in our Torah. And if you know one, you know the other. Therefore, one good Yehuda knows everyone who's the people of the Gala will tell you that there's not Torah, there's no learning not to have a relationship with the wife and father, so that the clear Shabbat tells you that there's also owning. But according to the Rabbanan, who A, didn't make that clear Shabbat, and B, learning of the words ever the people, that's how they know our Torah. How do they know all this? So we say, hey, Rabbanan, where do they know it from? I'm going to talk to whoever other people of the Mafia player is there, some of Mafia
I'm sure you don't have enough time in a month to really
that
go over this place and
And if you remember that every other kilo which were extra to connect a their Shabbat between every other kilo and every other kilo of the Gala, right? And that was to teach a number of things. It was to teach us, first of all, that this talk is not talking about relationship with the father, but rather talking about the father. It was also talking about their Shabbat to show how you know the mother even without marriage. But that was only their Shabbat from the Rabbanan didn't start in that their Shabbat. So as the Yehuda pointed out, these words are extra. And the Rabbanan did not use it for their Shabbat. So they say, okay, these words, every other kilo, are extra. Something else we open to one thing, but they're going to get caught together.
That's nuts. Wow, that's the Aztecs too. There's a bunch of these structures that people just laugh at. Diseases or wiped out. Yeah, they probably got wiped out because even if it's everybody leaves, there's a nice place, right? Everybody leaves, somebody would say, no, let's just stay.
So remember
That's
that we had,
someone
according to the
probably
Rabbanan,
the weather or
we
something
had
big, you know, maybe
every
weather,
info of the Gala was in our Torah that he can have a relationship with his mother, was not the wife of his father. And we have in our Torah everything the info of the Gala that the wife of the, every info of the Gala, which Rabbanan says we are in our Torah for his mother, was not married to his father. And they have everything the info of the Gala that say that there's in our Torah on the wife of the father, right? We have a Torah for both mother and wife or father. But Onan, remember we only know because after this conversation of it, we tell you wife and the father. Well, how do we know it's Onan for the mother who was not married to the father? Because it follows. We have every info that comes talking about his mother, and then the couple of previously said it's his mother, and then comes to tell you it's his mother no matter what. Whether his mother was married to his father or wasn't married to his father, that's how they learned Onan for the case of the mother who's not married to the father, that's how they're not married to the father. Okay. So that was pretty
different generations. If you show them out for the sea,
so someone who has a relationship with his daughter-in-law, you might say, well, how many information to know? So what is the custom that says by son-in-law, it says,
European syphilis.
the husband says, Erevat halot below the gala, the Erevat of your daughter-in-law should not uncover. Cases Bidbahi, those the gala the wife of your son, you should not uncover her Erevat. So what do? Two things about the son, you're repeating yourself. One is Erevat halot below the gala, and then the other one says, cases Bidbahi below the gala. It implies that there's two problems that someone is over when they have relations
be a more calm, right? Like, you figure it out, yeah, because to kind of figure it out, I don't know, sometimes, like,
Okay, Mishnah, Habal Zayzel Behemah, Ishamadiyah Behemah.
maybe that's a
We
trap.
said in the Mishnah before, we had
That's a
8
trap.
cases,
I think you should have a direction. I think that's something a lot of people want to hear about what's going on. That's a direction. That's good. Yeah, that makes me feel,
reality, and
not
a
important
woman
to me, but
reality by bringing up a
it's all
her.
matter.
All of those get
And I was
to
like,
it.
well, yeah, you're saying something that's talking about the sun, like the sun has like cancer, like in the past year.
Now we know that halacha is the
Just
very
talking about
that
the
if
sun,
someone
like, it was
has
just nice.
has a relationship with a behemoth, not only does it become the animal gets killed,
Stuff like that, like, I think
required that.
it just makes
And
me
halacha is
feel,
what did the animal do wrong? I get it. The man
needs
said, okay,
so
what did the
do you
behemoth do?
feel like in
Yeah,
your regular life,
he
you're
said,
not,
well, the other side,
people are talking to you like that?
we're going to see what this means to the bar.
And that's kind of interesting. I think I do sometimes have a problem with connection sometimes. You know, so you somehow or another can be more connected publicly than you can privately. That's how we used to have fun with them before. I thought about that because my friendship with you is like sometimes you tell me things on air, you don't tell me things in private. And sometimes in private, you know, look, I love you very much. And
Again, we'll see in the Gemara
what I'm trying to reach out is the last thing you want is a friend that maybe is going through some shit.
How do I know that someone is not
Reach out.
has deal
Yeah,
with
for sure.
this?
It's terrible.
The
You
Bible
know,
is
you could have helped your friend. You know, but
that thing
you have a hard time expressing yourself to the person.
to have relations with
Sometimes
a
I've got
daughter,
they
God will make
times up.
the thing that if someone has
Tell me,
relations
like,
with
how do you feel what you did?
with
There's like a thing where it's
couple,
like a
so someone,
blockade.
someone is
rather
not
like,
like,
you know what I mean?
10-year-old,
Yeah.
and he's tired,
But
even
then
though
when you're talking
the
publicly,
recipient
you
of
want
his
to
act
address
was
everything,
his cousin,
which I find
conversely,
very
if
interesting.
the cousin was
It's like
10
you
years
almost
old
feel more
and had
comfortable
relations,
exposing various parts of
with
things that you don't like of
30-year-old,
life or
so
your
then
life or
the
what's bothering you in
30-year-old
your
is
life.
tired, even though the
Publicly,
person
you're better out.
who
You're better at doing
performing the
that
act
than you
with
are
the cousin.
privately.
We see that that applies
I think
at
because
some
this
level,
thing is
getting a
something
little
that
more
like you won't
clarification
trust me.
for hopefully you get the end result.
I
Okay,
trust you.
Mishkele
Or I
Isha,
still
the
trust them.
public
Maybe it's not me.
Mishkele
I'm
Isha
trying to think of me. You don't trust them, maybe?
oral form of relationship
I'm trying to
similar
think
to
of as
a
you're telling,
woman.
as we're talking about this, I'm kind of like feeling at the same time. See what
But
I'm
actually,
feeling
it's not
about
coming
it
to
now,
teach
right?
us anything
Because it's interesting to
about
tell love making
love
about this
is
kind of stuff,
speaking
you know,
about
like,
relationship with a woman.
and trying to
As
figure out
follows,
why I
because
operate
this
or why
is
we
a
operate
Mishkele
certain ways,
Isha
you know,
plural,
right?
comes to tell you
Yeah,
that
I
if a
think
man
sometimes,
has relations, let's
I
say
don't
with
know,
his
it's
sister,
hard for me to maybe say what's going on
it
sometimes.
comes to tell you that not only that
Some of
he
them know
has
what's going on.
ordinary relations with his sister, but even if he
You know,
has
some of them like just get on top with somebody. Some of the biggest conversations I have are
anal intercourse
on
with
podcasts.
his sister, that would also be
You know,
a
and that's what I'm talking about.
violation of the
So
everybody
I'll sit here and have moments that are like, that's kind of my biggest conversations. Well, it's kind of the only time you have real conversations, because every other time you have conversations, it's usually multiple people around, and everyone's checking their phone. You know, everyone's going in and out of the room, everyone's going to take a leak, like great conversations. And I always tell you this, like podcast in and of itself. But yeah, it's fun. But also people showing each other funny memes, and, you know, we're all watching videos, fucked up things that happen. You listen to music to the background, and right.
How do you know? Maybe
The point is, it's like,
when it says they should die. Maybe it means
you don't have these kind of conversations outside of podcasts. The only time you or I have these kind of conversations is right in front of each other, where we agree to sit and talk for 3 fucking hours, no interruptions. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I feel like that more,
that
you
is
get relaxed,
that it is
that more, you
okay.
talk about
So
yourself,
Shemar says
like,
fine. So now I
honestly,
have a
you're
public
introspective and
that
open
people
about it,
who
which I
engage in
find
Mr.
very
Zachar,
fascinating.
yeah,
That you don't think
get
that
killed. So
privately.
that's the owner.
Yeah.
Owner is Shemar. No, it's
That's
hard to
funny.
find.
It's
How do I
kind of
know that you're
interesting.
not
I don't know
supposed
why
to have,
either. I
that
think
you have to be born in the
maybe
Torah to
some
tell you that
people
you're not
like
allowed to have
it
the
on,
Zachar. That Zachar looks Tishka, Mr. Beisha, Toevahu.
like I
So we
have.
say, the public debt, you should not have,
I have
you
to.
should not have, it's
There's
another
something
public that you
inside
shouldn't
that
have,
has to
that's
be
a relation
how
to
you say.
Toeva.
I don't know if I feel like being
Lamadu
burdened, maybe.
Lamadu Atar
But
L'Shofim,
the way
Atar
people talk
L'Shofim,
about their
Atar
process, here's the thing, like when you
So
start
what do
talking
we
about
prove this?
like
Well, we
having
have
issues in
Oneg,
life,
we
I was
talked about
shocked
both of them,
because
right? So both the person, it says that some people who are having the man bomb, both of them are highly. So the onus we know is through both performer, the actor, and the recipient of the Mitzvah. But in the case of Torah, we learn from the Muslim that the Mitzvah of this should not engage in homosexual relations with a man. That's talking about an actor. Well, how do we know that the recipient has an Torah? Okay, Torah is recognized. Yeah, others would say so. The Muslim says in the Vara that there should not be a Kadesh named Job Omer. And we have a pasuk in Malachim which says, Gam Kadesh Ibaret, there were Kadesh in the land. That you did like all of the poemas of the Goyim that picked out there to say.
Which is not just like going momentum, but to actually think about something for at least
Kadesh is like knowledge, quite dealing with poemas, right? And we know that one of the poemas does with the Torah is Mishkah. And the one we know that when it talks about Kadesh being done in Eretz Yisrael and the then when the Pasuk is learned, yes, Kadesh is being done. There should be Kadesh. It's coming to tell you that there should not be Mishkah. So you see that it is a Torah has to show that it's irrefutable. Because then we see by the whole name that it's true whether the person gets punished, whether you're an actor or you're a recipient. So too here in the Torah, it applies when it says Kadesh. Well, yeah, Kadesh is saying even the recipient. Okay, different small, given that I don't need someone to hold well, yeah, Kadesh business. Why? Because Harayu Omer is written in the Pasuk we brought. Yeah, Torah. We brought that Torah. We are talking about only the actor because there's nothing like this from the Mishnah. He says the Azachar is like this from the Mishnah. Pre-base, low, stuff paid. He says that Pasuk that says you should not engage in activism. Every red, look, this guy, you should not do. You should not be the actor. Or low stuff paid. You should not have the actor on you. So the same Pasuk can teach us both is an actor and recipient for purposes of the Halo, you know, a lot of times I know that a person gets Hila for relations with the Halo. I'm not talking about to learn each because a man's process, I'll just tell you that I'm talking about relations with the Halo and practice. One of the things that is good with the Halo that he they said that he put that he engages in relationship with the animal, and solo things, whether the animal is old, young, it doesn't matter. Because like people, there's a distinction. But like animals, there's no distinction. Animals can be 1 hour old, they got 30 years old in the head. Okay, both of you want the next one to you, so you should show the guilt you save the deal. Now, don't you but then how do you know the deal? Maybe it's better for better. Right, that's never kind of written here. The never, so it's written in our pasuk. Never allow it to be hard to argue. And we have a pasuk later that's written in Learning the Gimel. I think we're talking about. Maybe it's by even though that Tarot was that here about the Hema, we assume that the man and the Hema get the same function. That a person gets the function of Silo who engages in the man who always is so big, always this can be known. Because, okay, this problem that Homer was a person died, is talking about, and that he gets killed. Now we know that a person who allows himself to be compromised, an animal is considered what he said. So now the Bible says any person alive in the Hema gets killed. Now technically this seems to apply to someone who's an actor. We're looking for someone who's a recipient. But why is it relevant? Because we've already established that the actor gets killed. So what do we need this public control in the Hema more too much? We already learned from different things in the Hema. Therefore, the extra puzzle telling us that he gets killed. So that
one's gonna say, hey, you're gonna move on to what's next. So guarantees right. It doesn't mean I don't love you. It doesn't mean that being a person is important to me. Yeah, it is to me because I'm a person, but I'm also, if I step outside of being a person, then I'm looking where this thing is going. I'm like, it's going in a different direction. It's not going in the direction we thought it was. mRNA vaccine is applying coefficients. It's not going in that direction. It's going in some sort of digital God direction. And the crazy is one of fucking real world quick within a few years. We have, I think, what is it, 2026 almost? We're real close to that. I think by the time 2030 rolls around, it's already COVID. It's going to have genes that are molecular. I don't know what they're now. I don't know what it's going to be anymore. And the problem is going to be some fucking control of assets. Some people are going to control money. What's money is just right now, mostly what is it? We're not really understanding what is right. If your bill doesn't represent, you can go for odds and if you put it around, you know, you have if that's not real, we don't have that anymore. And we're on some sort of digital thing. Making us spend money and inflation rises and all this money that we spend on wars and all this other crazy stuff. Where does it go? We're $37 trillion in debt. Write it up. If they just print it out, that makes money less and less valuable. That's what inflation's all about. And at some point in time, it's just ones and zeros. When you have quantum computers, they're basically like digital gods. They're in charge of all the assets and all the money of the world, and they're not human. They're not human. They're just going to stop it all. They're going to say, no, there will be a side. How much resources you get to stay alive versus somehow right. Because you're not greedy anyway. We're driven. Our population is driven off of a problem. Population's a real problem. It's not. We don't have the correct levels in most giant countries like Japan is not in a restored level. Like they're going to get close. They're disappearing. Their real population collapsed from South Korea. Real population collapsed from. Eventually, that's going to come here. That's why the arguments they have keep growing. That's why the Chuck Schumer advance blows everywhere. And we're not having enough kids. We need to bring people in. Shut us up. There's no way you're going to get Chuck Schumer. He's a good guy. He's a good great guy. He has the faith. You're one that knows a bad guy. Have you ever seen the video when everybody's going to love each other, do the best we can, have a nice relay, all the money, technically everyone ever tell me he's gay or something, that's good. I just want to play it. Come to video call. Like the tricks selling some bullshit. Some people actually quality about PMT files. They all do that. Seriously. Somehow without realizing that it was also voting, he had a hate relationship with someone having a hate relationship with him. I'm going to vote. Consider every small science. So he said that according to every small science to why? Because of the one, because it's still the one that said he shouldn't be the actor, the one that said with the one that said that he shouldn't be a creator, the bigger the Akiva is kind of so the point is you would only be kind of one because why? Because Akiva learned both actor and recipient by Mr. Ducker, by Mr. Behema, from the same concept of Lokita to basketball, and then we now to the Akiva stage, but they're both coming from one puzzle, so therefore there's only one last puzzle, you have one left. Okay. Abaya argues under that vote. Abaya says no. I feel they're very strong, not me and Kai. That's one very strong, also only Kai of one. Why? Because why do you think he was Kai of two? Because one was he thinks acceptable. Number two, because well, he had cousins. But he says, Abaya argues, he says that he said he had cousins, the garbage did. He says that puppet, when he had cousins, when it comes to that However, typically not as much of this stuff. So therefore, he doesn't have a problem with saying there are these small homes, this giant Mr. Behema,
at the top of the said,
wanted to get somebody like, bro, Mr. Joy keeps like this guy out.
so we
Like,
say,
like,
okay,
people
we're
are
going to
raising
put
each
Maya.
other.
If you're saying that, well, yeah,
So
Cutting
yeah,
never
never seen
giving
that guy
us
was just
tips
so
talking
big
about
now.
this
It's
stuff,
like everyone's
this
calling
stuff,
him. It's your friend that calls him. Would you have somebody else? You want to get killed. You have something you have a high profile witness. Okay. High profile witness. The craziest sex trafficking conspiracy of all time. Where a guy who may or may not have been intelligence asset, intelligence agent, or whatever the fuck he was, in whatever country, this guy he's arrested for sex trafficking to aliens and then you put him in jail.
right? So we have the four. This is how we learn the Omen. This is how we learn the Torah on someone who is the recipient. But we said the pasuk is an extra pasuk written by Onen. We don't need it by Onen. We use it by Torah. So the Torah wants to know at the end of the day, if you were trying to teach us Torah, why was the Torah put it in the language if you were trying to teach the recipient? Why would the Torah put it in the language of the actor?
Giant fucking muscle bounce, you know, ready to do that. They put him in a cell next to him.
So he says, how do I know that a person has a Torah, a warning not to be a recipient? It's because this is the way I do like Torah and an answer was because the person had an extra pasuk written by actors and the way I knew a Torah by recipient is because it was an extra pasuk written by actors. It doesn't apply to actors, it doesn't apply to recipients. Now, how do I know a Torah of a recipient? I'm sorry, not only that the actor, how do I know a Torah of a recipient? Because why did the Torah at the end of the day, they wanted to tell you the Torah of the actor as opposed to the owners of the actor, so you should have said it by a Torah. Why are you telling it to me by owners? It's trying to tell you that there's a comparison between the Shofim and the Nishkav, and therefore it's warned even by a recipient. I'm sorry, I didn't say that very well, but at the end I think that was correct. Okay, so the Torah says, okay, but now we're going to talk about someone who had a little bit of a bad day. And here will the suffer, but here will the behemoth. So if someone got sodomized by both a man and a behemoth, okay, so he says we're going to be guys for doing one because it's also a system of the other system. Look, this is up to the boat. The different because why? Because how did he learn the recipient? According to Rabbi, the recipient at the end of the day, that the way we learn now that
just stop and think about that. You're in a room that's smaller than this fucking studio that you and I are in right now, with a white murder, you sleep on that guy. You wind up getting strangled. According to me, recipients of this suffering from the behemoth, and so therefore he is dying for two and there's someone who knew that interesting day. Paul suffered, David suffered a lot. He both he was an actor in the suffer and the recipient of the suffer, and about the behemoth love, and also the actor in reality of the recipient reality. And all four going on. So Baylor about both, then you have and whether you say like Rabbi or you say like a Bible, Rabbi Shmuel type fellow, or the Akiva type type. Why? Alright, so you just follow. But remember, so he did all four things. He was the actor for the suffer versus the behemoth. He was the recipient for the suffer versus the behemoth. So according to the Sahaba actor, one is a suffer was discovered after Allah. That's an actor by suffer. Having an actor by behemoth, then states have to be on there for nonviolent drug offenses. Right, I think that's the number, what percentage of people in American prisons are there for nonviolent drug offenses?
But therefore, that you don't get forced because you know,
So it's basically,
so therefore, according to Rabbi Alvo,
it's a byproduct of prohibition that's led to millions of incarceration for people who want down the rest of their fucking life. Because somebody wants something you don't think they should be able to have it, so you will arrest people, sell it to them, and you will lock them all up for possessing. 43% of federal prisoners in the United States are serving time for drug offenses, which are predominantly nonviolent. Additionally, about 72% of federal prisoners are serving sentences for nonviolent crimes, including drug offenses with a significant portion related to drug possession and trafficking. 72%. 72.1% of federal prisons, 72.1% of inmates are incarcerated for nonviolent offenses. More than half, 55% in federal prisons serving time for drug offenses. So 43% of federal prisoners in the United States are serving time for drug offenses, but 55% are serving time for drug offenses in the summary of key data. So it must be like, this is what's happening when AI is drawing from multiple different sources. They're giving you two different numbers. So it's somewhere between 43 and 55%.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like, I guess you don't know which ones are like weed, which ones are cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, that kind of stuff. That,
In this type of offenses, the majority of drug-related incarcerations involve possession, which is classified as a non-violent offense. So, Dennis, other than drug offenses and drug possession, what percentage of people are in jail for non-violent crimes? Put that in there.
like discount drugs.
Yeah, without other than drug offenses, what percentage of people are in jail for non-violent crimes?
I gotta get a family out of it.
Yeah, I think that we could find it. Okay, let's see. Non-violent. Okay. Other than drug offenses, about 25% of the daily jail population nationally is incarcerated for low-level non-violent offenses, including misdemeanors and public order offenses. 13% are there for property offenses such as burglary, and around 11 for public order offenses, non-violent infractions such as weapons charges. The problem with that is property offenses like burglary can lead to violence. Like that's next door to violence. It's not violent, but like those guys that got shot breaking into that guy's house. As soon as you're breaking into people's property, you're getting super close to violence.
Yeah, I think it's fun. I mean, it's like if you're like fear of somebody that they're on out, that's pretty violent to me.
Yeah, it's not violent in that you're hurting a physical person, but you're breaking into their house and anything goes once you break into someone's house. You know, everybody knows that. You break into someone's house, anything goes. They don't know why you're there. They don't know that you're just a petty thief. They have no idea they're gonna fucking shoot you. We all know that.
I remember getting some all left over. I Googled the other thing, the opposite. The opposite thing. How many are in for violent crime?
Right.
62% state prison, only like 7 to 10% federal.
Interesting.
Most federal interest reasons related to drug and drug offenses.
Oh my god, that's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so nuts, man.
It's like that.
I think it's weed. I mean, what do you think it is?
No, it's probably cocaine. Cocaine's the big one, right? Cocaine replaced with fentanyl. Yeah, then there's pills, and then there's meth. Meth is a big one too. Those are the ones that everybody's really terrified of. No one's really. The marijuana thing is a disingenuous argument because the marijuana thing is really this bunch of special interests that want marijuana staying illegal. The actual people that think that marijuana is dangerous are pretty small. And they're not totally wrong. This is a very important point. Marijuana is not completely safe. Just like alcohol is not completely safe. I think there are certain people that, for whatever reason, the way they're wired, marijuana can fuck with them. And there's some evidence that it can trigger psychosis or just some sort of psychotic break. There's really
Definitely, dude. That shit. Some of that shit's bad. Oh, dude, I'm taking some shit.
powder or crack cocaine offenses. Go ahead. and then there's meth, 24%. Marijuana represents 12%. But I guarantee you that marijuana thing, that's dudes who are growing. You know, if you're growing and dealing, if they're hitting you up in federal prison, heroin offenders account for 6%. That's weird. I would have been higher. Just 6% for heroin. Because they're so chill, they never get in trouble. They never get caught.
But the family that did that, the opioid epidemic is still out.
Our family's out.
Sackler family's still out there and responsible for a million people losing their lives. And the ripple effect of that to families. Yeah, that's what I mean, suicides, drug addictions, families falling apart, lives destroyed. What do you think people want a sense of purpose these days? And, you know, because it certainly feels like the fabric of like some of America. It used to feel like they gave us a lot of purpose, right? And some of that feels like it's not there anymore. Do you feel like that's a true statement?
Well, I think this is also sort of the problem with social media. Is that we feel that way. Okay. And while we feel that way, that everything's falling apart, we still have our neighbors, we still have our friends, we still have the places we go, we still have all the community that we always have. You know, we still have the mothership, we still go to nice restaurants, you still hang out with your friends and watch the game. You're still like alive on earth. Like you're so overwhelmed by this fucking constant onslaught of bad news that you're freaking out always. But then you got ICE raids where they're taking people that are American citizens and they're scaring the shit out of everybody. And
Didn't they make a video thing about these death threats?
that was crazy. They didn't even ask you.
Oh, it was really scary.
You were just joking around because you were talking to a guy who's talking to his friend. And this was quite a while ago, too, right? What was that video?
Yeah, I don't know. I got an year and a half or something. I don't remember. But that was her use. It was like, it was a joke.
Right.
She's like a friend. I don't know if she said it in like a before I can't remember what she said. But she's like, what, do you have anything to say? And I'm like, I'm claiming, I don't know if it's real or not. I have no idea.
You have no idea. It's literally someone just handed you a phone. And then Homeland Security, was that what it was?
It was Homeland Security. Yeah. And so then I was like super scared. Remember? I was texting like you. I was just texting people to make sure because I didn't know if they were like just going to kill people that didn't get on TikTok or whatever. I had no idea what they were going to do. I just can't believe they did that with you.
When they just put it in there as if like you were endorsing that.
Well, it just kind of, it was just a scary time. That was the same time as the children. Some fucking trend me. Channels or whatever.
Like if a company did that, you could sue them. You know what I'm saying? Like if it was privatized, like if ICE was a private company, and that was the people that the United States hired to get rid of illegal immigrants, and they used you, you would sue them. You could sue them.
Well, it was just,
But the government can just put that up there, and then what did you do? You had to formally request them taking it down.
yeah, I would have turned it again. To take it down.
How long did it take to take it down?
Like 48 hours. Something had like 30 million views over 5 months.
How many people even know it's taken down until they just heard you say it? I knew because you told me, but I couldn't believe it. When you first asked me what I should do about this, I was like, probably nothing. And I was in the car, and I didn't watch it. Then I got to the club, then I talked to you from the club. And you're like, you didn't see it? I was like, no. And then I saw it, I was like, oh my God. What the fuck are they doing?
It's like, that's not how
You envision the government. The government made a hype video.
Yeah, there was like deportation hype video trying to be shit. And I was like, what are we doing? That's what I'm saying. Everything is turned into like the WWE crap. It's
It's 100% that like judgment. It's idiocracy.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, that was scary, man, because I got like, there was just like a lot of threads, and then things got like, and it was just kind of, that made me kind of paranoid. And then my mom was visiting, and we went to the doctor. I went to the doctor, just getting something like that or something, and I was in the doctor's office, and there was a nurse asking me questions or whatever, and then she's like, I have something for you. And I was like, huh? And she's like, oh, I brought you something, can I give it to you? And I was like, I met a doctor, something like some cheap aid, something, I don't know. Yes, something. And normally I think it might have been like, okay, but I was just like, it was such a weird time. And my mom was visiting, and it was like, after the Charlie Kirk thing, it was just super scary. You just didn't know what was going on. And watching that guy get killed was crazy. Like, it was,
You know what's crazy to me is when people react to it. That scared me just as much as watching him get shot.
Yeah. And let me think about that in just a second. I'll just think a bit into this. If you don't mind, real quick. Sorry, I know you're interrupting. No, no worries. So I'm in this doctor's office, and it was just weird. You know, like I'm at the doctor, made me feel like nothing was safe. Like we're gonna be compounded. I mean, like, oh, nothing's safe. Right? No place is safe. Where like, because I just give this girl like medical information. Like, is this okay? You know? And so I talked to the doctor. And it was all cool and stuff. And like, but then I go outside, and I was sitting in my car. My mom was up there with me, and like, and it just like felt a lot of stress. And I'm sitting there, I was like kind of tearing up, talking to my mom, just like, you know, I told her what happened in the doctor's office, you know, and it was after the DHS, they just saw a lot of stuff that felt like, you don't have any, there's no, you're soft, no one, I can't think of what I'm saying, like you're not safe, like there's no,
Well, I think you think that way in particular because you're famous. So when you felt like you were having a normal professional experience at a doctor, and then also became a fan experience, right? You're kind of trapped.
right, you're trapped, and it's a doctor where you're supposed to trust, like, yeah, it can be it, and I'm sitting with my mom, and she kind of like put her hand on me, you know, she's like, everything will be okay, and then I looked up out the window, and there was some young man, literally this far from my window, this far, you know, it's just like, it was just like this, it was just like, that was like a tough time, where I think everything, I just got kind of paranoid, and that's a weird thing,
It's totally normal to do. Just point a camera at people who don't know because they're famous at a doctor's office.
yeah,
And it's like, I just want to put up on Instagram over 300 likes. Here it is, big deal, motherfucker.
yeah.
Outside, he's getting his fingers like that. They can break your medical information.
It felt like it was a movie, though, and they were trying to break it. Like, it felt like this, like, a couple weird
It's a
things.
personal thing, though. It's a personal thing with you because you're famous. That's one of the reasons why you think that everything's falling apart. Because you think everything's falling apart for you because you're dealing with the fact that you're crazy famous. That's why you have this elevated sense of everything falling apart. Like, look at the example that you cited. A lady who loves you, who's a doctor, and she wants to give you something, and you thought, man, I thought it was just a doctor, and now I'm trapped with some person because you feel like you're trapped a lot, talking to crazy people or people that want something from you, people that are grabbing at you. That's what it is. Yeah, that's why you personally feel like everything's falling apart because you're having a hard time navigating your new situation. You know, and then also your new situation is very different than just you as a comedian because this new situation is you voicing your opinions about things, and some things controversial, and some things not so much. But then people enjoy it, and so it gets a lot of attention. And when it gets a lot of attention, you also get a lot of haters. You're gonna get a lot of jealous people. You're gonna get a lot of people that just disagree with your choices and guests. You get a lot of people that think that what you're doing is dangerous. There's a lot of really fucking really idiotic opinions that people attach to you that don't make any sense, but they're still out there. And so you're dealing with that too, and that's a new thing you're dealing with that you never dealt with before. And that's part of why you have this accelerated thought that everything's falling apart. I don't think it's falling apart as bad as everybody thinks, but I think it's something that it deserves consideration. Like, this all could fall apart, and it could fall apart in a lot of like very bad ways. And there's a lot of natural ways you can have it, like we talked about before, but it could also be self-inflicted. And at all costs, we have to avoid the self-inflicted thing. Yeah. And the only way to avoid it is to not be on a side. You can't be on that side or this side, but instead be on the side of the greater good of everybody. And that's possible too. It's just you have to force politicians to do that.
You know, but is that going to happen with politicians? If you look at Eric Adams this morning, he just did whatever that thing was. He was like, he's like, I said he served Israel the best he could. It's like, I don't know, I feel like, everyone that should,
Kind of nice to
we're going to get that bag.
got the bag, driving in Cadillac now. Bro, they just pay people. The crazy thing is that Israel pays people for social media posts. I read that. Let's put that in the books. Is that true? That might be another Russian hoax. I was reading that there's countries, and I don't think it's just Israel, but there's countries that will pay influencers to post positive things about them.
Yeah, really? Yeah. Oh, well, even Qatar was like, they wanted me to come and experience their country. Right? I saw while I was there, like, I think it was for
project is managed by a firm called Bridges Partners LLC, which works on behalf of the Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The program is disclosed under the U.S. Foreign Agents Registration Act, meaning that these payments are legally reported and require influencers to disclose that their content is funded by a foreign government. That's crazy.
Well, I just don't see how we're the country after the genocide. I just don't see how that's okay to be like. I think that's the part of me that I don't understand, right? About this fear leadership and stuff. I just do not understand it. But then you start to think, am I crazy? Because it seems like it's just okay that politicians all think that this is okay, and so few of them speak up about it.
Well, I think this is what's separating the people from the young people in this country. Like, if you look at the numbers of how many people that are like 18 to 34 that support the war in Gaza, it's very low. It's very, very, very low. Because this is the first time you've ever been able to see what happens when a superpower is attacking a country that essentially doesn't have an army, and they're doing it for years, and they're just blowing buildings up. Like, we've never really seen that before. This is the first time in a time where everyone has cell phones, right? Obviously, this has happened. You know, countries have bombed each other. There's been Hiroshima, of course, not Nagasaki. They blew up entire cities, right? We didn't get to watch it happen bit by bit. You didn't get to see drone footage that's in 4K. You know, you didn't get to see cell phone footage of missiles being fired into camps and people waiting in line for food. You didn't get to see any of that shit. And, you know, you're seeing wild shit. And you're also seeing horrible things that Hamas is doing too. You see people getting publicly executed in front of everyone, in front of cheering crowds. You're seeing people get dragged out, kicked to the ground, gunned in the head. You're seeing the horrors of war is what you're seeing on both sides. And we just have a hard time accepting that that's the only way to do things. And I think that the young people of this country, they don't want any part of anything like that anymore. They have been told by their parents, they've been told by the people they grew up with that war is hell, there shouldn't be any war, and most of this shit happens because people are making money. That's what most of it has. They prolong it so they can make more money. They want weapons development, they want to launch new shit, they want to sell shit to people that need weapons. And most young people are aware of that now, where I think most people, my parents' age, they, you know, all they had was the Vietnam War. They knew the Vietnam War was bad, but I don't think they really knew the extent of how much corruption is involved in everything that our government does. Everything has the hand of some corporation attached to it. Everything has the influence of some foreign government or some country that has massive resources. There's always, it's never clean. Nothing's clean.
It just felt like me, I think a lot of times, when it feels like they're going to stop allowing TikTok, like people are going to upsell it or something, so they won't be able to show stuff like that.
Well, they sold it to Larry Ellison's company, right? Isn't that about TikTok? Yeah, I want to be sure.
But they still do that so they can limit its control, like control what goes on it.
The real worry that they had before that sale was that China was in control of it. And I think they're right. I think that if you have a foreign country, and the foreign country is using a very popular social media website to spread propaganda, spread things that absolutely aren't true, along with, I'm sure, some things that are true. Yeah, but they have their finger on which way the influence goes. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. No, I'm not saying that Larry Ellison's company is going to do a great job of being totally objective and letting people criticize Israel, letting people criticize Hamas. Like, I don't know. We'll see. What to say? I'd be crazy to say.
I never met the guy. I don't know anything about
It'd be crazy for me to say anything different. But it's not safe to have a foreign country that is actively trying to fuck with the way people have discourse in America, which is certainly what China's doing.
according to the change of place, the shutdown has something to do with this. And this article is coming today, I think, where people in Congress told you to go to it.
Right, so this says Congress is still waiting to get briefed on how TikTok's sale would actually stop Chinese algorithms from causing harm to U.S. citizens, U.S. military, and U.S. interests, she said. The lack of transparency has caused concern for both Democrats and Republicans who are still waiting more secure briefings on how to stop malign actions. So this is the thing, is like, that's a good point, because they do it on X. So Chinese bots, they swarm X, and there was a former FBI analyst, we read this article 100 times, in his estimation, this right around the time Elon was buying Twitter, that it could be as much as 80% bots. So much as bots, it seems like so much as bots. But this is what this is. This is like China. This is Russia. This is foreign countries that they'll say things about USA. They'll say things about gay rights. They'll say things about LGBTQ, whatever issues, whatever it is, the border, whatever it is, USA, whatever it is, and they just flood the discourse. They flood it, and so they have their finger either way on how much negative shit you see about any kind of subject. And whoever's the best at it, whoever's the best at this kind of propaganda, this is like an incredible tool to use to demoralize another country, to have another country hating itself, hating its actions. And if you leave that in the hands of China and they own a company like TikTok, at least if someone in America owns it, then again, I don't know what they're going to do, but at least if they own it, you would say, okay, well, at least they're not actively trying to fuck with us and make us battle back and forth. They're just allowing the algorithm to do its natural course. Right? I guess if they're going to do that, we don't know. Here's the thing, if you can't stop bots, then all of them are fucked, because they're just going to keep making new accounts. It's too easy. They sign up, fake emails, fake person, fake name, they're in. If you don't make people, and then what are you going to do? Require a digital ID? Fuck that. You should be able to be a whistleblower if you're working for some company and you find out they're dumping nuclear waste in the ocean that's killing all the fish. Someone should be able to anonymously report that. And you should be able to do that through social media without having a digital ID that shows exactly who you are. The thing that showed you that it's just like, I don't know, it's sketchy times. What is sketchy times? I mean, the same company, that company Palantir that was doing all that crazy stuff in Gaza, in Gaza, they were like, you know, running all the drugs, stuff like this, allegedly. What are you talking about? What are you saying they did? That they had, like, were compiling data on people that were there, and they were operating a lot of the drugs, and it's got that also had weapons attached to it. Okay, so you mean like facial recognition data? Right. Do they have that capability with drones? Where they can just zoom around? Is this horseshit? It's real. He's not even willing to talk on camera. He's just, I'm sure they do. No. They can say contract in America now, which is scary to me. That's what's scary to me. And a drone could go by. And maybe that's what happened to Jordan. Who knows? Maybe a drone, you just have to know. You can point the finger at a bullet comes out of the middle of nowhere. True. That's a good, I'm not saying you're talking about it all the time. I'm just saying you're listening. Okay. So you're right. However, China's making drones, and they're making really good ones, way more sophisticated than our drones. If you don't have drone development and some kind of drone defense system in America, if you say, oh, no one should have that kind of power, you're right, no one should have that kind of power. However, China already does. So yes, have no innovation and no way to implement any kind of defense system with drones in America. It's already in China, it's already in Russia. You're kind of in trouble. Okay, so you have to have something in that space. You gotta be moving forward into, like, you gotta have the weapon, they're already, it's like the nuclear bomb. They're already doing it. You better fucking get it. You better get it. I think to me it's just scary that the company that was allegedly doing that there is the company that we hired to, like, I believe create a database and have some of the same opportunities here. Or they could potentially be able to do the same thing here. To me, it just kind of tracks what's like, finding one private company that has a database and all the information on every person and where you are and what you're doing. Yeah, that's good. What do you want? The story, the reporting on this, it's that absolute power corrupts absolutely thing. You know, this is like absolute power. When AI system is called where's that? Jesus Christ. Wow, it's called Lavender. That sounds lovely. AI-enabled data processing systems developed and used by the Israeli occupation forces in their, this says, genocidal campaign against Gaza have caught widespread attention, prompting journalists to call Gaza the site of the first AI-powered genocide. AI technology was reportedly first used in Gaza during Israel's 11-day assault in 2021. During the ongoing genocide, for the first time, it's being used to kill Palestinians at an unprecedented level and at much faster rates. These three known systems identify targets for airstrikes based on Israeli mass surveillance records of the Palestinians in Gaza that have been collected for years by the IMOF under the racist framework of monitoring what they deem as threats to the Israeli regime. This is from Palestine-studies.org. So that's also how, it's obviously going to be favored for them. Listen, I absolutely know that they have that kind of technology.
The scariest part to me, too, when you bring it back up one more second, the scariest part to me was just the quickness they could do it, and then, like, the review, right? Like, he was really intelligent. They just shared with Plus 972 magazine that they personally only take 20 seconds to review and approve your recommendation.
Using a time going to confirm if the target is a male. Well, it's unclear if this is actual policy. So this is.
But you started thinking
They shared this in a magazine. So they said this in an interview in a magazine that it only takes 20 seconds to review, and the time is only to confirm if the target's a male. It's unclear if this is actual policy. In August, however, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights released a statement revealing that the majority of those killed in Gaza are women and children. So here's the other thing. Obviously, horrible things have happened there, right? But if you're getting your information from the people where the horrible things are happening, it's hard to know if they're being accurate. I don't know if it is truly that they're mostly killing women and children, or if a good percentage of them have actually been Hamas agents. I don't know.
I think this
Israel says, right? They say a lot of them were Hamas.
There's like 2-year-old Hamas agents they were finding shooting, which,
I bet they probably think about it as a future, especially now when you're blowing up their fucking city. How many, if there were terrorists there, how many are created by watching something like that happen?
Well, the thing for me, I just thought like that America would come on down at some point. That was this year. I think that's when I just thought like, I just have a different concept of what's going on. But also, these are just my thoughts. I don't know what's going on, and I don't need anybody to believe my thoughts or think the same way I do. I think the thing that made me nervous was that same company, Palantir, got a deal in America to create a database and help with like surveillance and stuff. So that just makes me scared, and maybe a little bit nervous, not scared, but just like a little bit like, what's going on here? Are we going to enter a surveillance state?
Well, that's one of the arguments for letting chaos take place. One of the arguments for letting criminals back out is that you make it so dangerous that in order to make it safe, you have to put restrictions on people. And that's the only way. And you show that it's effective. And people comply, and then everybody's a digital ID, and the government tracks you. Like that Life 360 app where you can track all your friends, track all your family.
Your wife's running around and you whatever.
And the government is doing that as well. The government can do that as well.
Well, I think one thing that made that, I don't know,
Crazy that is allow the government to constantly know where you are and what you're doing. Constantly, you're looking over your shoulder. So you're going to self-censor. You're going to be scared. You're going to be scared to talk because your phone's going to be listening.
Yeah, I mean, crazy words and movement stuff, everything you open your phone. That was,
what's the possibility?
And that was momentarily later.
Momentarily later, the algorithm recognized that I was talking about Chuck Schumer. Let's see if it works. Big fat tits. Big fat tits. Okay. Big fat tits on your 45-year-old stepmom. See what it is. Imagine if it just goes to, nope, I got head kicked.
Would you buy
Segway real quick.
Would you buy an account on the Facebook Marketplace?
Sure, why not? If it's a cute cat. That was fun.
I'm not buying a cat.
Right in my For You page.
See one of them. Hey,
Right in my For You page. Look at that.
Text something random to someone. Give it 5 minutes and check your For You page.
Right away. It's a lady
I see
with
big
large
tits.
boobs.
I say, hey, let me see one of them and guess what the other one looks like. That's my whole trick.
That's your trick. You're like, I don't know. I bet that other one's weird looking. That one's too perfect. Yeah, so they both look the same.
Yeah, he said,
I'll show you, Phil.
should be scary.
That's why I think ICE had. That's why I think all the ICE stuff happened. Because I think they have to get everybody on the books. This isn't about they have to do an inventory now of everyone because they're going to need. Otherwise, when it's a surveillance state, it's all going to know if you're not like documented or on the bill of sale or whatever. It's going to be, or you're not on the inventory list. If you're not inventoried in the country, the machine will know immediately. Oh, this is you're not even supposed to be here, right? So that's why I think that ICE is happening because I think one of the reasons is they have to get everything inventoried.
I see what you're saying. I think the ICE stuff is happening. A lot of it's because of political power. It's congressional seats. Because the census just counts people. They don't count legal citizens. And when you let people come over here legally, and you give them food, and you give them Medicare, what happens is those people are going to vote for you if they can, and they're also going to count. They're going to stay. So they count your district as congressional seats. That's what's crazy. They only count the people. They don't count the citizens. So if you get as many people as possible, you can take over congressional seats. And if you make it really easy for those people to get by, like they say, hey, California's the place to go. They don't give a fuck. You can get over there, nobody cares. Which is what way it was basically until I started arresting people. It's always been like that. I mean, what percentage of people can run into LA? You know, is really this a lot, and no one cares. It's just it's always been like that. I don't care. And now all of a sudden they're getting arrested. But there is the argument that by having people that came over illegally, you change the congressional map. You do. You get more seats. You know, and that's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. It's all fun. It just feels like I don't know. It feels like very like I don't know. It feels like a lot of different things. But you're right. I think you just have to focus in on things that are important. You know, it's an easy way to increase your population. Make it so people can definitely come home. Make it so cut holes in the fence for them. You ever see when they did that? They cut holes in the fence. Like some people have put up like these fucking heavy duty fences. Put a titty bar right there. You put a titty bar right there, water sales. Water and tits, what about that? Together? Like a hotel, like a room with their tits. I don't know if you've been together for a couple of days. That's true. It's a good point. Very good point. I'll say that's true. Because this is kind of crazy when you watch it. Like, what can you possibly be doing here? Just purposely letting people into the country. I think there was a lot of that. And I think there was a lot of that because they want cheap labor too. That was something that someone told me once that they were stunned. The CEOs they were against these border enforcements because they wanted cheap labor. So they said right out to them because Biden Harris said we want us to open the border when Texas built a razor. So like, why would you do that? Wait a minute. You did what? You set up forklifts to open up the razor wire? Do you think that they all know that the other parties is doing? Like, do you think that they all go behind closed doors? Like, okay, what are you guys gonna do this month? And we're gonna do this, and it's all just this theatrics. No, I don't think they coordinate like that. They help each other now. But this is nuts, man. This is like genuine nuts. And by the way, I feel for these people. I would do the same thing. I would 100% be honest. These people with their babies hoping for a chance at a better life in America. They're not the problem. The problem is cartel people and the whole congressional system. That's the problem. Well, these people have become pawns. They'll send information to the countries that they live in and get the country. It's like, listen, if the population, no, it's, I don't know what I'll say, but I don't know. If the population, we're increasing the population, that's what I'm saying, we're better than this. You and I are, yes. As people, we are better than this. We have all these elected officials and people that we thought were like us. When does that end? That's good. It shouldn't end. Do you think there's a way to end it? It's going to be hard. My suspicion is it ends when AI starts sorting government. We're probably going to use AI with government to prevent this kind of fuckery that we see on an everyday basis. AI will like logically make decisions as to like what makes sense and what doesn't make sense about current some things that, like, if people become politicians, the reason why they become politicians is they know they can inside trade with Nancy Pelosi and make hundreds of millions of dollars like she did. Like, that's crazy. That can't be that way anymore. And I think any intelligent, like artificial intelligence that's not attached to an ideology or a party is going to immediately, if they all agree, if the America votes on it and say, we want AI to take a look at the government, and AI immediately goes, like, you can't do that, you can't do this, like, this is bad, this is evil, this is a lie, this is truth, and you're suppressing it, and then we probably don't have anything remotely like the government we have now, because I think that mind reading software is already in the beta, right? They're already able to communicate, going back and forth, asking each other questions. They are. They have headsets. You don't even have to get an implant. Is it Google that did that, Jamie? What was the company that did that, where they were asking each other questions and then answering them? No, but it's in beta. The point is, it's in beta. So they're doing this already, and as this stuff gets more potent, it's going to be just like we used to have little flip phones without a color screen, and now you have an iPhone. And it's going to be that. It's going to go from you used to be able to just ask each other questions to we can all read each other's minds. It's coming, man. And when that happens, turtle face, that Mitch McConnell motherfucker, you can't operate anymore as a leader. You can't. No, you're seen now as what you are. You're an agent of money. You're a money agent, moving money and influence around. You're not doing it for the greater good of people by any stretch of the imagination. And also, how are you still working when you Windows 98 on us every now and then? Yeah, that guy just freezes up. You ever see him? Because his you ever see him lock up? Just lock up. How is that guy still able to make decisions on anything? His receptors are there. Because his receptors got him. You think he's not a real one? You think at this point, I had a guy who's freaking in and even up his lips. Yes, that's all these people are. Imagine Candace comes out, she does a deep dive and said there was no RFK Jr. Do you know that all those photos are AI? This is where there's no evidence of him whatsoever until 2021. It's like, what is this here? RFK Jr. has a camera, so what is this here? Or a woman? He's a person. Dude, Candace is the best. I went to see she has her and her husband have four of the most beautiful kids in the world, and they're so funny. You go over there and it's like dying laughing, and one of them looks just like her. It's so funny. Do you think she's right about that French president? We did. Yes. He is many to a man. She's all in on that. She's all in. They're suing her, I think. I think they are. I don't know if they still are. I think they're at least threatening a lawsuit. It's all like $50 million. Like, if she writes a book, that's gotta be it. But dude, it is kind of strange that the guy is dating his teacher, right? There's no one that he was like 40 and the kid was 15. Or she was 40, even if it was a she. Like, what? And again, this is France. They're very different over there. Pedophilia is just like, get your knee out of that child. What have you done? Is almost 15. Bro, and she does. She better have a hallmark. I don't think she does. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if she has the body style to have a real fucking hallmark. If they release the last thing needs, the last thing France needs is to release like a leader that looks like it's retreating kind of. You will just go down this. They need to release a fucking hall. Did you see that information? I don't think they have it on it. They got genes from Hitler's blood, and it seems to indicate that he had a genetic disorder that would lead you to have a micropenis, which totally makes sense, right? I'm not surprised these days. About Hitler? Why would you be surprised that Hitler would be the guy who was thinking of a micropenis? The guy who wants to kill everybody and take over the world? Yeah, well, tiny dick. He's fucking doing coke and heroin and all. He was doing oxycodone, man. And he had his whole army on meth. That's fucking wild. With a little bit extraordinarily an iron fist. Making him a tyrant, how Hitler's deformed genitals shaped his personality. even a Russian roulette with a revolver with 10 rounds in it. But, alright, I gotta go. So we gotta wrap this up. Yeah, so, hey, thank you. Wait. I love you, Arm. I love you too, man. Thanks for, thanks for everything. It was fun hanging with you, as always. Bye, everybody. Enjoying my day, Joe Rogan podcast, my night, all day. Oh, man, everything. It's been a few years, man. Yeah, last time I saw you. I think I saw you outside of the ice house. Oh, yeah. No, that's his mom, yeah, that's right. You showed it to me. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I went to your house to do the podcast early in the day. Yeah, on Deep Valley, Deep Hill. And I think you got your place sort of down, strip mall kind of place down in the flatlands of the valley. Yeah, one there. Yeah. I mean, it's been a million years. Yeah, it's been a while. Time flies, buddy. I know, it's so sad. You know what? You know what's sad? It goes so slow when you're young and miserable. You know what I mean? Now you're happy and rich, and it just flies by. You know what I mean? Like all the stuff you want to do, it just goes right by you. And then when I was like 13, I just sat in class and stared at the clock. Just went, God damn, you know what it is? It's relative. It's a percentage of your life. So when you're 10, a year is 10% of your life. Right. You know, when you're 55, a year is really quick. I know it just sucks that, like, I remember going back to school in September and going, when's Christmas vacation? And then go 2 months and I go, oh, man, no way, that's too long. And now it just goes flying by. But now it's good and you want it to slow down. Yeah, I always think of life as sort of like driving to San Francisco from LA. The first time you do it, it takes a long time. And the 50th time you do it, it's like nothing. And that's the relative. Yeah. Yeah, it's, I don't know, just gotta live the moment. Enjoy it while it's here. One more time, hope something's next. Or not. I guess, yeah. Well, you know, that thing. It's like that thing where people have a near-death experience and then they swear they're going to change their ways and they're going to appreciate everything and they're going to do all that. I don't think it works. It works on some people. Yeah, I've met people that have had near-death experiences that can change all that. Yeah, I wonder if it's worth trying to have a near-death experience because it's too close to the death. Well, it's really what kind of a person are you? Are you a reflective person, introspective person? Do you think about the way you think, the way you live, you analyze it, and decide whether or not this is a good way to proceed or whether or not you need to make adjustments? Some people don't. They don't self-analyze. They don't course correct. They just don't. So something comes along, change everything. You never change anything. You don't live life. You've never done that. You never exhibited that kind of will. You never had that kind of discipline. So like, how are you gonna change that? You're not. You're gonna say you're gonna change, but you're gonna go right back. Yeah, you're going to high school with all those guys. Me too. That's crazy. Most people don't know how to live. Yeah, I don't understand. You are in control of the way you think. It's one of the only things you're in control of. Well, change is like one of the greatest gifts we have. Like, it really, if you think about terms of being a human being versus being a hyena or any other creature, it's you get to change. And then so many people just squander that gift, which is the greatest gift. And they just go, I'm not doing it, and you're sort of no different than any other animal. And you just sort of society doing things wrong, people don't like to do that. They don't like to admit fault. They don't like to look at themselves in a negative way and analyze what they've done wrong. Be critical of themselves. No, I know everyone is crazy externalizers now, and young people have it more than our generation. Plus, encouraged to tell them stuff, they just push back on it. It's encouraged to think that everyone else is the reason why you are not happy. Yeah, I get it, but I think growing up, and maybe it's just being coached a lot, you know, like you got coached a lot, I got coached a lot. It's just dudes telling you you're doing something wrong all day, every day. And I believe they did it because they cared, because they wanted you to get better, because they wanted you to succeed, they wanted to win, you know. And I just got used to being coached. You know, I just got used to people just yelling at you, telling you to fuck it up, fix it, do it right. And it never felt like criticism. I mean, well, even if it is criticism, it doesn't matter. It's like if the coaching is good, like if you can be coachable, that's like one of the best indicators that you're going to do well in life. You can take direction and instruction from someone who knows what they're talking about. And if you want to learn something, like say if you want to learn jiu-jitsu, you have to listen. You have to really listen. And the people that don't listen, they don't get better. Yeah, and I shouldn't have said criticism. And it was criticism, but that's fine. It's just how you digest it. You know what I mean? It's criticism. They go constructive criticism or just criticism. You're doing something wrong. That's fine. Now, how do you perceive it? How do you adjust it? Well, also, how do you look at yourself? Do you look at yourself as like, do you think of yourself as only being valuable if you're good at a thing, right? And if you're not good at that thing, do you take it as a slight against you? Or do you just understand that you're a person, this is you, and this thing you're doing is something you don't know how to do as well as this person is teaching you? And if you can do that, then you can get better, and then getting better at anything that you are trying to do is difficult. Any discipline. That discipline becomes a vehicle for developing human potential. You can figure out how to be good at that by listening to this person and proceeding and seeing the steps of improvement. You can apply that to everyone life. But if you never learn how to do that, you got this stuff. You know what I've been thinking about? Thinking about how insecure a lot of people are. And how they can react if you tell them something. Criticism, coach now. But I think it's their insecurity that's reacting. And then I sort of realize, like, you have the skill set. You have multiple skill sets, right? And you take just martial arts. You know, okay, you know it. You're comfortable with it. You're real secure about it. You know your abilities. And you know your abilities as a comedian. And you know your abilities as an archer. And stuff like that. So you have a bunch of stuff that you know you own. And for me, like, I'm a builder, so I have the skills, I have a trade, you know, and so I don't feel insecure. I feel like there's stuff I know, and then there's other things I do know, but I don't walk around with that insecurity that I realize, like, a lot of people, they don't have a trade, they don't have a skill, they don't have really anything they can call expertise. Like, you would go, you know, what are you an expert at? Well, you would go, I can teach UFC, mixed martial arts, jiu-jitsu, I can do that, I can do this, podcasting, stand-up comedy, like there's fields of expertise, speaking another language, mastering an instrument, you know, things like that. And I realize so many people just are, there's just nothing. They never found a thing. They didn't find a thing. They're so insecure, and they walk around in this heightened state of insecurity, and then somebody runs into them somewhere in an airport or a Starbucks or something, and they start ripping off, you know, throwing furniture, and it's like, why are you in this state all the time? And I realized it's an insecurity. And how would it feel? Like, how would Joe Rogan feel walking around, not having a black belt, not being successful at stand-up, like not having any expertise? Like, it feel really vulnerable feeling, you know? And I think that's a lot of it. It's most people. Yes, yeah, most people just get jobs. They never believe in things. They throw themselves into it, watch the improvement, and understand that, oh, I know that I started this out at the beginning, and now I'm really good because I put in so much time and so much effort. So I know that I have that. I know I have that willpower. It's also just a that's just a fact. Some people are born with big ears, some people have small ears, some people have shitty brains. That's just true. I've met a lot of people, they're just dull. They're just dull-minded, dull-witted. And if they threw themselves into something, they don't have the horsepower. They have a 9-volt brain. It sucks. No, I know. That's just reality. I know it's hard and bad to look at them through your lens. Come on, man. The sun's shining. Let's make some hay. Let's go. And there's so much to do. And they're like, oh. And you're like, come on. The saddest thing for me is when I talk to anybody, but especially a young person. I go, what do you like? What do you do? What's your thing? And I go, I like video games. I go, no. What's your passion? What do you want to get into? And they go, watching Netflix. And they go, what is your thing? What do you want to get your hands on? And they just go, I don't know. They probably introduce us. The problem with video games is they'll steal your thing. Video games, if there was a thing maybe that you maybe were into golf, maybe into something, video games will steal your time. They'll steal your time. They're so fun. Yes, but I think there's a problem with like satiation. Like you feel satiated. Like you'll say, I did something, right? It's like it didn't do anything. You simulated doing something. Unless you're a professional video game player, you have to make a lot of money. So that's weird. It's easy to tell you to play video games for extra time. Then you find out that some people playing professional video games are making a lot of money. Yeah, StarCraft guys are really good at StarCraft. Like the best StarCraft player maybe. But they have sponsorships and stuff like that, but they're making millions of dollars. It is weird that you can no longer tell your kids that's a crazy idea that all they want to work on is Twitch guys. That's what I'm saying. There's guys that play video games all day on Twitch. I know. There was a time when we started, someone young said, I'm going to do a podcast. You're going to go on here and get a real job. That's not going to work. So this guy, his name was so yeah, South Korea, 1.3 million. Joe Sung, wife of another 9 million. Yeah, so they're making money. But this is like only the top 5. So top 5, get to the bottom of the top 5. I bought a video game once, and it was a World War II one, and I thought I was going to go to the deck of the ship and shoot at some zeros or dive on your ship. But the video game started low in the barracks where I was, and a torpedo hit, and I could never get to the deck. I couldn't get out of the bunk. I kept burning up in a fire in the bunk, and after 20 times of trying to get to the deck, I just abandoned it. And I also just realized just a bunch of shit I'm not good at, and I don't care if I'm going to try. I think there's another part of life where you have to kind of go, what are you good at, what are you not good at, and when you're not good at something, you should just pay somebody to do that. That's probably basically I play video games for it. Well, I mean like type, but yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, you don't. Things that some people enjoy, like yeah, I know. It's a light show stuff. It's what this is exciting. It's introducing people to the possibilities. What's that? It's teaching stuff. Yeah, it didn't work. Didn't work for me either. Yeah. But it's a weird thing. It's like there's no consideration. There's no like, hey, if you're going to work out, nobody ever says that. No, I never had that. It was a weird thing because it was always sort of shut up. So it was the opposite of encouragement, which is be quiet, you're disruptive. So by nature, comedic nature, teacher is sit in the back of the class and pop off, try to entertain an audience, which is sort of built in, which is like classroom. But it is interesting that they then offer more class clown. Now they offer an award for class clown. My high school, I was class clown. So I got the class clown designation with multiple high schoolers told to shut up. And our teacher, which is a weird, it's a backhanded compliment, but it's a weird message. She said to the clown, which is shut up, here's your award. And we're talking, that is weird. I would get rid of the award or stop yelling at her to shut up all the time. Well, it's not because Tenet is the most rats, I've been thinking about who's a transgender, sort of people that I know we have to call them heroes, but they're kind of opted out and they're just like, I want consistency. I don't care if I'm underpaid, as long as I never stop getting paid, I can retire early, I have a place to go. And it's a kind of march of life where I'm telling people to chase their dreams and explore the possibilities, because you're in this place right now where you can chase your dreams. You're just here. Say that 10% of my kids are just one of the kids, but my teachers, because of miserable, very uninspiring. I'm exploring That's funny how I turn back to someone before it means to me that I have no class, but I'm having dreams about going back to one more year of football. Because it's all I wanted to do, and it's the only thing I was good at. Back to mathematics. And then once I got out of high school, I never had anyone go, hey, you should do comedy. That seems to be your thing. That seems to be what you're interested in, or your proclivities are. I never had that. I never had my family say it. I never had my friends say it. I never had the teacher say it. I never heard the guy in school say it. It never came up in my life. It didn't, forgive me. It was times that I would go to friends with. So I would all be scared because of the trouble I've got to stay with those I never really like. And I would be the guy that wrote dice. And my friends came with me to stay friends because I still to this day. He told me at the time I think I was in 16. And he was probably 33, 40 years old. He's like, you should forget the fucking word. I was like, you didn't have a different or lesser punishment than a going to high school. Like when I was I know that's punishment and the one that annoys me got to know my 19. And once I know my 19, that's when I understood. Oh, that when he starts out as a funny, I think it's terrible. But I thought comedians at the time, Jerry Seinfeld was Jerry Seinfeld, Martin Jump, just really good, really funny, great jokes. Richard Pryor, same thing. I didn't realize it because I think you get better at it. And when I watch people do it, I was like, oh, these people are terrible. One of the things Richard Jennings said, that was a terrible comedians are great because they inspire people to try. Yeah, I agree with you in that sense. Like, I remember, like, I always go, oh, this guy's excellent, inspires, like Jordan inspires. I'm like, no, he's too good. You know what I mean? Like, I remember being young and watching Dennis Miller do a special, and I go, I could never do that. That's too much. I already, we're only once going from that. I remember, well, doesn't even know what they mean. No way am I pulling that off. But later on, when I was driving to the construction site every day, I would listen to morning radio in LA, and I'd listen to these morning teams, and I'd go, oh shit, I can do that. I was inspired by their inability to be consistently funny, and it's a weird form people do that. They always think the best is going to bring it out in you, but it's intimidating. sometimes you have to see people that are mediocre at their job for you to think, oh, no, I can do that. And certainly, like, you walk right into the gym, and that's what we do. They tear the rubber for you. It's the first time I ever worked out. And someone said, oh, what's wrong with your rubber? What are the fuck are you talking about? I can't spar with him. Yeah, because you start there, but if you see someone who's like that lower level and he's hitting mids the way you're hitting mids, you're like, this episode is brought to you by Happy Dad Hard Seltzer. A nice cold Happy Dad is full carbonation, great, and it's easy to drink. No bloating, no nonsense. When you're watching a football game, when you're golfing, watching a fight with your boys, or out on the lake, in these moments call great cold Happy Dad. People are drinking all these seltzers and skinny cans of low sugar, but Happy Dad only has 1 gram of sugar in a normal size can. You can buy Happy Dad on the Go Club now and your local liquor and grocery store, including Walmart, Kroger, Total Wine, and Circle K. You can't decide on a flavor? Grab a variety pack: lemon lime, watermelon, pineapple, and wild cherry. They also have a great flavor in collaboration with Death Row Records and Snoop Dogg. They have a new lemonade coming out as well. Visit happydad.com for a limited time offer and use the code ROGAN to buy 1 Happy Dad trucker hat and get 1 free. Enjoy the cold Happy Dad. Must be of legal drinking age. Please drink responsibly. Happy Dad Hard Seltzer, tea, and lemonade is a raw alcohol located in Orange County, California. The real danger is when they go, you want to spar with that guy over there, and then you go, who is that guy? They go, I don't know, it's that guy, and it's Terrence Bryan, and then you really get demoralized because you don't know who he is. And sometimes you'll run into those guys early on, or they are who they are, and you realize, oh, I got my ass kicked by this guy turned out to be a champion, but at the time, I just thought something was wrong with me. Yeah. Well, I just realized that something was champions, whatever it is, they started earlier in life, you have family members that are really good, so whatever it is, boxing, whatever it is, maybe they got coaching early on, maybe they have great genetics, just naturally fast, maybe they just have a brain for the game. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of advanced twitch stuff, rhythm, stuff. Some guys are rhythmic, you can watch, oh, this is, it's on a, there's that, but there's also one of the most important things, understand this, understand some people just get bad coaching, and if you get bad coaching, like the coach just wants to throw all the time, sparring, fighter points, yeah, I can stop you, that's it, you gotta stop that jab here, and then counter, well, I found, at least when I caught boxing, that most of the coaches were boxers. Well, my kid was Mike Weaver, heavyweight, I call Mike Weaver. He could start burning shit out. That guy was a tank. Oh my God, he looked like a bodybuilder. Yeah, crazy. Even when I worked with him, he was 48 years old. He still looked like that. But, so Weaver and then his half triplet brothers, fighting triplets, Lloyd and Floyd, they're all fighting, right? And I realized they were good fighters, but they didn't know how to teach fighting because they couldn't verbalize it, they couldn't intellectualize it, they just did it, And it's not always the guy. So a lot of times they kind of ex-fighters, he's an ex-champ, he's an ex-this and ex-that. That doesn't mean you're good at teaching it. It just means you did it and were good at it. You can't always articulate it and describe it. And like my thing was, I wasn't an ex-champ, but I knew how to articulate it better than these guys. And I could use these metaphors and examples and stuff like that. And I would end up being a good boxing coach, not because I had all this fighting experience, it's because I understood it sort of intellectually. Yeah, some of the greatest boxing coaches of all time were big fighters, or okay fighters. My pretty much perfect example was a journeyman fighter, but one of the best boxing coaches ever, Emmanuel Stewart. Sam the same thing, world champion. I was like the Emmanuel Stewart because he coached Vladimir Klitschko, but he couldn't say the word Vladimir. Vladimir, it's like his name is Vladimir. It doesn't start with an L, and it starts with a V. You know, it's a name. Dog ended up flying airplanes ago. He just called it a ladder. And I interviewed Blatter, the judge, and I said, he called it a ladder area over there. And he was it's a name. It's clear somehow that they had a problem. It was Stowe was the first guy to figure out that training. What was their problem with learning after the training in the heat was great for your cardiovascular. Jim used to crank it up. Jim was like 100 degrees. Yeah, like a hockey over. Yeah, they found that. He was on the reason they put you in a garbage bag and all that. Yeah, now always put out other cases of use that say he has a problem with the system by agency. Why? You get research magazines that sell as far as I can tell, it's pretty much just Vaseline. Because if you're learning it's so slippery oil, that's for sure. Which it's interesting because in MMA, that's shot. Because you get in trouble with the grease or something. Because there's guys that grease. What they do to cheat is they'll put baby oil on the leg before, and they'll literally soak in baby oil, and then they'll take a shower. And so when they show up to fight, their skin is dry, and so they don't have baby oil. But as soon as they start sweating, that baby oil comes out of the pores, and they are slick like a fucking trout, like you can't get rid of them. And you could probably convince them started sweating and that's just my baby oil. I just love that whatever the sport, whether it's MMA or F1, there's always someone trying to shave and trying to figure out some way around. sort of the real advantage of not freaking out if somebody throw a punch. You just get used to people throwing punches, then you know how to react. And that was the advantage. It was more like being used to being knocked around, punched, and having people throw stuff at you versus you knowing how to throw back. The real advantage was going to be phased, like when stuff was coming at you. And I think that's analogous to sort of this, like the advantage to our past misery is how relatively easy everything seems now. If you have a group of brothers and they all start competing and fighting, the toughest one people already almost because that's what everybody else. But the middle brother, the older brother, the youngest brother, I always like to look at this out of it. Just watch that kid can make it through. He will be the one. He'll be the one. So it's yeah, I've seen it. Right? This episode is brought to you by Roku, my favorite sunglasses, made right here in Austin, Texas, and they're the best sunglasses I've ever found. Around more stuff, around them, I can do stuff. They never fall off your head. They fit tight, but they're very comfortable. Before I tell you more, I want to start off with a little secret. They have some great deals right now for Black Friday. Roku works with scientists and high-performance athletes to build the best, most comfortable, most capable eyewear out there. You feel the second you put them on, they don't slip, even when you're sweaty. Gym, kettlebells, chasing the dog, whatever. They stay locked in, but comfortable. And now, temps are dropping and snow's falling, so you're heading to the mountains. Check out Roku's brand new snow goggles, engineered to adapt to weather and light at altitude. They are sick. Also, Roku has brought back their home tryout program. You can literally test their glasses in real life for 5 days, moving, sweating, living in them. When you're done, you get a $30 gift card towards your favorite pair. If you need prescription glasses or you're just looking for killer sunglasses, check them out. Go to Roku.com and take advantage of their limited time offers. That's ROKA.com. You know, one of the things I like about you is, I know it stuck with me years ago when I interviewed you. I said, your biological dad, you ever have a desire to get back in touch with him or reconnect with him, whatever it was? I think you went, no, screw that. I never do. So I don't need to redo something that never was done. And I like that. I mean, I respect it. I feel like there's people do too much. Like, oh, what is your blood? I'm like, man, if you don't know, you don't know. I know it's stuck with me. Well, I think family sometimes, if they're, yeah, if they're great people, want to touch them over. I don't think he's not going to time for these families don't mind. I agree, or not. I do like sort of safe white friends. And really good. And I sort of realized my family wasn't going to provide what my friends would provide, and I just hung out with my friends. So that's also what yeah. Was everybody has a desire to be in control. But it's a desire to take care of it. It's a maybe many very different things. They've got North Hollywood, super blood connection, rather than because I'm probably running through right now. Sure, it's probably exciting. It's probably exciting, especially to get away from the family. I get it. I mean, it's trying to like regardless. It's been around for a long time. It's the reason why gangs in New York was all the way back then. Yeah, it goes, I'm sure. Yeah, and I mean, we formed our own gang, which is a bunch of dudes who did stupid stuff, you know, it wasn't drive-bys of anything. It was just a group, it was a tribe, not necessarily gangs. Yeah, but we did things. We would do stuff to each other, but not to society. And it was kind of hard to do. George Richmond, doing people next to each other, but we couldn't go mess with civilians. Yeah, that was crazy. Pretty fucked up. there's a argument out there that it's shine light on these things and show people how fucked up this whole thing was. You know, when we talked about on the podcast, the immediate thing was the fire happened. You were like, no one's going to marry. Like, you don't understand. The process. Yeah, and here we are, let's talk to you, right? Now, months later, it's 10, 11, and it changed. Yeah, okay. Now, what's people now? Now, there's a little bit of building going on in the Palisades, but there's zero, and there's no coastal anything, and I've been monitoring it. It's just growing on the Palisades. Everything else is I would say, less than 5%. That's scattered like I told one that's being framed for the latest law fire lawsuit. So, this wife, now this person here on the hill is the closest 4,000 houses. People, yeah, fine. Yeah, basically, you live in an A-frame, right? People live in an A-frame. For reason. Yeah, no, it's all bad. Burning and melting and all the chemicals and electric cars and all that shit is gotten into the water table. It's all in the ground. Yeah, well, some of it's in the bay because of the rain that's flooded in the sea. I mean, it's a mire of water. And yeah, it's hard. No, it's okay. It's only sort of filtered out. You know, in the ocean. Yeah, I mean, it's a little. I don't know. You know, I don't know if your doctor would recommend it, but it's livable. But the thing that I've always known is I've always known how worth some regulation is in Los Angeles, and it's invisible, and that's why we don't have housing. That's why houses are so expensive, and that's why there's no homeless shelters and housing and all that stuff is because it's so burdensome to build. I mean, it's so difficult to build that people don't build. And I knew this is what was coming, but other people didn't really know it because they've not dealt with the city plan check, regulations, plan approval, engineering. Like, this is stuff I've been doing my whole life. So I knew early on that this wasn't going to happen. And I think people who live in Los Angeles are so naive, but they just think that coastal commission and the city council and plan check and building and safety, like they're there just to facilitate this stuff. They're not there to facilitate any of it. They're there to deter. They want you to go away. It's basically what it is. So I knew none of this was going to happen. But also there's a thing that I don't think anyone really is aware of, which is they are so overregulated that they make it so difficult to build that people can't afford it, and they're then stymied by it, and they just get discouraged, and they go away and they don't do it. So what they do is like, I was friends with Suzanne Summers in Allenham, and they lived in Malibu, and they left Malibu, and then their home burned down years ago. This was another fire, and then they wanted to rebuild the home, but the coastal commission made it so difficult that after 5 years of trying, they just went fuck it, and they moved. They moved across France. They wanted to live in Malibu, but they couldn't, and it is so regulated and so difficult in the hoops. I mean, you go through, and the engineering isn't saying there is one place that they're building on the Pacific Coast Highway, and I've been down to the construction site, I've looked at it. They're sinking 6-story caissons, 60-foot caisson, whatever, drill. So caisson, you just drill to the earth and use a huge auger bit that pulls like 30 inches around, and you go down 6 stories, and then you drop a rebar cable into it, and then you put a pipe into it, and that's your caisson. There's a house, and it's a small run. They're going to have 60 of these things into the ground before they can start building this because they install overhead gas lines to windows. They get a lot of that power. Right. So here's what California does. They go, we're whatever they do. But I lived in houses in California that were built in 1923 and 1929 when they had none of that stuff and had none of the technology, and they saw their way through many earthquakes, and they're just there. So they blame stuff like earthquake or coastal or whatever it is, and then they make you go 2,000 times further than you needed to go. And I was sort of a guy, I said, how much into this foundation before you could start building? He said, $2.5 million in the ground. Just in the ground. That's before it is the sending strip. What they do is they just add new ones every year. So it just keeps getting more and more and more. And then eventually that house becomes impractical to build there because it costs too much money, and then you don't have houses. So that's what we do with all housing in Los Angeles, and that's why the city council's like, we need more housing. It's like, well, you're not going to get more housing because you're overregulated and no one can reach that standard, and it's too expensive. Well, it's also, and it's not consistent with the houses that are already okay. Like how are those houses that are like on the side of the hill with like poles, just poles stuck into the really half the house laying over the hill. Well, the thing about Malibu is the mountain over here is 125 years old, and that's just telephone poles going into the ground. And I mean, all they did back then is take a pile driver and just mash the telephone pole into the ground, and then they built many of the houses that burned down on those because they're like from the 40s and the 50s. So the foundation was fine. It was the fire that got that. Is anybody in the legitimate fire house and afterwards I'm like, cement outside? Yeah, I mean, basically what they're doing is they're doing cement. Yeah, so it's like the walls are like modular, and it's filled with like foam and like sort of a wire cage, and then the outside they spray on like lightweight cement, just like trail it over. So the inside and the outside is essentially cement, but the stucco house is basically cement too. Like really what they're doing now is they're saying we're going to frame the houses the way we always frame the houses with wood, because I think a lot of people go, why because it's steel or metal studs or concrete, or like why are they using non-combustible material? What they're doing essentially is they just walk one of these houses and say they're building it in a traditional way using wood, but they're making the outside fireproof. They're not going to have the eaves, the rafter tails hanging out, rafter tails hanging out. They're not going to have the vents to vent the attic where the embers can get into the attic and then into the wood. It costs, so most of it is just stuff blowing into the attic, and then the house is sort of the inside out. So if you do flat roof, metal roof, and you do a stucco glass over them, and you don't use rafter tails and the eaves, and you don't have any way, then essentially you have this combustible house with a hard candy shell around it with nothing combustible on that. So the fire can't get started. And how many houses have because you can imagine a lot of houses built since like the 2018 fire. There was fires before that. There was a fire in the 90s. Me and JB's do a show in New Jersey. This was like probably 92 or like that. And it's a college in middle New Jersey. It's hard to get. There's no navigation. It's hard to get to. So you have to follow, right on this road, left on the other street. So I got there. I left JB wasn't there. I was supposed to have one. And they were like, well, we're going to wait for JB to start the show. I said, okay. So I sat down with Rick and started watching this documentary on the Malibu fires. So whenever Malibu fires is moving, and this guy, they were calling, this kid was calling for his dog, and this guy was crying, some fireman, he was just weeping, and I was like, so gross. And they go, look, JB's not coming. He hasn't been here yet, we can't reach him, so we're just going to have you go on. I'm like, okay. Wiping the tears away, and he's just fucking flat out bawling. I just bawled, and then he came in, and he finally figured out how to get to somebody. was we had there's another guy who lost his dog. It was a very powerful lesson to not watch anything depressing. Right? People start saying depressing shit to me. I just go stop. I can't take it. I gotta go on stage. I'm a compartmentalizer. Really, I can watch it. Talk you into the Holocaust and then walk out on stage and go right in.
But he wasn't coming on time on the weekend. In fact, he would get to leave because he always like to get people that kind of love. Point is, there would be no need to.
Those fires have always been there. Like Philly, this is also there.
We now have
Listen, when I was a carpenter, and I think it's probably the later 80s, I built a house. I mean, it wasn't my house, but I built a house. I was doing finish work. I was like hanging doors, base case, stair railings. Like I was doing the finish. I was like the finish guy. And I showed up on one of our jobs. You know, we had a few jobs going on with this outfit, but I worked there for like 6 months, doing stair railings, everything. And then I was part of the group. Look, I wasn't there. Some years later, there was just a foundation there. Remember, but to speak of being a watch and not going to all of us, I was sitting outside, I was with somebody, and all it was a foundation place, and I said, man, I remember being here, like shaping the oak, and breaking railings, turning into oak, and getting my water out, putting the finish on it, and everything. It's all gone, and somebody went, wow, that's a good deal. I got paid a little. I watch a whole lot of that. No, I lost everything in front of my house, and lost everything behind my house, and like almost everything to the right of the left. Literally, yeah, just lost. Yeah, I wish it was, I wish I did something. I wish I could claim something. I didn't do anything. There was stuff on the roof of my house. I could see where it got started, but everything behind me is gone, and a lot of stuff behind me, and probably 50-60%. I know it's an outlier for sure. Like I have seen. Oh yeah. Well, so BCH, everything's gone. And yeah, I would say I'm in the 10% of really the odds were not good, but you still live in the world. And after many months of being out, yeah, when I'm very around the house, yeah, it was painfully that night. You had to go stay at a hotel apartment or something, and then basically watch the news. And I could see once in a while news they cut to a spot where you go, that's the restaurant front, and it was a place like every time they cut to something, around my house, it was all on fire. So I was like, in the apartment, and I was sitting in a hotel room. For sure. And that's when, hey, I did my podcast from the Burbank hotel room because the winds were so strong. How it's out to my studio, how it's on this hotel, I just sort of sat up in the living room of the hotel, and that's when I delivered none of this shit's gonna work speech. Just like, the difference, it was like the opposite of whatever Winston Churchill would have been. I had been the opposite, like, okay, Grenville, and the city's gonna fuck you up, it's never gonna work. And now it was like 8 hours after the fire, I was like, you're not getting a permit, and you're not renewing. It's over. And then the 2008 fire, 2018 fire,
Meaning he was born out of wedlock, and it's not the wife of his father, Micaiah. Cases of this saying of Emo, or it's the wife of his father, who's not his mother, also Micaiah. But Emo, in the case of his mother, hatred of that also married his mother, Micaiah as well. And he wouldn't be Micaiah at all. That was the raw result. So you have one question that tells you when his only mother but not wife and father, and only wife and father but not mother, even though kids is highest, but a kid with his mother and the wife are not highest, so that can't be. So it must be that his studies and everything he thought are not the reason to do it. And that's the second question. So the Rabbanan have to do something. Moreover, if you're learning at the mitzvah that kind of stuff, what is the Rabbanan who are going to do it? Why wouldn't they use it? Ella, whether she's a regular the term in the Yomati, what the halacha is of the regular people talks about whether a husband is older than someone who has a regular mother. But anyway, so you're going to say, what was the Rabbanan doing? But he said, let's use it for that reason. If you really use it for that reason also, we have a double question on Abaya's answer about how we know it. So we're going to say, no, it's not that. Hello, Rabbi, Amr Shah, Erev Shah, so the Erev Shah has some kind of say Erev. So he says as follows: the husband says by his mother, Erev Shah, people ever give from those values, the Erev of your mother, if the Yish is your mother, those is found left, Erev Shah. You should not uncover those Erev. What does it tell you? It tells you that when a husband tells you that you can be trying to have a relationship with your mother, Erev Shah or Erev singular tells you that you can only be quiet for one and third, and therefore you have a sister of mother but not wife and father because only one Erev is allowed. If that's true, Erev Shah in singular tells you you can only be quiet for one Erev, I have a problem with our
almost nothing happens. So you can mitigate any of that stuff. Like you're talking about climate change. Earthquake is sort of the ultimate climate change. If you think about it, it's going to shake the earth. You make an argument for those time pylons. I'm making an argument for some cases with not 65 of them, 60 or 80. That's the point. There should be some. Once you keep going, that's where it gets real burdensome and real expensive. Like, your car should have a roll zone and an airbag, but it doesn't need a full roll cage and a fuel cell, and you don't need to wear a helmet when you're driving. It would be safer, but it wouldn't cost so much more to manufacture that car that most people couldn't afford the car. So you could make cars with a fire suppression system, like my race cars have systems for fire suppression, but it would add 15 grand to the price of every car. And it's not, they have to kind of pick their battle. So we did not prepare for the fight. We didn't clear the bush. We didn't build the reservoirs. We didn't do all the stuff. And Newsom goes, climate change. And my thing is, yeah, climate change, fine. Let's make your argument. Climate change. Now do something. But is it really like, yeah, it's not climate change. It is not, because LA's had the same climate forever. There's been fires that happen through LA where LA burns half to the ground. While I was doing Fear Factor, there was a crazy fire that, as I was driving home, that was the time when we were kind of title. I didn't see him get hit. He was kind of trying to make it across the highway. Everybody was paying attention. But it took an hour of driving home with the entire right side of the highway was on flames like the Lord. This is always, and this is like early 2000s. So LA's always caught fire. It doesn't rain there. It doesn't rain there ever. And it's been like that forever. That's what they film movies there. It's not climate change. No, it's a lack of preparation. Listen, and it only rains, the only time it rains is 3 days after the fire and the mudslide. So, we can have a sort of end of days type Sodom and Gomorrah situation. So that is the only time it rains is just to cause a mudslide after the fire. But to prove your point with climate change, they're always talking about rising sea levels, right? All the houses that burn to the ground are on the ocean. And the ocean didn't get them. It was the fire that got them. The places on PCH, many of those places have been there since the 30s and 40s. The ocean's in the same place. It hasn't moved at all. The ocean is only 6 or 8 feet below PCH. It's not even that low. It's never on PCH. It never makes it to PCH. And to show, it's a weird thing because people in California talk about climate change, but the lots that are on the ocean side of PCH are 10 million lots more than the ones that are up the hill. It would be safe from the ocean if it's rising. The ocean's not rising. It's risen at all. It's all bullshit. In fact, there's some crazy shit that was reading about all types of Iceland or one. So also, yeah, it's from Rothschild'S, and it's about Iceland. Iceland has declared a threat to the Atlantic Ocean through a national security risk, potential collapse of which could trigger a modern-day ice age, with winter temperatures across northern Europe plummeting to new cold extremes. This is Reuters. This is a new thing. And I have brought in climate change people. A lot of them were scientists and skeptics. Yeah. No, this is it. So this is fucking bananas. So this is the exact opposite of what they've been telling you about the ice. The ice is going to melt, the ocean's going to rise. And they're saying, no, actually, we might get plunged into a fucking ice age. Well, I mean, if you really think about it, these people were the ones who were talking about the pyramid 20 minutes ago. You know what I mean? They're wrong about everything, almost everything. And they're so wrong that they have to switch it like it used to be global warming, before that was the ice age. Now they just go climate change, because that basically covers that big wrong about everything. They're depressing the shit out of young people. Scaring the fuck out of them. societies, they don't believe the world will be there for them in the future if we don't act now. That's the Greta Thunberg. But then why, and the whole point is like, why do anything at that point? Why procreate? Why study? Why read? Why learn a trade, a skill? Why learn how to play the clarinet? Because everything's going to be underwater or on fire or whatever that is. Like, it's really debilitating to young people. And it's weird. It's weird that these people try to depress the shit out of young people. It's kind of weird. It's kind of interesting. All the white people, all the young white people, they sell climate change to, and the young black people, they sell systemic racism to, because they're not really into climate change. But they're like, hey, everyone, you gotta be miserable. That's our whole point. So it's like, Greta Thunberg talks to all the white kids and goes, climate change. And then Obama talks to all the young black kids and goes, systemic racism. But either way, let's not enjoy ourselves. There's also a thing you come to realize is if there's ever a public narrative where they're protecting you, protecting the future, and trying to help and save people, that's a lie. Most always, it's a lie. And it's almost always about somebody profiting from some initiative or some other bullshit they're trying to push through, some vegan meat, whatever the fuck it is. Stop eating meat. The cows are ruining the climate. It's all lies. There's no fucking real statistics that can point to that in any way, shape, or form. Yet they spit it out on TV all the time, pretending that they care about you. They never, ever, ever care about public health and safety. Never. It is always about how am I making money by scaring you about public health and safety. Whether it's climate change, or whether it's COVID, whether it's take the vaccine, or whether it's stop using gas-powered vehicles. It's someone making money. I agree. The scary part is our sort of infinite ability to absorb the next one that comes down the pipe and run with it, right? This isn't you or me, but I mean, as a society, they'll just go, what's next? And they'll start pitching the next thing. Whatever they'll pitch, they'll imbibe it and they'll digest it. And by the way, then they become sort of carriers. They just go out and report on it and then tell you, they somehow become ambassadors of bullshit. Like bullshit ambassadors. Like, deputize all your dumb, scared people to be released upon a society as ambassadors of bullshit. We're going to scare everybody. Because COVID wouldn't have worked if we didn't have a bunch of dumb, scared people running around. Like Gavin Newsom can shut the beaches all he wants, but if everyone just declared a beach day, then we'd be fine. Show they can't police it, you know what I mean? They are sort of limited in terms of what they can do in terms of policing it, but they deputize all these dumb ambassadors to go out and enforce it for them. And then that's the scary part, right? It's the people who demands for it. Yeah, like nobody in a uniform ever told me to put a mask on. It was all middle-aged women. There was nobody of any authority or a gun. It was all the idiots that have been weaponized in the society. And it was also a thing where they had the opportunity to go and use to take it. Yeah, so they were on the right side. Put a fucking mask on. Like, whoa, we talking to Russia? I can talk to you like that. Everybody had to just eat it. I think all roads lead to narcissism. They felt, I have a son who has asthma. Do you think it's okay? Me, everything was I, me, I'm an elderly parent. I'm a caregiver. Yes, that was all. God, that's all it was. It was also the no action towards people trying disease. I know. Once the information came out, it literally, the newspaper was like the first ones that broke on the front cover, which had loudly cut out things like that is actually crazy. You were angry people that didn't want to get vaccinated. You didn't get angry at the person who used science to create a horrible disease that was completely avoidable and then killed those other people. That didn't make you mad. Well, I think what was going on, because where's the anger over finding out that it was made in China and a lab and so on and so forth? And then where's the anger over being forced to be vaxxed or all this misinformation being used and blah, blah, blah. And I realized they don't want to say anything because they're ashamed. Because they were the ones who bought it and enforced it and got really militant about it and started screaming at anyone who suggested it came from a lab or suggested the shot wasn't good or going to work or spread or natural immunity. They went after everyone so hard that now it's a lesson in embarrassment and humiliation for them to go, oh, people, like, okay, I get it, I'm wrong. I think the people that were a little more neutral about it can definitely process it. Everyone else is sort of reporting that they're idiots if they do this and they're gullible, and it also leaves them vulnerable for the next one. Meaning, if you go, hey man, I was 100% wrong about all things COVID. I thought it came from a pangolin in a wet market. I thought getting triple vax would save the day. I thought ivermectin was the horse taste or whatever. Like, I was 100% wrong. If you do that, well, eventually there's going to be another thing that comes along. And it doesn't have to be a pandemic. It could just be what happened. Climate change. And then you go, well, you know how wrong you were about everything COVID. Perhaps you're wrong about climate change or this next thing or who you voted for. Right? And they don't want to open that window, that possibility. Well, that's unfortunate. What you're saying is actually a formula for figuring out how to better navigate the world. Because if you do say, hey, I was wrong, I really believed all that stuff they were saying, and now I get it, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I called you a plague rat because you didn't get the vaccine. I'm sorry. I thought it was a good idea to mask children, right? Vaccinate children. I'm sorry. Maybe then the next time something comes along, they'll say, okay, what is the public narrative being forced down my throat that I'm a bad person? And let me analyze this. Let me see, are there any dissenting opinions that are from Stanford and MIT, which are claustrophobic? Is there anybody else out there that's being stupid and doing this bullshit? And is there a financial incentive as to why they're pushing this narrative? So if you go through something where you're totally wrong and you're adamant about enforcing this wrong opinion, then you have to realize it. And if you come to grips with the idea that your ideas are not you, you are just a person and your ideas are just some things that you have that you carry with you, but they are not you. And they will become you if you get married to them and defend them even if you know that they're wrong. And they'll be like a child and you're hiding a body for them. Instead, you can say, oh, this is one that I you worked on me, and now I'm tracking the it's like if someone cheats on you or someone like if you have a business manager that steals money, that's guy you're gonna check the fucking books. You know what I mean? If you're working with a guy you think you might be showing up at the job wrong, the next person you hire is gonna have a drinking problem. You're gonna be a little bit more ready for it. That's a thing that could be happening here as well. You just admitted that you were wrong and then just came clean with it. You feel better about yourself. People would feel better about your opinions because they know they can trust you to say when you were wrong. And you'll probably be way better equipped to analyze the next narrative that's being shoved down your throat. And go, hold on. Before we jump right in this and blow up all the gas powered cars, before we kill all the cows, let's look at this. You are right, but we're sort of getting back to a sort of insecurity thing. Like, you are good at enough stuff and successful enough that you can handle somebody going, you're wrong about this thing. And so much of their work is tied up in things, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think you know any guys who really are good at stuff, like mastered something, could be an instrument, could be mixed martial arts, could be master carpenter. They don't walk around with that so insecure, so they don't fight so hard. Like, look, I remember when I was a kid, I wanted to argue real hard because I guess I was insecure. Like, I'm right, you're wrong. You know, like, remember you're a kid, you get so caught up in stuff, you know, like, oh, who would you lead in a fight, Godzilla I had some race cars and did some stuff, and I kind of went, okay, I could be wrong. Because I'm still going to be this person, you know what I mean? And it's like, you own the building you're sitting in, so you can be wrong. It's your building. It's not going to be your building. You know what I mean? But if it's not your building and you're just sort of temporary and you don't own anything and you don't pass through anything that has your name on it, well, then you're fighting for that. You're fighting for your identity. It becomes part of your identity. However, COVID, being right or being wrong wasn't really, I was not wrapped up in it. I had other things that was going on. So I think we're dealing with a deficit of expertise, and these people are fighting hard. But for me, a lot of it, toggling in between the blue collar world and the sort of ideas world of, air conditioning cubicles and thoughts and ideas and stuff, and then being on a job site. The job site guys are the most even guys I've ever hung out with. By the way, COVID, neither here nor there. To the workers, to the dudes putting on the tool bags and swinging the hammers. I spent a lot of time with these guys. I would go from the job site, blue collar, regular dudes, and then I'd go into the white collar world, and it's triple mask, and everyone's distancing and Toby Pearl on their head. And I was like, what is so different about these two? And the ones they're up in their head, they intellectualize everything, and the other guys are tactile, and they have a relationship with danger. Everything on that job site, when you cut your hand up, there's belt sanders and bandsaws, and rounders are really dangerous. They have, carbide bits on them that'll gouge you and fuck you up badly. And you gotta know what you're doing. Like, and a router's not the same as a high point saw, that's not the same as a frame gun. Like, you have to sort of know, and there is no such thing as, well, that's dangerous, don't use. Don't use the power saw. It's too dangerous. Like, well, we gotta build a house. Well, it's too dangerous. We gotta speed it up, meaning like, you gotta get up on scaffold, or you gotta get on a ladder. But you have to do it. You have to wait. You have to kind of go, well, it's going to take a long time to put scaffolding all the way around this house. How about I just put a ladder? You go, well, that's not as safe as scaffolding. Yeah, I know, but we got to do this thing. And so it's a constant weighing of danger, right? Like pros, cons, what could happen, because everything could kill you in that situation, but you have to get the job done. And so those guys are calibrated, and so like COVID felt like something to them, but they calibrated the danger and realized, yes, it's a thing, but I also have to go to work. Schools need to be open, and it doesn't really affect kids. Let's protect the old people again. They had to make those decisions, and the white collar college crowd cannot calibrate, and they don't know what to do with danger. They don't know how to deal with it, and they've been off the farm for so long, and in the air conditioning that it's called. Right? If you grew up on a farm, and that's part of your life, and that used to be part of everyone's life. You were just going to a factory, work at a stamp, or a press, whatever it is, you can take your hand off, and then you're on a farm, and it's the same thing. Equipment, stuff's above. Stuff can happen. You're constantly sort of calibrated for danger, and then you move everyone out of the farm and off the factory and out of the construction site, and you put them in an air conditioned cubicle, and you slather them up with Purell, and they lose all their calibration. So when something like COVID comes along, they go, oh shit, close everything, get a distance, put a mask on. Even if you're going to swim practice, you got to wear the mask in the pool. It's 100% safety over hours, because it was calibrated, and it was all of the administrators and the teachers and all the academics and all the people who ran content. They were making they were the ones that were doing all the process for this. They were making all the rules. It wasn't the blue collar guys making the rules. It was all the white collar, college educated, terrified because they don't have that thing. You just laid it out.
Now again, let's say, now remember again, typically speaking, better
It's not a normal way to live. It's not natural. Being instinctually possible all the time is not good, and they look at it as good. So again, it's we can put 5 caissons in the ground and that'll be enough for the next 200 years. Yeah, but why not do 500 caissons? Wouldn't that be better? And it's like, yeah, no, it's too expensive. It's not feasible. It's not going to work. So, like saying, projecting old people would be a good idea. Shutting down schools would be a bad idea. The whole thing is we're shutting everything because we're going full safety all the time. And it is a big problem. There's also no diversity in law, right? Because it's a giant political bubble, right? Echo chamber. So all crazy ideas get supported by other people who think these crazy ideas are rational. There's not enough balance. There's not enough people. The fact that they did it with all those children, right? They must have known about their child's development. They must have known that kids need a vaccine. They must have known that
some of them were
if
swallowed
you
up
look
by
at the statistics, it's very insignificant for kids. It's not even. That's how it was for my kids. That's how it was for most of my friends' kids.
Also, I'm sure
It was
it
never.
was
But yet they allowed those motherfuckers to keep them out of school for a year and a half. They told them to wear masks when it didn't make any sense. When there was no studies whatsoever on masks are any good. In fact, not only that, but there's some real indicators that masks, like carrying a dirty fucking mask and breathing it all day,
so again,
probably increases the amount of bacteria. My son who's in high school at the time, if you come back from school and tell me that nobody told me to put a mask up at least 15 times I was in school. I put the fucking mask on. I wanted to be a constant correction where you put the mask on. When I'm done telling you to put the mask on, they walk away, put it back down. Kids, I will be so proud of you. You get suspended for this. I was in Catalina, and I was outdoors in Catalina during COVID, which is another folks, and I was trying to exchange a ticket for a ferry ride in a outdoor kiosk in Catalina, and I was standing on one side outside, and the woman was inside the kiosk behind the glass. And I go, look, I just got to trade this 2 o'clock ticket in for a 5 o'clock ticket. She goes, you got to put a mask on, we can't do anything. I said, I'm out here, you're in there, I'm outdoors, there's glass between us. She's like, you gotta put a mask on or we cannot do this transaction. And I was like, I don't have a mask. And she's like, you gotta put it. And I looked around. What did you test? I took the shirt. I don't know, I tried it for 40 years and it's not really effective. What do you do with a mask? She goes, you need a mask. And I said, okay. And I walked around and there was someone else's mask was blowing down the sidewalk. I went and got the stupid mask. Somebody else's dirty mask on the ground on my face. I went, okay, that's why we got a mask. Here's a ticket. And I just took it off and threw it away. I did that way more than once. I did that walking into LA. I never had a mask. It was so insane to me. And then I wouldn't even think about it. But then I would find myself walking into an airport going, oh shit, I don't think, and I'd see one on the ground, and I just pull it off. You cut it off. I've never seen those films. They were kind of sleep masks. Oh my god, how many masks turned into just landfill? Right, because of this so dumb. That was one of the environmental disaster. Right, they kind of just as bad as countdown examination. People put, I wear gloves, but I wear masks, so I don't think all the time I wear masks before work. I probably wore 30 or 40 different masks over the course of maybe 100, but I was a mask cycle because I get my shower around. When I first moved here, that was one of the things that I shot about. I didn't want to wear masks. Because of the flattery. Well, not only, but the thing that's crazy is the first time we heard the phrase mask up in between flights, like on an airplane, they yell you to wear a mask the whole time, right? And at some point they hand you the hummus box and they go in between flights. I was like, we almost should have went, okay, this doesn't exist. Masking up in between flights. I yelled, I was talking to Dr. Drew, and I said, mask up in between flights. That's zero. I mean,
So the little check even go out as at least 50% of the time you have your seatbelt on, you can get it on. Then go out with their head and well, I would recommend just keeping the seatbelt on all the time, but masking up in between fights makes zero. And the weird thing is like, the scary part is people are skeptical now. They should have heard mask up in between fights away. Half the people in the lecture me on wearing a mask or wearing their gown around the nose. The one I liked, my favorite was when the flight attendant would go, mask, because for me it was a constant. You gotta have a mouth breather, like I could just try me, make with water saliva. And it was because half the time, the flight attendant had their mask with the elastic strap twisted 180, which made it create a huge gap on the side, like I can see 3/4 of an inch of daylight coming in the side of your mask, bitch, and you're going to be a lecture about wearing a mask. We should have known, people should have been skeptical. We should have seen it didn't hurt kids, but the whole lie was the kids' part. I was on to them early because I realized what somebody pointed out later why I was skeptical early, which is there's a pattern that would have broken, which is every time they give you a death, like when you're driving and listening to the radio, they go, 89-year-old man was struck and killed by a cyclist, and then they go, 61-year-old mother over, whatever that thing. And when I started hearing about COVID deaths, I didn't get an age. I just got another person died from COVID. And I was like listening to it, like this was like 5 days in. This person died of COVID. And I was like, how old was that person? And they never said, they just said died of COVID. And I was like, but if you died in a motorcycle accident or a heart attack, they gave it age all throughout history. And I was like, I'm not getting ages. I think these are really old people, but they're not telling us they're really old people. Because it wouldn't scare us as much. Because if a 91-year-old dies of anything, it's gonna go, all right, boys, got a good run. But you hear about an 11-year-old dying, it's a big deal. And so I stopped hearing ages, and I was like, they're trying to fuck with us now because they don't want to tell us these are elderly people dying of COVID. And so I kind of caught on kids were being affected, I should say, with COVID. And then they focus all on the kids, but the kids were there to scare us. Because when elderly people die, it's just not a tragedy compared to young people dying. And so they let people feel off. They focus real hard on the kids. They shut the schools, and then when we started to catch on and go, I don't think these kids are dying, they go, yeah, but they get COVID, they bring it home because they live with dad who's happy. And I'm like, this was a grandparents in Los Angeles in 2021. You know what I mean? Like Italy, 1930, you know what I mean? Like, nobody I know lives with their grandparents, but they were working the kid thing. That was the scare of the love, because the loves control the house. That's how it was. The loves are the ones kind of setting the pace for the house. You're being told that something's going to keep everybody safe. And hurting the kids. Then they go super safe. That's the thing, it's like, I wonder how many people think of something very similar happens tomorrow with a new COVID that's just as bad as the last COVID. Meaning that it's not really that bad. It's not a chronic plague. It's going to really mostly be a major problem for people that are already compromised or have many comorbidities like most people. If that came rotate, I wonder how quickly people would be willing to accept the rejection of alternative medicines. Like if people found out, like, for 8 months, that was really, I thought, insidious, was monoclonal antibodies. Monoclonal
suspicious how everyone became overnight experts in everything. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh, they knew hydroxychloroquine, they pronounced ivermectin 10 minutes ago, and now they're experts in it. And also, I'll tell you when you should be suspicious. Be suspicious when people are sort of agnostic about things. Like if you'd said to me, what about ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine? I'd go, well, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Why don't you talk to your doctor about it? I'm a epidemiologist. I don't know what comedian about it. Everyone on CNN was an expert. And they all knew that it didn't work. And I'm like, how do you guys all know this all at the same time? How does Rolling Stone magazine, how do you losers all know this thing that you've never heard of before, that you couldn't pronounce the day before yesterday? You now all know it doesn't work based on nothing. So now I'm suspicious. Because if CNN was just sort of like, hey, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work, I don't know. You should really look into it. When they all knew it didn't work. And when you know it doesn't work, then you should be suspicious of those people because it's impossible. It's like, well, the whole gamble was hoping you didn't come from something. Right? They knew it didn't come from a lab. How is that knowable? How do you know unequivocally that it didn't come from a lab where they developed these antibodies and these racist theories? Right. So here's the whole thing. If CNN, if somebody said to CNN, hey, you think it came from a wet market or it came from a lab? And you think ivermectin works or hydroxychloroquine works? And they just went, oh, we gotta look into it. I don't know, maybe it makes sense it came from a lab, but I don't know. But we should look at it. But they all knew. When you know something, you don't know that you want to know. Now, that's how it works. That's what we got. Shut down our past. Government things best. When CNN was saying that I was taking forced which is that thing. She was up in the big house and I had no idea if I was actually was controversial because I didn't know. I just knew that this was what was recommended over and other stuff. But they dismiss harmful influences. Everybody knew that was vitamins, fruit, but they protested so much. Like, I was yelling, like, they're going to look at, is Joe Biden dead? Because he seems fine. No, he's not dead. I didn't care about that at all. I was like, the narrative all the time was 53 or 4. It's not, it wasn't what they said it was. And that was what the problem was. Because they found a healthy person who takes care of himself and got over with these medications. They have they treat like basic. I know, but why slam?
Patients' children did not inherit.
Why would you mortgage your education? Why would you play so fast and hear about that?
Learn about that.
Really need to know. Like, it's really all you got in terms of,
There's a lot to be said.
White House could have burned down in Malibu, and I could get it. With a race car, I could crash and total, but I can get a new one. But when your reputation goes, that's it. That's all you got. Especially when it's he's through so high, were they so fast? Why was Sanjay up there talking about horse days when he knew better? When it is now so damaging to their reputation. Like if somebody said to me, hey, Rolling Stone magazine, I'd go, Sanjay Gupta recommends, I'd be like, that asshole, all he does is lie. I'm not gonna, maybe he's right. By the way, maybe he's not lying about this thing. I'm just saying, I'm not going to listen to him and many other people because of this. And I don't get why he would do that. I mean, for him to say horse days, like, I'm like, well, if he used on a horse, okay, Sanjay said that, but most of what he did is he went back onto like Anderson Cooper's show, Don Lemon, sorry. They're almost Well, I agree. Very easy. Also, it's like, I think one of the first times that I ever got attacked, he got attacked publicly after, and he got attacked publicly more after that, and I actually being close to that. This guy, he's a part of the system. You know, I don't think it's not his bad guy at all. I agree. I agree. And I don't, I feel like we know most people who were carrying the highs of most, not all, but still, a lot of being a good guy when sort of peddling misinformation and you're know enough, you know what the truth is. I think many of you don't. This is a problem with medicine. Like saying Sanjay is a neurosurgeon. Like that's what he does. He's a practicing doctor. So that involves him being focused on his area of expertise all day long and very little time for anything else. You're working long hours, you're doing very complicated surgeries. I don't think you have the time to go on Reddit and find out conspiracy theories about SB440 and the fucking vaccine, simian virus 40. Like, what is this? No, what's mRNA? They make it. What the tests actually show is like, he's going by whatever the medical staff tells everyone to go by. They're saying it's been shown to give you antibodies, it will stop deaths, this works. He's just going to say that. He's not the guy that's going to do a bunch of research. So when he's saying that, he's trying to tell me to get vaccinated. It's not because he's propaganda. It's because he believes the business that he works for. He's not that guy. He's not like Peter McCullough who's digging into all the studies and says, no, none of this is accurate. Or Robert Malone did the same thing. It literally owns patents, 9 patents on the creation of mRNA vaccine technology. Got vaccinated and then was telling people, don't do it. This is because not what they said. It has a terrible reaction to the body. This is why it doesn't stay local. He starts saying all these things, and they're accusing him of spreading misinformation. Like he literally helped create the fucking thing. Well, he's telling you not to do it. Never go after anybody. That's got outside the narrative. What I'm saying is Sanjay's not that good. No, I agree. He could have figured out the worst things. Like, he just, yeah, I agree. Lemon didn't want to take the L. Didn't want to take an L. Your whole company took an L. And here's the big way they took an L. They are used to doing that. They're used to doing that. They're used to lying about you. They're used to bullshitting and getting away with it because they had a bigger platform. Right. And I don't think they've realized up until that point, I don't think they realized how big podcasts have gotten. I don't think they did. I think they thought we're CNN. We can't have everything. There's 100 people podcast show. It's just fucking Jamie. This is crazy. We're gonna burn this guy. Right. And I think they went for it that way. And first of all, oh yeah, easily could have won a ton. My perspective was like, do you think you could just lie and what you fucking talk? Like you can't stop me from telling the truth. Mortgaging your integrity is the perfect way to describe it. Because it's a stupid thing to do for the whole network that wouldn't care if the pharmaceutical companies are fucking. I was the head of that network, and someone said we're going to just lie about someone and we're going to call then again, personally accepted effective medicine. We're going to call it horse dewormers. It's in the World Health Organization's list of essential medicine. Well, the guy who created one of the Nobel Prizes, we're going to call that horse dewormer. And we're just going to say that's killing people, and then we're going to spread the truth. What are you talking about? We have to stay. CNN has to be here in 2030. CNN is going to be here in 2040. If we kill the reputation in 2020, you're going to fuck it up for the future. This is not worth doing. Well, they definitely came right off of Rothschild'S illusion of fucking 4 years of that. Right in the code. Like they were just wrong about everything. But right, they got used to it. And they got kind of complacent. And I don't think they anticipated what we were talking about. This media podcast. His voice is completely out from other places. And also the voice is being united. You were saying things that I was saying, that Glenn Greenwald was saying, Amy was saying, it's like all these different podcasts were all saying this is horse shit. Right? That voice of this is horse shit was enormous in comparison to CNN. Right? And what it's always it's what happens to all sort of guard companies. I mean, it can be media, but it can also just be automotive manufacturers. Like the big three was so big and so dominant for so long in this country that when Toyota and Datsun started showing up in 1969, all together, God knows what's that crib. Come on, man. We make land yachts, you know. And they didn't start changing. Right? It took them a long time because they were like, we're Ford, we're Chrysler, we're GM, we're huge. We do it. We sell cars to the world, and they want our product. Nobody. I mean, it happens countlessly. Like in business, like somebody needs to sound the alarm, and no one says anything, and they just sail on. And at some point, their market share drops, you know, below 20% or whatever. And now it's time for a huge correction, right? And I'm guessing legacy media is going through that. They're basically going through what the big three auto manufacturers went through in the early 80s. Like, we need to make a more reliable, smaller car that's more fuel efficient. Yeah, they were Toyota, Nissan, you know, Datsun, whatever. They were way down the road on that, making those cars. Ford and Chrysler, GM, and whatever started to begin to think about that. Right? You know, so it's like an aircraft carrier. It takes a long time to turn around. And these media companies, at least like traditional legacy stuff, are realizing we got to write shit. They're doing it, but it's how fun. I don't see it. Well, like they have like bring guys like Scott Jennings and Hughes and more recent people. It's like incremental, it's slow. Barry Weiss is now doing the news division at CBS. So CBS is like flying over 60 minutes and editing and cooking and all that kind of stuff. Well, they found somebody from our sort of media sphere to come in and sort of be a little more middle of the road. And it's going to be tough because you got a bunch of old guard there who doesn't want to do it. I mean, it's sort of like the first Trump administration. Like, he goes, I'm going to come in, I'm going to do a whole bunch of shit that I want to do. And it's like, not with all these old guard people hanging around, going, all right, we'll call you president, but behind your back, we're not going to let you do any of this shit. Well, it's going to take these progressive media companies a little while to flush out all of these college grads that have been there for 10 years that have just used to have no way of parasitic right, yeah, that's those are some of the first times. When I was a kid, I remember the first you're literally pushing and it's awesome. And I listen to you. You're not going to talk about as an adult. That's such a bad story. Then again, sort of second time when he was an adult, then he related to that was the thing. It's the same thing. You're mortgaging your education. It's not so bad about the business. That was all. That's the end of the space. You don't know it until they start writing about you and talking about you. And that's when you realize, oh my God, they got everything wrong. Like, forget about COVID, just in general. You know what I mean? Like, just back in the day when they start writing an article about you. I mean, at the beginning of your career or whatever, like, I started noticing it when they just write articles about me, not me being in it. I just read the article going, I got that wrong, I got that wrong, I got that wrong. And I realized that the person next to me who was just reading the newspaper thought it was all that, you know what I mean? And so, until they start writing about you, you don't really realize just how far off they are, even without an agenda. And then once they get an agenda, now they're way the fuck off, because now it's intentional. Of course, the past, they're just inactive, you know? But it is kind of sobering to read stuff about yourself. And it's always like, oh, they got it wrong. Well, when someone's doing something like that on purpose, that's evil. That's an evil person. And that's the giant chunk of that business. A giant chunk of that business is purposely misrepresenting people because that's going to make for a more salacious story, or that's going to push the narrative that you're trying to push. And this BBC thing that they did with Trump, I'm sure you've seen what's that. Like, that's a perfect example that they felt justified in editing something to make it look like he had a completely different sentence. Well, the funny thing about it is whenever they confront the outgoing head who's on the way out, they always go, yeah, we did this, but we're not biased at all, right? It's like, that's one or the other, man. Just like, yeah, it's so why did you do it? And why did you do it? Why you didn't get the tape like as you did it. Like that. So that's a calorie burner right there. So you made a mistake when it's literally 50 minutes later, he says the second part of the sentence. Right. That's crazy. Yeah, so you're biased and you're cooking it. And that means we don't need to listen to the BBC anymore, which is the part about mortgaging your reputation, which people, I think, I've come to sort of learn that it's not always about accuracy. I think it's about authenticity, which is to say, people may disagree with something that Joe Rogan or Adam Carolla has to say, and that's fine, because it's going to happen. I mean, that's society, that's opinions, that's how it works. But they have to believe you believe it. And if you believe it, and I think a lot of your success is people go, he 100% believes what he is saying. And even if I disagree with 20% of your 100%, I will listen to you because you believe it. And I think that's the problem. The problem is when you don't believe that person believes what they're saying. So you can be inaccurate. I mean, it's a lot of moving parts, a lot of information, a lot of stuff you never heard of before. You can be, something like COVID. I don't know about ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine. I don't know a lot of stuff. And I don't know any of this stuff. So I'm willing to go, I could make a mistake. I don't know this stuff. But I am saying what I think. And I believe that. And if you believe that, then we're going to have a relationship. If you start thinking online, it's really going to hurt the relationship. Yeah, and if your job is to just farm, they've given you some sort of a mandate. This is how we're going to frame this. It's not like it was their ideas to all lockstep in uniform start calling enforcement. Right. And that Rolling Stone article where they pretended that a bunch of people were waiting in line for emergency room for gunshot wounds. So another way, I was a photo of people wearing winter coats because they were lining up for the flu shot. That was the stock photo. And this was, I got one in like August. I first off, I was in Catalina when Rolling Stone ran that. I literally was looking at my phone at the same time my lady was telling me about it. So I was yelling, get your ass out. And it was so weird. I just had a flashback. I was there. Yeah, I did a gig. Like, I don't know, it was the summer. It was like Catalina. But yeah, it was the middle of the summer, and everyone was wearing beanies and parkas and scarves and stuff, and Rolling Stone. And that's the problem. The problem is, I used to subscribe to Rolling Stone when I was younger, and I liked the Rolling Stone, and I would read their articles, and I would believe Rolling Stone. And now I don't believe that anymore. Right, and the real danger is they may be right about something, but I'm still not going to believe it because of that. And you may be wrong about something, but I'll believe that you mean it. And that's all you need. Well, if I am wrong about something, and I find out wrong about something, I'll tell you I was wrong about something, and I'll tell you why I thought differently. The route I learned. I don't think you should be married to ideas. They should bounce around outside your head, and you should cling on to them if they're rational and make sense, and if they've been challenged. But if you don't want your ideas ever challenged, then they're not ideas. You're basically in a religion. There's also, as we go down, talk about this sort of posture that you have, that I have, in terms of your ideas, where I
realize that having like a building background, my process is constantly saying to people, here's my idea. Here's what I want to do with this deck. Now tell me why I'm wrong, or tell me how to make it better, or give me a better idea. And a lot of times people go, why don't you just do it this way? And I'll go, well, that's a good, okay, I'll do it. And from training and training with people and being in that world, it's constantly going, is there a better way to do this? And someone goes, you're doing this, but you should be doing that, and this is a better way. And you're receptive to it because you want to get better, you want to get faster. I was always like, I'm going to live in this house, so I'll take any idea anyone has that makes it better because I own it. You know what I mean? And so your posture is always, tell me what I'm doing wrong, tell me why I'm wrong, prove me wrong, tell me a way to do it better. Even in comedy, sometimes people go, you can do it this way, or you can kind of flip it and start it with this then make this the money. There's a better way to deliver it. So you're in a dry sponge kind of receptive mode all the time. But if all you had was your ideas and you had no other expertise or anything you could call your own, then those ideas you would be very protective of, and they're constantly like circling the wagons, protecting their ideas. Whereas you're saying, give me a better idea and tell me why I'm wrong, so I can learn. Well, and so this is also the jiu-jitsu philosophy. When you learn jiu-jitsu, one thing that you learn is if you are doing something incorrect that leaves you vulnerable, you're going to get caught because other people are going to know that. So someone has to show you, hey, when you're doing that, you're reaching with this arm. When you're reaching with this arm, you guys are going to get okay, how should I do this? Keep your arm tucked to your chest. Use the proper technique. If you don't listen, if you say, this is the way I do it, I'm going to try to do it, you're just going to keep getting caught over and over again, and you're not going to advance. So everybody understands that there's a reality to positions and technique. There's a reality, and then sometimes new realities get exposed. So sometimes people can take you back, getting back out in a very specific way, but then someone comes up with some new move that gets you on a leg lock when you go to take out. And you're like, oh, fuck, okay, well, now you can't go that way anymore, and then we have to break it down, and then we all, try different things. Right, so that thing of not being married to any ideas is a giant part of the philosophy of jiu-jitsu. Because all of a sudden there's heel hooks. Oh, I didn't think of that. You can't stand that way because then the guy can get you in the heel hook. Oh, Jesus. All right, let's break down the hard pass now. We're going to have to do it a different way. And this is a constant cycle of jiu-jitsu because jiu-jitsu is never ending. There's new techniques of jiu-jitsu that are invented every day. There's things that people are trying right now somewhere in Portland that are going to make its way onto the national scene. Some guy will have some new way of doing a choke, or some new way of getting a heel hook, and everybody's going to adopt it, and then everybody has to figure out the counters to it. And so it's this endless process. So I apply that to everything. Yeah, it's either works or it doesn't work. It's real or it's not real. And then the weird ambiguous stuff, like how you feel and how you behave, you have to take into account who you're talking to. Are we trying to make microaggressions punishable by jail time because someone is so fucking sensitive because they're crazy, and that's going to be the barometer that everybody knows? Or are we going to say, hey, get it together and join us? You're going to have to deal with microaggressions. You're going to have to deal with those. People deal with those. They're not that big of a deal. Well, it's sort of microaggression is sort of like mask up in the tree line. The word micro in front of aggression, there's no aggression, anything. It's looks. The way you look at me can be a microaggression. It's the dumbest fucking idea ever. Right, you're too sensitive. Making everyone safer. I was always against the sterilizing everything with wiping everything down. I never used Morel. I never indulge in any of that stuff. I barely use soap. I always sort of worked in the dirt. I was just in the dirt all the time. I was in football, you're in the dirt, on your belly all the time. The field's all fucked up and dirt on your belly, like the dirt. And then construction, I was in the dirt all the
construction crew, you just go, I'm going on a lunch run, and they go, thanks, and you just leave. They don't say, I'm lactose intolerant, or I have a gluten situation, or I can't use tree nuts. They just go. And you bring home a shitload of Taco Bell or whatever it is, and you just throw it at them, and they go, thanks, have that, and they just eat. Because their immune system is fine. They don't have any of this stuff. They're not wiping everything down. And I think everyone has a gut issue now. Everyone I know is like, I can't do that. There's too much acid in that pizza sauce. Oh, give me the shit you can't eat. I'll eat it, And everyone I know has got some sort of gut thing, some sort of head thing, some sort of bowel thing. And I realized they grew up sterile and taking antibiotics and wiping everything down and killing all the bacteria. And their immune system needs something to push back against. Like your immune system's got to work out a little bit. It's got to fight something. It's got to get worked out. And they do those studies where like Amish kids don't have hay fever, they don't have peanut allergies, because they're outside. Also, they're not vaccinated. And they're not vaccinated. But people who have dogs that are outside dogs who come in are exposed to more stuff, and they get sick much less than just indoor dog people. And so their immune system is not working out. Like, and your immune system needs to work out like you need to work out. Like you need something to do, and you taking away all the gravity isn't no workout. It's like being in the space shuttle just floating around. You lose your muscle mass and you lose bone density. And I think your ideas are the same way, like with microaggressions and stuff like that. You need some calluses. You need a little something built up. You know what I mean? Like a little intestinal fortitude, a little keep walking, a little just mind your P's and Q's. You need a little of that, and you're so vulnerable all the time. Like literally, your gut and your biome and your bacteria need a workout, but your brain needs a little workout, like a little controversy, a little pushback, a little somebody disagreeing with you. And if it's all bubble wrapped in viral and microaggressions, you have no system. You have no way to protect yourself. That's a really good point about diseases. About getting sick. Just your health in general. Being sterile and living on the street all the time. Stepping on concrete, never being exposed to nature at all. You're a total city person. You're probably lacking a very crucial vitamin to being a human being, which is our exposure to some kind of nature. Well, and it's always Madison Avenue who's trying to sell it to the housewives, right? Because they show them wiping everything down, right? That's what a loving mom would do. She would take Lysol, spray it all over the place, and wipe. It's always them wiping it down. And the disease is some kind of weird green animation that's evil, and then the good mom wipes it down and cleans. She's always slathering the kid with something, and it's all the like shampoo and all the soaps and all the antibacterials, like this huge business trying to scare the moms into buying all this shit to prove they love their children and they love themselves, and they've coached everyone up. Like if I say to people, like I'll go, I don't really use soap that much. I go, oh, gross. Oh, dude, yuck. And I just rinse off in the shower, then I go about my business, and I go, oh, and I'll go, sometimes I won't shower for like 3 days, and I'll go, whoa, gross, so gross, like it's a campaign. It's not that different than COVID. Like if you go, I don't want to wear a mask, they all turn on you because they've all been sort of programmed. But I'm also the one who never gets sick, and you're the one who's always taking all your tubs and all your Mylanta and all your stomach shit and all that. You're the one who's taking all that. I never take it. Do you work out and then take a shower after work out? I do them. So I try to do the cold plunge, but after the fire, the cold plunge, it's a long story. So I do the freezing shower move. I just go in there and do it. Yeah, like I want to be gamey. You know what I mean? Like I'll put on some deodorant, that kind of stuff. Like I'm not looking to offend people on the subway. But you don't use soap after a hard workout. I'm not. No, never use shampoo. Never use soap. a lot of different infections. Yeah, you get like I've got staph a couple times, I got ringworm a couple times.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not saying outlaw soap. I'm saying too many people are too sterile,
Yes.
and you're hurting your system by being so protective.
What I was gonna say is, so I use special soap besides the soap called defense soap. Defense soap is like designed for grapplers, and what it does is it kills bad bacteria but promotes healthy skin flora. It's all like eucalyptus oil, which are like healthy stuff where it smells good, but it's good for your skin health. So it doesn't torch your skin. It's one of the dumbest things that I know grapplers have done. They get some sort of an infection, and then what they do is they wash themselves with antibiotics. So, well, you are just torching all the healthy bacteria around your skin, and you're just putting poison all over your skin, which is an organ. It's a fucking terrible move. Yeah. And when guys do that, I've seen it spread. I've seen them get like ringworm that spreads all over their chest. It's fucking horrible.
Well, I mean, if you think about how many people have peanut allergies now versus what we grew up with, because I've never heard of anyone being allergic to peanut butter when I was a kid. And now 30% of kids are like allergic to peanuts, and it's because they're not exposing them to it. It's because we're removing the peanuts from the house and the airplanes and everything else. They need to be exposed as infants, and now the studies are coming out, which is they need exposure to peanuts, not removal. Peanuts, one of the funniest.
That's a peanut toxin. If you want to show an example of a cookie we've made in the world, peanuts used to be everywhere.
It's funny that peanut butter is like the only universal food when you're trying to trap any critter. Like you just go, we got a raccoon in our backyard, get some peanut butter. We got a rat or we got a mouse, whatever, a lizard is going through peanut butter. Now humans are the only creatures who can't eat peanut butter. The animal kingdom can catch a buffalo with peanut butter. Every animal on the planet agrees on peanut butter. Removing it from the classroom.
That's so funny. It's so true. Remember, they used to hand out peanuts in airplanes, and they stopped doing it because people got so bad with peanut allergies that the peanut dust was dangerous.
Right. And so what is going on in the last 20 minutes? It's not like human physiology has changed that much in the last 40 years that everyone is allergic to peanuts. Like you are removing them. We're not building a tolerance to anything. Our systems are weakened because you sterilized everything in our world. Everything is sterilized now, and now we're vulnerable because we didn't build up any immunity to anything. But I really don't. I do like when you go to space, they got a big problem, no gravity, and their bodies wither. And they need to figure out, like they agree, you need gravity. You need gravity in the world of ideas, and you need gravity in the world of your microbiome and your gut. We just, as human beings, we just need gravity everywhere. It's not some kind of system. Yeah, you need somebody pushing against weights. Like you need gravity for your quads, and you need it for your ideas, and you need it for your views.
Maybe that's the problem with dumb people. Maybe they're just out of shape. Just brainwashed. They're just like a couch potato to the brain. They just never try to get it moving. Maybe it's not even that dumb. They just have dumb patterns.
Well, I
don't
don't
like
like
it. Obviously, I don't have lots of like sleep. I think some people have intellectual advantages at the age. But I think the amount of people that just kind of give up or never put forth any effort at all, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Well, it's, I think a lot of it is because I grew up in a real downtrodden environment, and you just kind of get broken. It's like I could remember sitting around watching TV, and it's like the Brady Bunch are going to Hawaii, and I go, who goes to Hawaii? How do you even go to Hawaii? Like, how would you get to Hawaii? And then they check in a hotel, they pulls a credit card out, like, who's got a credit card? How would you do this? Like, that's for other people. Like, that's how you look. Almost every commercial where you'd see somebody successful or a sitcom or something like that, I would just go,
that's for other people. That's not for us. And so you get really like broken, and then you just kind of buy in, and then you go, well, this is my lot in life. That's for like other people, it like infects you, and it infects whole communities. You know what I mean? And they just go, there's nothing better. Like, it's not that we don't know there's credit cards, big homes, and nice cars. Like, I knew about all of it, but it wasn't for me, or it wasn't for my family, and it wasn't for my friends. And you just buy into a system where you go, oh, this is it, and you do it early, and it's stifling. That's very difficult to break out unless you find a thing that you do, maybe a sport where you travel, go to different places, meet different people, something. There has to be something. You get involved in something where you tap into a community of people that think different. You start a band, whatever it is. If you find a thing where there's a bunch of sort of forward-minded people that are, optimistic and have a good work ethic that's contagious. But if you're just stuck in your neighborhood with the same people and the same family members that are real negative, it's a giant problem because they program you, whether you realize it or not, as much as you want to pretend you're fully and entirely independent. No one is. Everyone is at least partially dependent upon the people they surround themselves with and the energy that they surround themselves with. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I remember when I was like 8. It's like, what if you get a job? Because if you get a job, then maybe we could go to Hawaii, we could raise, we could have a decent car, like something, we could have stuff. Because I wasn't really thinking about, my whole life, no one ever said the word career. They said job. You got to get a job. Yeah. And go career. Yeah. They go like, what do you want to do? What are you good at? And think in terms of career. This is you get a job. It sucks, but you got the weekends, But I said to my mom, I go, why don't you get a job? And she goes, I get a job, I'll lose my welfare. And I was like, that makes sense. Like I was 8, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And then I realized the fact that it made sense to me means I was being sort of indoctrinated into that system. It's beneficial for people. It's also a trap. Oh, it's a free stuff. It's a cage, man. It is bad. We had a free house and welfare, and it was stifling. Isn't that crazy? And you are so like sometimes people go like, why'd you get into comedy? And I'm like, I wanted some air conditioning. Really? I go, yeah, it was miserable. It sucked. I drove a truck and didn't have air conditioning. I didn't know where it hardly didn't have air conditioning. I went to a job site, there was no air. And I was in the San Fernando Valley. So I did it because I wanted air conditioning, but I had to be miserable. Like I had discomfort. I was not comfortable. I didn't have air. And I wanted it. So I knew to get air, I had to get paid. And so I was like motivated to do stuff. And when you're kind of comfortable, you're not really that motivated, right? And I realized, like, when you were young, when I was young, you were, like, I was probably confused, but I was hungry. I was like, I want to get something done. I want to do something. I want to do something. And I would talk to people like young dudes, who work for me or whatever. And I wasn't trying to insult them, but I was kind of curious. I'd be like, you're a 30-year-old dude who's just not getting it done. I wouldn't say it to him, but I'd be like, what do you need to do? And I realized that there was no fire in the belly. I mean, like, when you came up, when you were younger, like when I met Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy was like 26 when I met him. It's like he was on it. He had a motive, like he wanted to do something. And I was like, good, I want to do something too. We'll do it together. There's like a fire. And I start talking to all these young dudes, and I'm like, what's up? And I go, what's the deal? So you got a car, and it's got air conditioning, and it runs, and you're not really a car guy. Look, I'm a car guy, because you can't put plywood in a sports car, you know. So I would talk to these young guys and I'd go, "You a car guy?" Not really. What do you like? Video games, animals, I like pot, video games, and watching stuff on Netflix. And I go, "You got a big TV?" They go, "Yeah, I got a 70-inch TV. I got a Mini Cooper, automatic with air, and I like to eat pot." You know, you have air conditioning? Be like, "Yeah." They're like, "Oh, you don't want anything. You don't want anything." But I wanted cool cars with air conditioning. And so I was motivated to do stuff. Don't you think that some people are just internally motivated anyway? Because they become curious about something and they want to get good at it. Oh, yeah, I'm Aaron Mark, being a person. I do. One of the most interesting things that I don't mind, it just stuck with me years ago when I was watching one of those like 2020 shows, 48 hours or something like that. And they were showing guys trained dogs, like dogs who sniffed out gunpowder near or contraband or whatever, you know. And I was looking at this thing and I was thinking to myself, I was like, every time there's a dog that does something, sniffs out drugs, explosives or whatever, they're all different breeds of dogs. I was like, why are they all different breeds of dogs? Like, why isn't there like one dog that does all super good at gunpowder and cocaine and whatever? And in the show, they go, well, we just go down to the town. We get any dog. And we can train them. And the guy goes, well, how do you know what dog to get? And they go, the enthusiastic dog. Like, you go to town, some dog's just sleeping. You walk in, it doesn't lift its head. The other dog's jumping up and down, doing backflips. I go, well, get that dog. Because that dog's enthusiastic. Now, he doesn't know anything about gunpowder or cocaine, but he's got a motor, and we're going to teach him. And I started thinking, oh, I know a lot of people that are like tired pound dogs. And I know a lot of people that are yappy kind of dogs. And once you take the yappy pound dog, like Joe Rogan, you go ahead and get into boas. What does he know about boas? He's like, no, but he's going to find out. He's going to learn. He's going to practice. Because he's got a motor. Yeah, and there's a lot of people I know that are just kind of flatliners. And they don't have that motor. If you have the motor, you'll be part of the motor is your physical body. And that's something that a lot of like self-professed intellectuals like to ignore. The amount of energy that you have to think about this is dependent on the amount of energy your whole system has. The giant part of your system is your body. And it's not just a vanity thing. It's a function of it works better, you think better. Everything works. I see it on a day-to-day basis. If I have a day where I do not work out, my brain, I don't think as quickly, it doesn't work as well, I'm more irritable, maybe I don't react the same way that I would if I was more calm and relaxed after a workout. There's a lot of things going on where it balances out your mind and your ability to think. It negates anxiety, lets you think more clearly. One of the things that writers like to say is one thing, and I was actually just talking to someone about this yesterday. A comic does this. After you write, to go for a walk. Go for a walk, you get your blood pumping. And when you go for a walk, sometimes when you're thinking about those ideas, new ideas will just pop in your head because it's like the seeds are already planted. Now go for a walk, you're walking. The whole system works together. And if you want to have energy, if you want to have a motor, the best way to have a motor is have a physical body that works well. When your physical body doesn't work well, you're tired all the fucking time. And you can say it's, oh, I'm getting older, I'm getting this. Like, a lot of it is just ignoring your physical body for too long. And it atrophies, just like your body. Everything needs gravity. Well, you need fucking gravity. You need weights. You need to pick things up and move them around. Because if you don't, you can't pick things up and move them around because your body thinks you never have to do that. I agree. And I also would add, you need curiosity. Yes, you're a curious person. And all the curious people I know are doing just fine. And then there's people I know that are just not curious. And that's a weird gift, I guess. I don't know how to make someone curious. I think as a comedian, you're friend would go, I don't know, shut up. They weren't curious about stuff. Constantly being curious. And by the way, curiosity is annoying to uncurious people, which happens a lot. But if you're curious, it's like what you're saying about your physicality. Like it'll feed you. Most everything you know is started in curiosity, wanting to know about this stuff, And for other people, and many people, they lack a curiosity. Do you think that's inherent, or do you think that is how they grew up? I'm starting to think of nature more than nurture. Like I used to be more nurture than nature. I have twins, and I have boy-girl twins, and they're totally different. And one of them is that hound dog jumping up and down, and the other's just sort of chillax, And I didn't make them one way or the other. They got raised, they got fed the same thing, they went to the same schools, they breathed the same air. You know what I mean? Like they just sort of were who they are. And I think you can take something like a motor that's like a little too much and guide it and sort of nurture it and figure out an outlet for it, like a sport or something. And there's things you can do, but like my sister's totally different than I am. And I didn't get this way or that way. My parents didn't instill anything in me. They didn't guide me. Didn't have conversations with them about things. I wasn't exposed to anything. I was just kind of who I was. Why makes sense when we see a fridge? We see animals for sure. When there's a golden retriever, and then there's a Belgian Malinois. They're two very different dogs. One of them is a great family pet, and one of them is a missile. Right, and that's just how they come out of the box. Right, the idea that wouldn't be the case with humans is kind of ridiculous. Yes, why should we? And I know we do it because we're sort of narcissistic and we have to claim some dominion over things. Like it's kind of religion, you know what I mean? Like we had to create it to go, well, Grandpa's in a better place now, and he's been reunited with his old golden retriever who died 8 years earlier. And we're just kind of constructing a thing because we need some control. Like we need to feel like not having control is really threatening to a lot of people. I don't have that problem. Like, I don't mind not having control. I realize when I'm racing a car and the car goes out of control, which has happened a few times, I sort of just relax. I don't try to grab and overcorrect because you're getting more trouble. Like there's a version of this for sports, there's a version for life, there's a version for relationships, there's a version for driving race cars, but to sort of relax. Like if you can see film of me spinning a 935 backwards in a race in the middle of the race, and you can see me, I'm not doing anything. Like I will relax in that environment, but people need control. I mean, sort of religious control. Like here's the way I control my kid. I get him violin lessons, and then I take him to the French tutor, and then I take him to this camp and space camp and that camp. They're trying to do something. You have to just kind of admit they kind of are who they are. You can't really control it. You can fuck them up. You can molest them and get them, hooked on Vicodin or something when they're 14. But basically, you're there to be there and not fuck them up and to offer things and try to go. You see your kid banging on pots and pans all day, somebody needs a drum kit. I think this is what your thing is. You know what I mean? And somebody probably should have got a hold of me and went, maybe something you like, not swinging a hammer. But I figured it out because it was there. Well, nobody can ever really give you that advice, honestly. Because the problem is most people that aren't involved don't even know where to start, how you would do it, how difficult it would be, how long the process is, what is it like to actually put together. No, I don't think your mom or your dad seem to like to talk, or you seem to like ideas, or you seem to be sort of creative. So ideally, right? But it depends on the family. Maybe it's a family that doesn't encourage creativity. The dad's in finance, maybe the mom is, who knows? But maybe they're just not into risk at all. They just want you to go to school and get a degree, and you're just annoying, and then they go, maybe we should take a carpenter. Get him some something. You can't concentrate. Yeah, no, I agree. I think as a parent, you're supposed to observe and you're supposed to look, and the kids will guide you. They'll hammer their propensity. They'll bang on pots and pans. They'll like sports or whatever it is. And then your job is to sort of go that way and help facilitate that, you know. And conversely, like I grew up. I started playing a lot of football when I was 7. Like I played tackle football when I was 7. And I played my whole, until I was 19. And I always was like, every good lesson I ever got was on that football field. And everything I learned, whatever success I have, I owe it to that because I got intestinal fortitude. I learned a lot of tough lessons and how I use that. And so, like, I was like, if my son is going to play football because he's going to learn all those valuable lessons I've learned. My son didn't play any football, didn't really like it, and it wasn't his thing. And I didn't force him into it at all. I was just like, all the stuff that I was into, football, cars, wrenching on cars, race cars, that kind of stuff, swinging a hammer, building, architecture. My son's not down with any of it. And I was just like, fine, but you got to find your own thing. I'm not going to try to stuff you into this thing that's going to make you resent me later. Yeah, that's not good. A lot of parents fall down that trap, that's for sure. It's just, I mean, if you have a child who wants to be a comedian, it's probably a fucking terrible feeling. Oh my god, like, what is he trying to do? Like, how do you even start? What do you do? Like, well, if you get a degree, go get a degree. You're going to get a job. You're going to work in a respectable position. Anybody trying to talk? See, my thing was, no one ever tried to talk me out of anything because they were trying to talk me into something. It's like, Adam, you're going to be in position. And I was like, the thing was, you got to leave and get a job. And then we're done. So I never had anyone say it was a harebrained idea or it's not going to work because they don't care enough to get that involved. I don't think I was going to go into my dad's unfinished furniture business and open that empire. I don't imagine you got a lot of that either. No, but that's the good thing. I got to figure it out well. Well, the thing that's kind of cool about where you landed is it's organic in the sense that, like I ran into someone who I went to high school with today that I asked him what he's doing. He's doing fine. He goes, I do outdoor signs. I do big vinyl signs. When the hospital comes to town, we print the signs that hang to whatever. And it's his business, it's his dad's business, it's their family business. And I thought, nobody, when they're 15, says, I'm going to make vinyl signage. They want to be an astronaut or a baseball player or a comedian or whatever. But you're doing it. But is this really where you belong? Or is it just because your dad did it and it's lucrative and whatever? And the thing that I'm happy about, at least as it pertains to stand-up or comedy or whatever, cars or whatever I'm into, it's all organic. Right? There's no dad was a comedian or dad raced cars or dad had. You're just into cars because you're into cars. You're into doing a podcast because you're into it. Right. So you're where you should be because you didn't get sort of artificially coaxed or pushed into something where it's just kind of like, yeah, I'm a doctor because my dad's a doctor or whatever that thing is. And you can own it 100%. I think it's fine if your dad's a lawyer, you become a lawyer, you take over his practice one day. Like, that's good, that's successful, you're paying taxes, good. But I don't know, can you ever 100% really own it like you can own? Maybe you couldn't, or I couldn't, maybe for some people it's possible. No, it's definitely fine, and I don't even know if they think about it. Right. I know you would. But the thing is, like, you have the very fortunate situation that I have, which is we're our own boss. when you are your own boss in your 50s, you're responsible for all the stuff you do. You know what to do. No one's telling you what to do or how to do it. No one's telling you what to say. You say what you want to say. That's very rare. It's very rare, very fortunate. And it also is free because, like the aforementioned CNN, or whatever, you're in an apparatus. And it's an apparatus where I don't think people are actually explicitly told, here's what we're saying. But it's sort of like if you worked in a big company and the president was vegan and he started showing up with a ham sandwich for lunch and someone's like, I don't think he's eating that freaking carrot. He's vegan. Yeah, okay, well, he doesn't appreciate it. You go, oh, okay. And you would start getting the idea that this wasn't a great plan. You know what I mean? And so would everyone who worked at that place, right? And then eventually you go once for lunch and then go the veggie lover sub. And you go, well, what about the roast beef? And so we're listen, I'm telling you, you can't eat it. I'm saying it's probably a good idea. Like to grow with this company to just eat the fucking veggie stuff, would you? Especially if Gary comes down here. And so it's not like the boss showed up and when you can't eat chicken anymore. It's understood what's going on around there. And if you're working for CNN and you just walk in and you go, hey, listen, I don't agree with Trump about everything, but I think he's right about this ivermectin thing. People start looking at you sideways and you get the idea that maybe you weren't long for this job. And that's what you got to deal with in any environment, and the thing that's nice about creating your own environment is back to being organic. It's what you believe. I mean, it may not be 100% accurate, it may not be right all the time, but it is authentic. But how crazy is it that authentic is rare? Like that we've made it all the way to 2025 with all the communication we have with the internet, authentic is still rare. That's really weird. Well, so easy to do. I think we're so obsessed with not being cast out. Right? Being cast out is like a major human thing, and I realized, like, I remember, I always bring it up with my kids, I don't know why, but I was in Maui, and with the Brady family. I was in Maui, it was 10 years ago, and I was sitting at a table having lunch with, like, a bunch of nice people we traveled to Maui with, the couples and the kids, and go to the resorts, and the dads and the moms, and there's like 10 adults, and we were great. And we're sitting having lunch, and we're like enjoying ourselves. And somehow someone fired up a leaf blower in the back, some gardener off to the side. So I got a goddamn leaf blower, can't enjoy our conversations, it's loud or whatever. And I said to the table, I go, leaf blowers are illegal in Los Angeles. They basically criminalized leaf blowers in like 96 or 97 or something, but it's not enforced at all. And everyone's like, they're illegal? And I'm like, yeah, the gas powered ones are illegal. These guys up and down my street all day with these things. I go, yeah. They go, why don't they enforce them? I go, well, because it's all Mexicans who make their living with the leaf blower, and the city council doesn't like the optics of coming down on the poor Mexican gardeners who use their leaf blower. So it's really illegal, but the Mexicans use it, they turn the other way. They look the other way because they don't like the optics. And everyone looked at me and was like, that sounds kind of racist or something. I go, no, it's just what happened. And they're like, I don't agree. You're saying Mexicans shouldn't be done or whatever. The whole table turned on me. And I realized, wait a minute, none of you assholes know anything about this subject. I know because I read an article on it. There was literally like the Million Man Mexican March. They went down to City Hall. They brought their leaf blowers. And the Lily White City Council was like, we don't like the optics of busting poor, hardworking Mexican garden. I remember all this. Right? And so I almost been a bit about it. I was telling the table, I wish he was with me. I probably could have defended me. But I was sitting there and I realized that the whole table was turning on me because they were like kind of white liberal. Oh, they're my friends. apologize. I know all that stuff. What do you want me to say? Sorry you don't like it, but when I realized this, half the people at the table were just going along with the other half. They didn't know anything. They didn't know anything about leaf blowers or laws or city council. They just realized that I was the one being thrown out of the tribe, and they wanted to stay in the tribe. So everyone took a subject they didn't know shit about and turned on the guy who knew something about it and said he was bad and should go out to the cornfield because they're all, and this is socially, it's like no one's going to lose their job. They were just eating brunch, but it all kicked in. And I could see like the wives who had no thoughts about leaf blowers, like, oh, yeah, man, I don't agree with the chairs. They're like, get away from me. But I thought, being thrown out of the tribe. But that's when I realized that was just about leaf blowers. And those are my friends. Now we go to COVID. And it's a real thing. Now, that feeling of not wanting to be excommunicated from the tribe. It's so easy to get everyone to go along with everything because we have that innate baked-in human quality of not wanting to be ostracized and pushed out of the tribe. And I also started to realize that you're good at what you do, and so you can say and do what you want. Most people are mediocre at what they do, and they can't afford to be unpopular. And it's something I was talking to Greg Gutfeld about it some years ago. It was just a podcast with him. I was interviewing him, and it started kind of dawn on me that, like, when you're really good, and you can be a really good carpenter, like if you're a really master carpenter, you're never out of work. No one gives a shit what your thoughts are about politics. You walk around with a bag of head on, it doesn't matter. We need you. You're good. You're skilled. And when you're really good at comedy or you're good at whatever, you cannot be thrown out. You can't be squat, you can't be silent, but you gotta be good. If you're sort of in the middle, and most people are in the middle, it's a little bit of a popularity contest. Like you better eat vegan. Because I say the right things, you better say the right things. Whatever the black square on Twitter, right or on your Instagram, which I did not do. But they told me you gotta do it. I was like, I'm not doing it. It was so nuts. I always watch people do it. But you're good. Yeah. And that's where I go. No, that's right. Yeah, that's a thing that a lot of people find is like, well, it's the problem is like, if you think you're good and you're not good, you get smacked down and you get in trouble, right? So if you're not that good, you go, screw this, I'm not working for CNN anymore, I'm going to go do my own podcast, and you're not that good, then you're in trouble, right? And if you go, I'm going to blow this taco stand and get out of this business, I'm going to do something, I'm going to open a restaurant, but you're not that good, you get into trouble. And most people are sort of living in the middle and kind of fearful. But if you're good and you kind of own it and you're calibrated and you know you're good, you can kind of say what you want. You can kind of do what you want to do. You have to be good. And like all the people that were sort of in mainstream media that like broke out and started doing their own thing were good. I mean, they thought they were good and they thought they were good enough. And you're in the middle, it's vulnerable. You know, you gotta kind of watch yourself and find your P's and Q's. It's also that thing you were talking about too, where all those other people who didn't know anything about it were signaling to the tribe that they didn't want to test out. Right? They go into the good ones. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there's so many cowards that do that. There's so many people that are just terrified. They don't encounter a lot of difficulty in their life, a lot of like real anxiety inducing difficulty. So when something does come up that's like that, they just fall. They just want to be comfortable. What do I have to do? It's so sad, and it's also people in dignity, like dignity and character. Like character used to be something we talked about. We don't really talk about character anymore, and it's also people like their resting state of a lot of people is out of the street. He's got the road, some help. But just out of the street, I couldn't really see it from where it was. So I just ran out there because the woman was screaming. And I got there, and she said, the guy stole my fucking guy, got my stuff. You know, and I just started chasing the guy, just sort of instinctively. I didn't really think about it, just chasing him. And also, the guy was like $5, it's like football. Like, I felt good. I was in good shape. I didn't care. I had a bunch of loots. I didn't have anything. So I just started chasing him. And the guy was trying to pick him up in a car because he was like a wheel guy. But I was too close to the guy, and he couldn't get in the car. I chased him like a couple of blocks, and eventually he just threw the briefcase in the purse. He just threw it. We kept running. And when he threw everything down, I just stopped. It was all scattered around the sidewalk. And I stopped. I started like put it back together, and I was like, I'm not gonna chase the guy. He dropped all the stuff, and then the woman showed up, and she started getting her stuff together. And at some point, the neighbors started filing out onto the street, and a crowd kind of gathered up. And then a cop pulled up at a certain point, and the cop was like, "What went on here? What happened?" And I remember the neighbors. They go, well, we heard this woman screaming, so we all ran out and chased the guy. And I was like, none of you ran out and chased anyone. I ran out and chased the guy. He dropped the stuff. And then 10 minutes later, you guys all came out in your bathrobes. But you didn't chase anybody. But then I realized that's what they wanted. They wanted to be that person, but they weren't that person. So they created this scenario where they were that person. And I would listen to them all like talk to the cops, and I just stood there and didn't say anything. I wanted to hear what they had to say. And they all told the same story. When I heard a woman screaming, I snapped into action and ran out. And I was like, none of you did any of this. I was there. And I realized people are real. They have a version of themselves that's in their head. And then there's the version of them that's kind of a lazy coward. And they're busy watching that film footage of the hero stuff. And nobody thinks, like no one during COVID said, I'm bad and I'm weak and I'm dumb, and that's why I make fun of Joe Rogan or whatever. They just go, trying to do the right thing, trying to save people. We didn't know. You know, there's always this sort of heroes, real that's running in their head. It's not the real one, not the one you know. It's not the weak, cowardly one. It's the stoic, strong one. It's the one that heard a damsel in distress and snapped into action. Damn the torpedoes, I came running outside before this guy chased him. That's what's in your head. The reality is just you're looking out the window of your stairs. Most people don't really have any moments like that. Let's do that again. Like most people, that's never gonna happen. No, you're seeing little light. Yes, but fear is a crusher. Yeah, man. Fear is a long way. Yeah. And especially with men, the desire to participation in any heroic action. Men love to pretend there's something on. It's amazing. Well, it definitely is, but it's also a symptom of a lack of being tested. The people that I know like I was saying, it's about the because they don't have to test themselves. They've been tested constantly. No, there's something about the boxer, the fighter, those guys that are like so secure in their version or vision of themselves that they're never overcompensating with a bunch of other I see why like you like those kind of guys because they're just more attractive, they're just better. And I was going to tell you that people like there's so many weird songs like transitioning and all that shit, and then there's sort of carnivore beef lovers, MMA guys going on, and some of it was Dr. Drew. Dr. Drew says, where are we going? What's going on? Where are we heading as a society? When are we going to fix this, essentially? And I just said, safe spaces and octagons. Exactly what you mean. I go, the fucking safe space people are going to go further that way, and then there's a group of people that are moving to Florida, moving to Texas, and they're going the other direction. Like in LA, when they started pushing electric cars, I started seeing tons of Ram dually pickup trucks popping up. Like every one person you push into an electric car or a Prius, another dude buys a Ram and puts a good Ram on it. Like that's what we're doing. And I don't know how it's going to end, but I can tell you, we're just doing safe spaces and octagons. It's going to be moved out to Texas, practice MMA with Joe Rogan, or it's going to be moved to Seattle and get your dick cut off. And there'll be nothing in between. That's the ultimate solution. Yes. And my conclusion with the safe spaces, eventually are going to have to come to the octagons and go, we need to act. Well, we need you. It's a great way to live the world right now. It's certainly essential. Just what I always wonder is the nature of the nurture. Is there something wrong with not just society, but also the environment? And if we are creating more biological organisms that are susceptible to not just physical weakness, but emotional, psychological weakness. Like there's a thing that's going on that's on top of what's going on as far as culture and society, and that's like microplastics in people's biomes, just destroying their biomes. That's all land trackable. We all got like a spork in our brain, and we're in the plastic right now. Dr. Shazwan is just ridiculous, terrible. I think there's a lot of practical, organic stuff like plastics and microplastics and stuff like that, environmental toxins. What you're talking about, all of it is, yeah, there's all of that, but there's also why do you need to be able to fight anymore? You don't need, you know what I mean? Like we don't live. Why do you need to be able to lift heavy things? You know what I mean? Like, hey, you're a coal miner, or you work on a farm, there's bales of hay, you can't have a wimpy guy throwing bales of hay up on a loft, but everything is computerized and air conditioned, and you're in your cubicle. Like, what do we need you for? Like, what's the necessity? Like, why wouldn't we get softer and weaker? We're not baling hay and throwing it up to the barn anymore. We're not bending the fences. Nobody's having to, wrangle the steers. We don't have to make cabins. You don't have to chop a tree down and make a cabin anymore. So IKEA, there's a cabin there you can buy, made in China. Like, we're not, why wouldn't we go this way? Well, it's natural. It's natural. When you look at aliens that are rejected, right, you see a Jack alien. You see these aliens that have no muscle tone, they have no gender. But that's a great name for an alien. Jack alien. You threw your considerable weight behind your product. What's their grateful kiss my ass? Jack alien would be sponsoring X Games, fighters, in every ring, every octagon. It's where humanity seems to be in some sort of genderless direction. Right, you don't need to fuck and you don't need to fight. So what do we need all this shit for? If the aliens aren't real, I think that's what's starting to see. Jack Kelly website? What is it? Oh, really? That's hilarious. They make workout clothes? I'm suing the shit out of that. That's my IP, man. Jack Kelly. genderless, not using their mouth to talk anymore, giant fucking, why do you almost little, why do you need big biceps to move a joystick or something? The only reason why it's attractive is like a biological reproduction attractiveness, right? The hips of a girl, the waist, the beautiful symmetry of the face, all that stuff is just biological reinforced vibes, but again, you agree with good genetic people, but all that's out the window. And all breeding is done. There's some sort of a computer or but also, why do you need any of it if it's antiquated? You know what I mean? Like, if we're just a society of button pushers, what do you need that big V strapping dudes with big shoulders? That's not what's going on. Like, are you still have the same monkey body that you had 10,000 years ago? Because if you do, you're going to need to exercise just for sanity. And it'll help you have all those things. Things like jujitsu, yeah, you probably don't need jujitsu ever in your life. But it's a good thing to learn. It's really fucking hard to do. I agree, and I think doing things that are hard to do are good, and I think doing things that scare you are good. And I've had a bunch of situations in my life where people would say to me all the time, they go, what made you decide to do Dancing with the Stars? I go, I didn't decide to do it. I remember where it was. My agent called me and he said, I want you to do Dancing with the Stars. As soon as he said that, I felt that weird fear. Like, remember when you're in junior high, you feeling lots of tunnel after school, and you're like, and that moment, remember that weird fear moment? And they said, do Dancing with the Stars, and I went, I felt that weird junior high, was going to find you after school, with fear, feeling the fear, to make it realize, you know, and I felt that, and I could have went, oh, that's lame, or I would embarrass myself on that joke, but I felt fear, and as soon as I felt fear, I was like, I'll do it, because I realized that it would be a lot, like I could go, that's stupid, or that's lame, or I don't want to do that, but that wouldn't be the reason. The reason is I'm scared. I felt scared. I can't dance. I'm going to humiliate myself. And you can get like stuff I've done that's been good. I did a professional Trans Am car race once, and I was just like, someone said, you want to do it? And I was like, I'll do it. But it's only because I was like, I'm scared. I was like, what? I thought this moment, I just want to go do it. And I'm George people do way too much. Like, I don't know. I got to talk to a bunch of people about it. It's not for me. Or why should I? Or just start saying yes to stuff. See, a lot of it, you know, yes to what you want. Because once those obligations settle you down, you got a mortgage, you got a family, you got obligations, social commitments. You don't have that kind of ability to just go fuck it. No, you're right. Like, my whole time I was a carpenter, I remember guys pulling up in new trucks. I'm driving a piece of shit beater. They're like, yeah, I want you to go down to California, get yourself a new truck. And I'm like, because then I'd have payments, and then I'd have insurance, and then I could go to ground leagues at night, and I could not have to take care of that, and I couldn't work on this. And I felt the same way with kids, the same way with everything. Like, I gotta get this going before I get way down with monthly payments and mortgages and mouths to feed. Yeah, that's a really important message to young people because they think it's young forever. Before you start this, get something going. You take your chances now. When you're young and free, it's like, God, it's an amazing opportunity. You know, the whole world's ahead of you. Things can change so quickly if you work hard, if you find a lane, and you really throw yourself into it. But if you don't, it goes by quick. Next thing you know, you're 30, next thing you know, you're 35. Like, I'm getting to the end of this year. Yeah, you gotta make hay while the sun shines. Thank you for that. It was fun. Let's do it again. All right. Bye, everybody. of things to talk about. We started to talk outside of like hold these thoughts. Well, here's what I have. As a criminologist, I take a different approach to things than obviously a doctor. Thankfully, and as a criminologist, you get a view of the world that's quite interesting. And so I took a deep dive into pharma. I don't want to put that on your second because I know you see I know what it shows like where we bring over people who's working on bioweapons, prosecute them in the U.S. bioweapons program. And I know you know MK Ultra and Mockingbird, but do you know one called Project Gladio? But you see, no one does it just pops over. So this was the World War II end, and the USS with the CIA at the time decides to leave behind a particular layer of evil government is looking for leave behind a bunch of them. So then you guys will hide your weapons, hide your rifles, secret all the grenades, ammunition, put it in bunkers, and just sit tight until we have some ideas of things you want to do. So eventually, a few hundred of them stay on, and they're going to do things in Europe to stop communism, to stop socialism, to break the Soviets, etc. But what they actually end up doing is terroristic incidents against our allies. They blow up a train station, blow up 285 people injured, 85 people killed, done by our CIA. They do the 19 assassination of a journalist fighting out of this. I shouldn't quite say that. They do another bomb, 17 people killed, another one on Oktoberfest in Germany, 17 people killed. Why? Because they see that certain candidates are doing well, like prime ministers, for example, or legislators. So when you have a big giant terrorist incident on some train station, for example, that moves the public towards a more right-wing government, or a more totalitarian government, CIA government, and away from anything where communism happened. There's the assassination of Aldo Moro, which is one of Russia's 35 bodyguards. They're all killed. He's kidnapped. A few weeks later, he shot in the head, put in the trunk of a car. That was done by Project Gladio. And of course, these things were done by the United States to our supposed allies. And hundreds of these leave-behinds operated eventually a 20,000-person army all over Europe. Now, I don't expect anybody to know a word of it. You guys go on Wikipedia, they put in GLA, and you see that this insanity is true. The punchline on it for me, one really blows down the water, is that it ended in 1990. Yeah. George Bush was president. And I said, my crazy, but eventually the House goes flat on it, and it becomes so well established that the U.S. government funded and managed these operations, blowing up regular citizens, that a lot of the people were in prison for those terrorist groups, etc. Police on the defense, this was actually done by civilians. I can't tell you if you said, oh my God, it's an idea that starts off as a precautionary measure and just got completely out of hand because there was no oversight. Yeah, no oversight is the key to a bunch of stuff I want to talk about today, because when governments, big centralized governments, and other power centers, without oversight, and where does oversight come from? It comes from us, the public, having to get to it. The public is not skeptical. They'll buy a story, like, oh, a terrible terrorist who assassinated this guy Aldo Moro, how terrible. And they'll buy the story with those skepticism, because that's what they're told. And there will be no oversight. Power centers, it's no surprise. You know, we can talk about every country on earth. I happen to love America. I'm not saying it's just America. This is the nature of espionage, the nature of war. I want to answer your question about, is it just because of the oversight? The United States doesn't get wars very often. For example, World War II ends, and you're all excited about it. You're doing all this stuff. And then it ends, and everybody's like, hey, we were really into this thing. And so we don't want to end. We leave 300,000 troops in Germany, 300,000 troops
I'm going to check out New York.
It's
I'm going to
it's hard. Somebody came into America, did a bunch of terrorist incidents in America, killed a lot of Americans. It's kind of my theme for today is sharing these things are all available on Wikipedia. I got a lot of they're all real, and I looked at them and knowledge is where I really have the evidence and my purpose. My reason for doing this today also book, my reason is that I really want to encourage Americans to be skeptical because people don't have skepticism. Government yeah, it's a strange time. First of all, one of the things that happened was the Spending Clause, right? So during Obama's administration, two things problematic American citizens. That blurs the line of truth and reality for all of us and forever. Unless that is somehow another rollback, and I don't see there's one desire to roll back. We're always going to be stuck in a situation where it's absolutely illegal for intelligence agencies to lie to us in the interest of national security. Yeah, that's where we are for sure. There was, I don't know if you all remember, Project Mockingbird. Project Mockingbird had hundreds of American journalists who were, in some cases, directors, admirals, CIA, in other cases, just ex-colleagues. And when the close years inside the United States, it was shut down by the Church Committee, Senate Committee. And what wasn't really shut down, of course, they just changed its name. The reality is that unlike information, if you start including information overseas, it's not true. It's going to make its way to America. And does it make sense to do this Mockingbird? When I was working on an investigation for Saudi Arabia, and there was Twitter messages circulating by thousands of bots, and they were using Twitter to be able to plug things into the income viral. What time was it? This is very recent. So it was in Twitter. It was Twitter in 2012, 2013. If they would get things to trend, and how would they do it? Twitter shut down their bots. Right? Morning thousands of people sitting in their houses. Send out the message of the day, like Jeff Bezos is the evil Jew. Jeff Bezos is the evil Jew. Because at night, etc. Because they were going to come to some areas today. And then it would trend. And so when I saw that happening on Twitter, I thought to myself, check with countries. I don't mean I like it. I just mean it's kind of obvious that you have an opportunity to communicate with the population in a way that makes particularly young people in Saudi Arabia, I'm sure the ones who are going to test the wall one day, if you can control their perceptions of what's what a great country in world history has done. Every country has a narrative, right? Ours was growing up. Why did that become president? Government works for us. We don't work for the government. So that was our narrative. India's narrative. The next life matters more than this one. The next life matters than time. Now you're homeless. Maybe now you're 7 million homeless people in the middle of lives. But the next life will matter. Let's just watch the California. They're having such a good time. Prices are having such a good time. That's good enough for you, isn't it? And so everybody has stories about how they control the population. Now, government is important. Our U.S. government is not liking the churches, is not liking other power centers. During COVID, you could go to a liquor store, you could go to a Target store, air conditioning, you could coronavirus vaccine, but you could go to church. Even if you're the church outside, the church outside, government not like the church. Power centers. So each power center needs to be done. But it's have money. Let's see the case of Los Angeles, Belmore comedy shows. I'm going to give you 3 issues in the relationship. That's why they had a marriage. When did they begin? The Constitution gives protection. Like, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. So that's what it is. Like, there's a break in the marriage already pre-existing. I look up one about shows that just when you have a problematic relationship again and now. We're all going to the problematic relationship. You're actually in marriage. I'm going to focus on one thing. That's not that guy over there. That one's low. That's what we said. Just go by the last one. See the beach. Ultimately, they're going to the last one on the beach. And we'll marry your kids. Travel in with a car. We're having a good time. Even she living on the bus and on bus now. There's less I love it. You can divide the country into the marriage. Ultimately, that compromises status. By leaving Israel government, by leaving Israel like Shabbat, like this was done. So let's remember again, you think that they were capitalizing on the bus point, one nature behind that situation like this is yeah, again, was it just the fact that they had to have at least they had to at least give the guys it had to at least be a form that they were doing something, the optics that they were protecting. Well, my best wish was that rather than ever trying to figure out what's show his head, just look at what actually happened. Is that every Western nation, but all its citizens, their house arrest. Every nation on earth at least know the rules again that you could never do. So that everybody staying indoors, not gathering, hundreds of thousands. Maybe it's all not because some other and not free. So I don't think there's any argument. But those guys died. Like COVID disease has been lockdown. What do you just lockdown to see that there's one that's lockdowns cause I would have thought those people I might have thought every country could do whatever they want. So why every potential problem to win that was a certain COVID virus but the plans related to what would happen was clearly intentional. In the matters, for example, this operation company essentially, if she married to anyone other than a Cohen, I would have thought that in that video of the much smaller each of the one Chinese with military leaders, she married him on CBS, they gathered together, so that goes well what happened during the pandemic. They named the pandemic, they did tabletop exercises about the pandemic. Any discussion about health was not. All there was discussion about control information. What is subject to it was in 2019. What's the longest so in place 2019, these tabletop operations had already been going on for years. So I look at it, I really encourage people to consider this approach. Forget about twice less statutes in the buildings. Forget about Bill Gates and Fauci and all that. Just look at what actually happened. Just look at what's actually happened. You have to assume somebody ordered that out. Somebody somewhere might be one person. It might be reps. It should be online. People share it. Give you messages. COVID comes. People used to make squares. Now they can't say that. People used to make number stickers. Now make stickers that say 6 feet apart. In other words, they were an incentive. It doesn't require those people to say editorial bills, hotel, and Germany. Rub their hands together. Human nature is if you look at centralized government. This is the direction it moves. It's in the direction of tyranny. I was here before. I made this point to someone in submission. Look at world history has been hijacked I still have resistance to it. That's why I'm glad I told you about it. I said, you believe this? Well, we have to go fully emotion. It's just, there's so many layers to it. It's very difficult. But it is what it is. A regular person is a person who has a job, gives some family, and hasn't spent an amount of time delving into conspiracies and being rational about it. I know every fiber of my being rejects this as foolishness and tinfoil hat bullshit, but is this real? And then the more you find out, oh my god, that is real. The more you find out Operation Northwoods, holy fuck, that's real. The more you find out about these things that they all trade for. Wait a minute, wait a minute. No one got arrested for any of this, no one went to jail, no one got prosecuted, no one got tried. The more you dig into the JFK assassination, the more you dig into it. It is a bottomless pit. And if you haven't reached the surface of it, you have no idea how much depth there is to it. And that's the normal person. Most people took the shot because they wanted to keep their job, or they took the shot because they have to travel to see relatives, or they had to visit loved ones in the hospital, or whatever the reason was. They did what they had to do, and they know people who got fucked up because of the shot. Maybe they got fucked up because of the shot, and they feel helpless. I don't think they understand the depths of, first of all, not just the COVID pandemic, but what happened during the AIDS pandemic is the exact same power structure. And when you find that out, we went over we showed the Rothschild'S magazine that was talking about these various doctors that stepped out against the use of AZT, what was going on, and how evil it was. And the only reason why it was because these were drugs that were very approved and they just pushed them through quickly, and they were very profitable. All right, how's this good for them? Like a regular adult. Got a lot on the horizon. Well, yeah, it's that time of year when life gets crazy and demands more of your energy, more plans, holiday travel, more it's getting darker and colder. It can really drain your energy. Or get out of here. Listen, I talk a lot about AG1, the daily health drink to help you stay one scoop ahead of all the energy drains coming your way this season. Because the superfoods, the B vitamins, every scoop of AG1 supports steady energy production without the crash. In fact, just shaking up one scoop of AG1 in water covers your B vitamin, your pre and probiotics, antioxidants, superfoods, and more. It's one simple step to start your day. What's about going on your way? And that's why I've worked with them for so long. Subscribe today to get this fully back formula in the flavor of your choice. Tropical, citrus, berry, or original to help you stay one scoop ahead. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AG3, K2, and AG1 welcome kit. Plus, a few bonus AG1 travel packs. Just head to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or visit the link in the description to get started. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. I think this is garden. Garden reason for overdose is that it provides exactly the same eggs. And so it keeps the great documentary. It's on YouTube. It's called House of Numbers. This keeps the numbers going. You can turn the numbers up or down just by changing the definition of what it's in. So GW's definition in that documentary is actually Redfield or Young. That's what those rounds. And they're making the case that HIV is the absolute cause of AIDS. Feels that you can have AIDS, you can have HIV, you can have HIV, you can have AIDS. My raised 10 kids do it too. One of my father, one of that, I was 10 years old when I tested positive for HIV. I worked in government, and about it, we watched this documentary coaching class, right, for head to those are the ones that suggest that a lot of them. So, essentially, which is a result, it's a straight up. Straight up. And which is what it is.
He took medication for 3 weeks. He
About
bullshit. Wasn't easy to use to do it.
each rabbi knows
But he
how
told me
much
shit.
you want to straight up. The water is right. The rabbi knows
Stay
how
out there.
much you want to
Trying to
that result. He could have said, as a result, but I say, straight up. We should know this as fast as whether again, as we saw in this graph, a lot of them is straight up. Each ready is 12, over a result, you have to straight up. Small says, again, a result.
There's
Come down, kind of
certain things because
Can't get that shot. Você quer cantar eu não quero real
assertion was first of all, there was the inconvenient fact that the vast majority of people that go here for the genes are the
straight
warriors
up.
of the essentially anything you look those drug use knows that if you're a hardcore drug user, you're staying up all night and partying. Guess what? You're going to crush your kidneys. And you know they were taking antibiotics to prevent the parties of the stations. Because they have all this bullshit medicine on the sex was almost a statement. Or you know, gay rights more than and they had all kinds of things. There was shoving of antibiotics, taking antibiotics. And of course, AIDS is regularly always there. And Pittsburgh poppers, poppers certainly causes systemic respiratory issues with associated with AIDS, and they kept changing. NIH and the CDC kept changing the definition on it. There's a great line in chip of the obviously, you can get diagnosed with AIDS now the fastest way to get cured is to
We give them out of the money.
all the different
What the right
diagnoses.
says. Doesn't say the amount of the money. I'm going to give you a
And the
I'm going to
diagnostic
hold on. Let me show. If you have a see, I'm walking the question again.
whether you've engaged in
Or
gay
let me
sex.
show. Like the
What does that
man
have to
says,
do with
the
AIDS test? I took an AIDS test when I was
theory
going
is a
through
result
a test, like a pregnancy test, right?
Positive.
If positive, that means you're
That's
positive.
not
Negative means
You're
negative.
just
That
not
wasn't
the
true.
truth.
It was a
That's
highly interpreted
that's
test.
now.
By the way, this documentary mentioned a couple of times my house of numbers for the consumer's value app also had that anybody who looks for it should have as well. And that's correct because the adversaries of one of them another documentary entitled House of Numbers did the same thing with Charles Owen. It was very clever. And then that one debunked the now harmless episode inside the House of Numbers by a white filmmaker written by a and it's just a totally
And for every other act of adultery, when you get
documentary
cut,
of
so
another
the
woman
bringing Yishmael is
sacred cow.
comes from
We are
the
not allowed
adultery
to
right?
touch.
Right?
Pittsburgh one was the first time I ever had someone on this podcast
That's
where I got
very
massive
tough.
pushback.
There's a woman.
There's blood on your
Adultery
hands.
is a father
There's
law.
all those diabetes,
Love,
2015.
and then there's every other thing that adultery is.
His assertion was that HIV was a weak disease. When it was a weak virus that was only showing up in the systems of people that were already compromised. That was not the
Essentially what
cause.
you're saying is,
It was a
as
symptom
well,
of the
that
complex
you
disease.
lose
Very important for that.
but this is kind of thing which is the result of the
Sewage,
So
it was another of the many, many
these are both
that
mean
has
both
a side effect
both
of
both mean
reducing blood
mean.
pressure. Use condoms, don't have sex, sex is scary, sex is bad. A lot of these things focus on and have the ultimate result of population reduction. I'm going to come back to it. I want to say something about this. It's so funny. In House of Numbers, when he's interviewed, he says, black peers are prostitutes. He says, I am a prostitute as well to some degree. He was talking about drinking and money. He says, one thing I won't play. This is a funny line. He's a lovely man. One would find that my partner's very soon takes care of us. I was rich out. Therefore, again, by a result, take care of this guy. The rest of his life, he was a real hero. Once they buried him, they made him buried his dead. Find stuff in the basement. I think they're going to another great history. This is a years ago. He was, for Nobel Prize. So I didn't
seen the show you did in 2015? It might have been 13 or 14. I don't remember. Massive push. Very excited. Insult that goes with that. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about whether HIV is always the cause of AIDS. There were so many facts that people were. This is what he said. Like for me, I see a dilemma, I see a situation, and I see inconvenient facts that people are ignoring. One of them being that ACT kills people, and that it was drug therapy medications that they had stopped using because it's killing people quicker than cancer is not. And that chemotherapy is always a very short-term use. It's for short-term use. It's like when you have cancer, you take chemotherapy, and she kills the cancer, and it almost kills you, and then you recover from it, and hopefully the cancer's gone. This was the only chemotherapy that you were being told to stay on. That never been. And so it was one AZT killed people for sure. They were using AZT for AIDS. People were dying from AIDS or AZT, whatever they were dying for. When they stopped using it, people stopped dying of AIDS. Because that's kind of how, because they'll try to tell you that, oh no, the medications have stopped the spread of HIV. But why did it never make its way to the heterosexual? It's really a sexually transmitted disease. So, unbelievably contagious that it just spread through the gay community like wildfire. There's a lot of people that have gay sex and straight sex. Wow, who had never really had any transitions in heterosexual community. There's a lot of weird shit. Why do people that were totally asymptomatic like Mars or Crash gets on AZTs, dead in 6 months? Is it possible that AZT kills people and then Peter Duesberg's right? This was my thought, and when I hear this guy out, we talk to him with a skeptical but objective mindset and see where this guy's at. We find out he's a tenured professor at the University of California, Berkeley, done groundbreaking research on cancer. He's a brilliant guy. Everything he's saying totally made sense. And I was like, this is so strange. And then I realized, oh, this all happened. This all happened before he gets on a podcast and talk about it. This all happened before he talked about it. This all happened before we could talk about it. By the way, another Duesberg story is that we're going to see the bottom line. They're covered in this documentary have some struggles, and they adopted a tested for AIDS for HIV. And they get to America, they do another test of HIV. So these PCR tests, yeah, they're mixed. This is what Carrie Mullis was very adamant about. It's not the use for PCR. Fauci did not know what he was doing when he took it. Yeah, this week, I wish he was alive. Anyway, so they found this kid, and that kid is HIV positive. And doctors said, well, maybe you could put this kid on AZT and hurry, so they put the kid on AZT. Now you see videos home where the kid can't stand up. His phone loses his weight. When they go to the doctors, they say, and she's actually doing pretty well. It's going to be alive, so just keep going. So they keep going, worse. And eventually, they write a letter to the guy about Peter Duesberg. And to his credit, he was brave. He writes back, people would take her off that medication immediately. So they do. They take her off the medication. The doctors say she's going to be dead by the time she's 5. Then they say, maybe she'll live to be 7. Then they say, if she lives to be 11, it'll be a miracle. In the meantime, she's getting better and better. In the movie, cut to 23 years old, ready to have her own daughters. And there's other people. It's like, I became a different person. This is true. Well, you can be generous and say, people didn't know he was broken. But it is not possible to now look back, for example, and go and recover that same say they don't know it now. Right? In other words, at this point, it's not possible for Albert Moore to so we had no idea. But I also just because son and kids, the athletic boys doing sleep right. They're not in their beds recording, not one, not two, not many. And right at the beginning of COVID, two different states, two different quarters, two different reports. Both said these kids were out in their bed in the morning. 16 years old, part died from vaccine-induced myocarditis. Clearly, that changes things much more. We were all taking it right. COVID happened. Yeah, well, things did happen. But imagine now. Wait, Joe. You could look at swine flu in 1976, also 2009, before the war. They had it worse. What the internet did is they were allowed engagement like we're having today. They also allowed governments to have control mechanisms right into our iPhones. And so what was happening is they were getting hard, getting better and better and better at controlling human perception. And I think it's true that the internet is great on the one hand, but it's also there's no way they're going to leave the internet untouched. And I love the internet has helped show some people the truth, but it's also been used to stop a lot of other people from seeing the truth. I'm sure at least there's an avenue where people can learn the truth. What I learned, the only way I found out about it was on this video. So conspiratorially, like friends, dudes who are thinking about carbons, and I started reading books. Wait, this can't be real. This can't be true. And having it wrong was just absolutely fascinating. But the low value, all the ground things, there's no way all of these other doctors could be in agreement and be correct. And that gave me pause. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Why would all these doctors be in agreement and be incorrect about this? Why would they all be promoting this false narrative? I had no concept of how the NIH and how Fauci and how they ran things and how if you deviated from the narrative whatsoever, you got no grants, you got no funding, you lose your license. Obviously, we saw in 2020, they were kicking people kicked off Twitter, like esteemed scientists, professors, people that taught at major universities, were removed from the conversation because they were speaking about this episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company. Let's get real. Most brands just slap a flag on a label and it's not Black Rifle Coffee Company. This fall, BRCC is doubling down on their mission. From November 7th to 11th, they teamed up with Forgive Co. and More Primitive to eliminate up to $25 billion in initial debt for veterans. Not talk, not hashtags, real relief for those who served and their families. This isn't new for BRCC. In 2025, they backed mission-driven nonprofits like Operation Homefront, Hunter 7 Foundation, Beyond the Barracks, Team RWE, and People Tomorrow, supporting mental health, housing, education, and transition services for those who need it most. So whether you're brewing just black or dark chocolate at home, visiting one of their killer coffee shops, or slamming a can of their new Black Rifle Energy, know this: you're not just fueling your day, you're joining the mission. Hit up blackriflecoffee.com/Joe Rogan, use code Rogan, and get 30% off your order or coffee club sign up. Black Rifle Coffee, veteran-founded, American-roasted. This is America's coffee. Comparing vaccinated kids to unvaccinated. Very, very interesting documentary. after the study is done, they decide not to release it. Yeah, I read about it. Yeah, it's really good. I don't want to spoil anything. So just tell you some good stuff is, hidden camera interview with the guy who says, I just can't. My career would be over. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Well, people try to persuade him to release the study. And yes, it would help a lot of people. I agree it would help a lot of people. And I agree it's important. But I can't. I've had enough. I can't. It doesn't. And it's, so this kind of thing, you got the stomach for another one. Sure, I'll give you a big one. So, because you mentioned AIDS. AIDS is like gravity. You're not allowed to question it. It's a Holocaust. Yeah, Holocaust, gravity. Hitler, by the way, was he killed by the Russians? Well, it turns out the skull fragment belonged to a woman in her 30s. Isn't that a narrative? This is the only guy who didn't have an escape plan. Everybody else went to Argentina. They even took full submarines all the way to Argentina on 2-month trips that were found weeks after the war. They were still fighting submarines in Argentina. But this one guy, even though there's a pilot who testified that he flew him out of Germany, flew him out of Berlin, why wouldn't anybody lie about that? Well, because the Russians are coming into Berlin, hardly conquered anything. The Osama bin Laden hasn't been caught. Hitler is free and is somewhere in the world. But that narrative is really interesting for people to dig into. Get on Grok, ChatGPT. Quick note on ChatGPT and Grok. The first answer you get will usually be the orthodox answer, the approved answer. You have to keep asking. You have to say, look again. You have to push that thing, and then you'll get through more information. That way, you still have to check it all because the thing has solutions, as we know. But my point is that all these things are we're not allowed to question because they are just facts like gravity. Well, a big one is vaccines cannot be